inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. You know that feeling. You know that feeling. You know that feeling. You know that feeling.
The money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Money in the bank. The money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808.
scenario. Win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. This is my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah. We need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping. I believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with it done. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm a prodigy, ain't no milk for this ticket, ain't no lottery, no robbing me. My joy comes in the morning, they can't bother me. I'm proud of me, thought I had to be like y'all, but I ain't gotta be. Took off, had to redefine my worth, now my mind at ease. Worst out of me comes out of me, we don't see no transition. Stuck in the same frame of no clip with no ammunition, I am vicious. They can't handle me, I'm too ambitious. Ain't nobody invited you and your friends, this is fan business. Probably shouldn't be worried about your haters, let that fade off. Whichever cheese told me I wasn't gonna make it, should've got laid off. I know a lot of y'all thinking, when the edge catch don't pay off. And I know your work. Add tax and take off. Yeah, I gotta win. I can tell they ain't want us around. They ain't gotta say it. Been doing this a long time. I put that on my mama head. Game recognized, game we good. We ain't gotta play it.
I've been in the gym all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog. No leash. You all part. No teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Come through like I'm Dolomite. Hold up, this a holy site. You think you a legend, what they say, I say for sure you right. All I ever know is being OG, I'm a prototype. Cooler than the polo sweater, brighter than the police light. Beast mode, this a deep grind. Speak gold up at each line. No cheat code, I'm a beast, bro. You a bistro in this E-time. Got big goals and a big dream on the beach shore, taking me time. My whole team lit too tough, we too up like peace signs. I'm real, raised up in the field. Grinding while the sun is on me, I ain't got no chill. Get it out the dirt and work like I ain't got a deal. I'm trying to blow 100 bands and tell you lames how I feel. We ain't throwing up a brick, dog. The game tipped off. I'm out the kennel, catch me running with the big dogs. Don't hear the critics, they can kick rocks like kickball. They not important, boy, I'm Jordan to the pitfalls. Too many L's over there, I'm trying to big ball. I'm trying to level up a bit, I'm talking Rich Paul. I hit the floor and get it jumping like I'm crisscross. Throw me and Cannon in the booth and that's a hit, dog.
I've been in the gym all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog, no leash. You all part, no teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. just turn up and dance and you turn up, yeah. Let's turn it right. That's how you turn up and that's how you turn up, yeah.
We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata, eh. And you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata, eh. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata, eh. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata, eh. 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 Try to keep me down, but you're never gonna break
Bitter, sweet, fiery heat, whispers the man of the hurricane. Oh, stop pushing me, gonna burst so hard, I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane.
Game Changers is back for its second stage of the year. Before we dive into the action, let's refresh our memory on the format and explore the layers within the Game Changers ecosystem. There are 3 tiers. VCT Game Changers EMEA is the pinnacle, where top-tier teams compete for greatness. Contenders is a promotion tournament that offers aspiring teams the chance to rise to the next stage. And Emergence is the perfect starting point, providing amateur players an opportunity to grow. Emergence are the starting point in the ecosystem, offering players a chance to grow. Many regions host local tournaments that provide access to contenders, allowing players to join a team and compete. Stay tuned for more information and get ready to embark on your journey. VCT Game Changers EMEA consists of 3 stages. The first stage started with a unique access qualifier, where top 11 teams qualified. Additionally, 5 teams were invited based on their outstanding performance from the previous year. The journey to determine the Stage 1 champions spanned 12 days, featuring intense group phases, playoffs, and a thrilling finals that led to G2 Gozen emerging as the champions. But there was also crazy matches happening in contenders. The first series saw the ascent of FUT Female and Tiger Anonymous. However, with ascension comes a fall. Falcons Vega and Focus Sakura, who started the year in VCT GC EMEA, are now battling in Contender second series. Now that we have all our qualified teams for the second stage, let's dive into the format that awaits them. First up, the group stage, where all teams engaged in intense battles that unfolded on the marked days ahead. Our teams were sorted into 2 groups and battled it out to secure a spot in the top 4 of their respective groups. The top 4 teams from each group advance to the playoffs, where the intensity reaches its peak. Starting on July 25th, teams will fight their way through a double elimination bracket as they push boundaries in search of victory. The journey will culminate in the highly anticipated grand final, where the Stage 2 winners will be crowned. Additionally, 2 teams will descend to contenders for Series 3, and again, 2 teams from contenders will ascend. At the end of Stage 2, points will be awarded to each team based on their seed, shaping their path towards the Sao Paulo Game Changers Championship at the end of the year. But remember, this is only Stage 2. As we approach September and October, Stage 3 will determine the teams representing EMEA on the global world stage. If you're looking for a team to join your local tournaments, seeking more information, or simply want to stay updated, join our Discord server and follow us on social media. Mark your calendars for the upcoming tournament series. Join us as Game Changers EMEA continues to shape the future of VALORANT Esports.
Be delicate, gentle, precise. Calm down. Why are you trying so hard? Isn't this too much for you? Aren't you scared? Don't play, don't compete, stop complaining. Whatever you do, it'll never be enough. Greatness comes from within. Just wait and see.
one step closer to ending their run today. Welcome to day 4 of playoffs, where we'll be covering the upper bracket final and the lower bracket semi-final. I'm Jeannie, your host, joined on the desk by Inami and Pilski. Welcome to the both of you. Inami, lovely to have you back.
Lovely to be back in this setup again and to speak again about these lovely players and to share the analyst desk with Pilski.
Yeah, it's bright and early for me, but I'm looking forward to some great games. Obviously, top 4 territory, so we're going to be seeing who's going to put themselves with a foot in the grand final there, Ginny.
Absolutely, and yesterday we had some pretty great games as well. We did, however, say goodbye to 2 teams, KPI Shine as well as BBL Queens. But Pilski, when we started the day, FUT female against BBL Queens, I mean, this one was an absolute nail-biter.
Yeah, well, I mean, what can you even say about this? It kind of ruins my whole storyline that I had going in my head for Game Changers.
Oh, no.
I was thinking, you know, BBL last stage, they're looking fantastic. The stats are insane. Vanya's the top-rated player, at least by the VLR stats, as much as some people don't always believe in those. And, you know, honestly, she's just putting in so much work. How could she possibly be beaten? Of course, obviously did win the grand final last time around. But, wow, what a performance from FUT. Smurfette's stats are insane this stage. And it's going to be cool to see just how far FUT can push it.
Yeah, the second game yesterday, Inami, we had the odd one out up against KPI Shine. And the odd one out gave us the performance of a century.
Yeah, we didn't expect to see the odd one outs coming in this far, right? I don't think they expected themselves to be this far in the competition, but yet they are here and they proved to us yesterday why they deserve to be on one of the top 4 teams in the Game Changers EMEA. I think every single member of this team has proved themselves and they came in with like so many strats. They were just having fun and somehow still managed to make it.
Yeah, that's what we heard from the team yesterday, Pilski, in both of the interviews. Just have fun, play your own game, do your thing, and that's exactly what they did. And I think as an unsigned team to be able to make it this far, that is definitely a medal worth performance.
Yeah, 100%, especially given the fact that they didn't do particularly well in groups. They were able to beat a team that actually topped their group, and it just goes to show you that sometimes when you make it through to the playoffs, it is a whole different kettle of fish from the group stage. The pressure starts you know, coming into some of these games, and some teams underperform and some teams, I mean, compared to the group stage at least, overperform.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's actually an interesting part as well. KPI as well as BBL Queens Inami are the teams that top their groups, and they were the ones to be sent home. We're looking today at the first game. It's going to be Ascent Rising up against G2 Goes, and followed by FUT Female against the odd one out. Do you have a favorite game that you're looking at today by any chance, Inami?
It has to be G2 versus Ascent, right? We saw them before. We saw how G2 stomped the performance before. But this time around, I'm excited to see how the new Ascent will be performing against the new G2 as well, because we've had some differences and some changes in both.
All right, I'm gonna have to go for the odd one out personally, because I think them going up against FUT Female, both of these teams have so much to prove. Pilski, when we're looking at FUT Female, they came through contenders. They weren't even in series 1 of Game Changers. They fought their way through contenders. They were the first team to ever be promoted. And then you're looking at the odd one out, Pilski, not even a signed roster, and here they are, both of these teams making history.
Yeah, 100%. I think the FUT project, it's always interesting when you see more established players who have played in international European teams returning to their home country and linking up with some players that you haven't heard as much from. And clearly it's been a successful project already. And then for the odd one out, you know, that's another mixed European team that, you know, the expectations were low, especially coming out of groups. They could have not even made it through groups, as could FUT. They both kind of scraped through their group on head-to-heads or very, very close matches in some cases. So now to see them top 4 in the playoffs, it's going to be interesting to see how far they can push it.
Absolutely. And if this is getting a little too serious for you guys, you're like, okay, it's the beginning of the broadcast, what's going on? We're going to take it down a little notch. We're going to play an interesting game. We had some hot bangers yesterday. We got some hot bangers coming up today. And we have a hot spike. I think it's from the idea of like a hot potato. But basically, a little bit of an explanation is there's going to be a spike with a couple of questions. The spike has 1 minute before it detonates. And it's definitely longer than in-game. And whoever it stops on, well, they lose. But to move the spike along to the next person, you need to answer the question correctly. The worst part is that I'm being included. I didn't do my homework, so I am looking forward to losing this one. Let's get it started. Let's bring out the spike. It's going to be
probably on me first, I'm assuming, but we'll see that. Yeah, that's there. How many Spanish organizations were in the playoffs? 2, Kase and KPI Shine.
Where is Zaylene from? Oh my god. I'm already gonna mess this up. I could VLR this so easily. Is it a Nordic country? Can I at least get a hint?
No.
Is it a Nordic country? Oh no. I'm already gonna mess this up. Can we pass this, Alberto?
Oh wait, we heard him. You heard him. He gave you a little hint. Je suis très content.
No,
Je suis très content.
Is she French?
Yeah.
Is she French?
There you go.
Let's go.
I need a hint
Alberto
too.
bailed me out. Let's go.
Oh.
Sarah.
Okay, that was a
I should have waited though.
Yeah, I should have waited. She was like, agents, what color is Killjoy's cap? Is it green? Is it not green? No, it is. Okay.
What is the last consonant?
What is the last consonant of the team name Ascent Rising?
Last
What?
consonant.
What does that mean? I'm sorry, English?
G.
G?
If it's the same as French,
Oh,
I know.
how many maps are in a best of 5? 5 maps? Because it's a best of 5? Unless it's a 3-0? What is the score between KPI and the playoffs stage?
Was it 1-2 or 2-1?
No!
Oh.
I'm so
I'm
sorry.
dead.
Yo, I'm actually so happy that it didn't explain on me.
I should have waited. I regret.
No, Pilsky did us so dirty.
I was the one who should have lost.
You were like
though, 'cause
holding
honestly,
on.
Like,
to that spot.
Because I even watched Zaylene last stage and I couldn't remember what her nationality was, so I feel bad now. I feel bad. There are a lot of good French players, honestly, and it's sad. I was a big fan of Carmine Corp. I don't think Zaylene was on Carmine Corp. Wasn't she on the team with Clar, I think? Yeah.
She was on the Guildex this time around.
Guildex.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. She was on Guildex. That's right. Yeah.
Carmine Corp is also all
RIP French players. Yeah, Carmine Corp was so good last stage. But
absolutely.
Didn't quite make playoffs this time.
Kind of a little bit of an unfortunate. I'm sorry, Inami, as well, that you had to lose that one. But that was fun. I hope you guys got everything right in the chat, because otherwise would have done a boom as well. But that's it for a bit of a refresher in terms of the Game Changers ecosystem. Let's head into the first game of today. We got Ascent Rising up against G2 Gozen. Starting off with Ascent Rising, Pilsky, because this roster, a couple of changes coming through, and it has been so good.
Yeah, I mean, they top 3 last stage, and they kept a core 3 from last stage as well. Obviously, bringing through Spidoka from Guild, and they've taken of their controller player off of Alliance. So big changes for them. It's always interesting to see a team that after they have a good performance, a good run, they only really lost to G2 last time, that they've still opted to bring in Jolene and Spidoka, so Jolena rather. So it's going to be interesting to see just how far they can push it this time around. And Amy has been absolutely insane for them. I think this roster is looking even better than they looked last stage, to be honest.
Yeah, I think we can already imagine that they will push it further, since we've seen like the longest game so far in the Game Changer, and it was theirs. So that actually proves to us how strong the mental is and how much the mental preparation is coming in with this team. And I think that's so important to come in with the fresh roster, with new changes. You need to make sure that the mental is there and the communication is there. And Ascent so far has proved us that they have what it takes to win. So yeah.
Yeah, they definitely do. Last time around during Series 1, Pilsky, they did place 3rd. They lost that lower bracket final against G2 Gozen. So G2 Gozen, kind of Ascent Rising kryptonite, but with the fact that both of these teams had a couple of changes coming through, it brings the question of what we can expect. But one thing that remained consistent is Amy and her just upward trajectory, incredible performance in the league.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, she had insane stats coming out of groups last stage. Once again, very comparable, similar stats coming through groups this stage. In playoffs, she's been on a heater. I think the 2 series she's played, she's plus 16 and plus 22. Last time, once they headed into playoffs since over stage 1 and played G2 a couple of times, so those stats kind of took a bit of a nosedive. So I'd like to see Amy's stats post G2 series this time, and I'd love to see them stay the same.
Yeah, something as well we touched upon from the fact of Ascent Rising that has been consistent, Inami, is the mental aspect of things, because you're going to be coming into this, you have a change, but you also have maybe a little bit more of the expectations considering how incredible Ascent has been performing since that roster change.
Yeah, it seems like the roster change was something they needed, like a fresh breather to be able to bring in new things. But I love seeing the consistency still on Amy. And honestly, I'm not so worried about her game against G2 because even last time against G2 when they had their best game on Bind, we still saw Amy able to pull off some good aces. And like I'm still remembering that one clutch on Bind with Viper. So yeah, I'm still expecting to see the same from this player.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's a bit important to have further of a deep dive in terms of what the dynamic is like within Ascent Rising, what's the mental, what are the expectations coming into this upper bracket final. So I sat down with Asuka earlier today and we had a little chat about everything Game Changer related and this matchup. All right, thank you, Ginny. And the desk, we are joined by Asuka from Ascent Rising. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to sit down with us and have a little chat. I want to kind of dig into the roster changes that have been made. So you've had a month now for Spidoka and Jelena to be added onto the roster. What have been the biggest takeaways, the most positive lessons that these two individuals have brought to the team that you've been able to learn from them?
I think overall the main thing was the comms. I think like the comms now are really good or way better than they were in the past. Also the energy, Spidovka brings us a lot of energy, like a lot, which is really important. And Yolina also gives like really good inputs. So now we have like, let's say, more ideas during the round. Or like more inputs for the IGL overall. Amy is also stepping up on that role. So I feel like now we are more consistent than we were before.
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely shows on the server as well. You guys have had an incredible run so far here at Game Changers Series 2. So I'm really proud of everything you guys have achieved. When we're looking at the difference, though, between Stage 1 and Stage 2, as you said, a lot more consistency. What has been going on behind the scenes that allow that consistency? Is it the addition of the two players and the comms? Is there anything else really that has allowed the whole team to just look so great?
I think overall, the team is like more, it's hard to explain, but the personalities fit better with each other. So even if we don't have much time or we didn't have much time to practice with this roster, like they are more like in the same page, you know, like everyone is more like, I don't know, like Spidovka, for example, that is usually supporting Chanel and doing things with Chanel. It's kind of like same personality than her, you know. So it's like they are both like super energetic persons. Like they like to play aggro, they like to do stuff. So it's like they fit really well with each other. And the same goes for like Yolina and Amy, that are also like really, let's say like players that like to be playing more like individually. So they usually are like getting really good lurks or they play really well alongside. So overall, I feel like it's about personalities. Like they just fit really well with each other. So it was like really easy to bring consistency that early with this roster.
Well, the consistency needs to continue today as well, because the last time you guys went up against G2 Gozen was in Series 1 of Game Changers EMEA this year, and you placed third because you did lose that lower bracket game. So coming into today, what is the mentality like? Is there any pressure on the players? Is there any pressure on yourself? Or are you guys just approaching it as in, okay, we're going to do our best, and if it works, it works, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. We still have the lower bracket.
Yeah, I think we don't have much pressure, honestly. Like, we made changes, like 2 changes this, like 1 month ago, more or less. Like, we didn't have much time to prepare. So it's like, we don't really care that much about this game. Like, if we win, nice, like it's super good for us. But if we don't, we will learn. Like every single time we lose a map or we lose a series, like against VBL, we get so much value from that. So we are not afraid to lose if it has to happen. You know, like.
Okay. Well, that's really good to know. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. We're going to be heading over to the desk with Ginny and Inami as well as Pilski. So appreciate it, and we'll see you on the server.
Thank you.
Bye.
See ya.
All right. Great. Better communication, better consistency, and no expectations, Pilski. Those seem to be the theme coming out of this interview specifically, which brings the question, is there no expectations from your end on how Ascent Rising is going to be performing?
I mean, I just had my expectations exceeded. You threw back to yourself on the desk, which is just...
You're welcome.
I can't even comprehend that. I think, at the end of the day, though, that is how this format works. You do have this stage system where at the last stage you do get a spot in towards the championship. So, teams can use these kind of events to build their roster, reshuffle things, try things out, and see what's going to work. And I think that's the mentality for, honestly, probably both the teams in this series. But there is still a fair bit to play for in terms of pride.
Absolutely. And the other team that they're going to be going up against, in case you've missed it, Inami, is going to be G2 Gozen, and this roster is still as strong as ever. They have made the change, though, and it is still working out very well for them.
Yeah, how can I miss G2 and how can I miss the players that broke under? But yeah, overall this team has been explosive as usual, and that's what we expect from them, right? We had some maybe questionable or questions around this roster, seeing the Sarah coming in new and seeing how she didn't perform as much or as well during the groups, but I think that she proved to us recently that she has what it takes and that she only needed more time to adapt and more confidence, and I'm excited to see this confidence and this aggressiveness against Team Ascent tries this.
Yeah, I think it's obviously massive shoes to fill. You're coming in and replacing probably the best player, I would say, in Game Changers in Mary. Like her statistics were insane. Obviously, Vanya had great statistics on BBL as well. But if you talk about impact of someone that's going to go out there, find first kills with good success rate, just put frags on the board, great kills per round, great ADR and things like that. That's exactly what you had Mary delivering. So Sarah, I think at the group stage was definitely nowhere near the level of Mary. I think she's still not quite there, but in terms of in the playoffs, these last couple of games, and particularly looking at these highlights on Fracture against BBL, she was definitely having impact. She was definitely having some big multi-frags, and I think she's getting better and better as they play more games. We've also seen a bit of a buff as well in towards the playoffs from Glance as well, because in groups, I think it was mostly Mimi who was doing the heavy lifting, as well as Petra had a pretty good run of things. Now I think you're seeing most of G2 playing better and better as the playoffs are going deeper.
Yeah, how can such a small person leave such big shoes to fill? That's really the question that remains to be answered, but you're absolutely correct. When we're looking at the performance of G2 Gozen from the group stage into the playoffs, it feels like they have definitely been on this upward trajectory, and that is a good thing to say the least, because at the end of the day, we have to take into consideration that this roster change is very recent, so time definitely plays a huge role in making sure that everybody's able to gel back together. Yeah, so looking as well at how the whole dynamic is going on with Sarah being out as a new player, what's it like playing with her, how the team's feeling about the upcoming match, we had to sit down with Karka, so let's head over to that interview that happened earlier today because it was brighter outside. Hello, everyone. We're joined by Karkas from G2 Gozen, their coach. So first of all, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to join us on the broadcast and do a little interview. You guys obviously have a little bit of a roster change, and you require naturally a lot of time to be able to have everyone glue well together, stick together, get used to each other. So has time really been the biggest factor between the improvements that we've seen from the group stage to the playoffs, or is there anything else going on behind the scenes that you've put a lot of work and effort into that allowed the roster to show up so well in the last couple of days?
I mean, obviously the time was pressuring us, like for the preparation, especially for the group stage. We had like only a couple of weeks to prepare with Sarah. Yeah. But yeah, like when we came to the bootcamp, it's a bit changed, like it's the vibes are here, like everyone is feeling each other. And yeah, and Sarah is doing like incredible job, like in like improvements and confidence levels and stuff. I mean, it's like really big props to her. Like I can clearly remember, when we first took her and we went into like solo VOD review one-on-one, and she was just sitting silently and listening to me. And like, it was literally no communication because like, she didn't know how to do it, and like how it should be done. So like we had even to explain like these small details, like that she needs to communicate, she needs to like talk during those VOD reviews, like explaining herself and stuff like this. And yeah, and look where she's now, right? Like just being MVP versus BBL basically, and yeah, destroying everyone in the server. So like that's really crazy to see.
Yeah, it was the first time you guys won a best of 3 series against BBL Queens, so that was great.
Yeah.
You guys must have been buzzing. But I want to touch back up on the point that you mentioned from Sarah and the fact that there were a lot of maybe smaller things that she wasn't really used to. Does that make it a little bit more difficult when you get a newer player onto your team to try and teach them everything, or is it maybe easier because they are a new mold, so to say, so you can make them in the ways of that G2 Gozen is used to, rather than getting rid of what they're used to from their previous rosters and then coming in and teaching them again?
I mean, it's hard to say, like, because basically when we took Mary, she was already, I mean, she wasn't also like molded, I would say, you know, like she was a pretty new, I would say. Now we took Sarah, it's also pretty new. I think it really depends on a personality level, I think, as well.
Okay.
Like how they're taking and how they're open-minded, how they're willing to improve, and like how much work they put into the game, you know. And like in terms of Sarah, like one of the reasons why we took her in general in the team was that we saw that she's like a smart person in general. It's not about the game, you know, like we instantly, like she was studying like something with chemistry, I think. So like that already shows that she's smart, right? So yeah, and when we took her, like she took the feedback instantly, you know, and like we kept giving her like, I don't know, probably per match like 20 feedbacks, you know, like Sarah, you did this wrong. Sarah, you need to do it like this. Sarah, you need to keep improving on this. Sarah, communicate more. Sarah, like when you're dashing, watch to the left and right, and then do this, you know, and constantly like putting more and more, and every day even like adding more. So at one point she was like, am I doing more mistakes? So I'm giving them more feedback than before? No, Sarah, we're just pushing you more, you know. And she was like eager to improve, and like she was asking us to give her more. So I think it's like more about the personality. Obviously, like if some players, like especially rookies, were how to say, trained or developed in a wrong way, or like in not the best way, maybe it can hurt actually. So like in these terms, maybe the rookie who has no experience would be better and easier to teach the right way to play the game. But in general, I think it's up to the person, up to the player.
That's really good to hear, actually, to see that adaptability and change is coming through from Sarah as well. I mean, we've seen her improve game after game after game, and you guys are looking so solid right now. You have played against Ascent before, and that was last series when it was in the low bracket. You guys kicked them out and sent them home, making them go third. So with the pressure in general that's going on, because at the end of the day, you know, G2 Gozen, it's a name that carries a lot of weight to it. Having the new player, having the roster change, seeing the team improve over the course of the last couple of weeks, what is the pressure like coming into this game? What is the mental state that you're approaching when you're like, okay, we're going to go up against Ascent Rising. This is what we're expecting.
I mean, basically coming into this tournament, we didn't have like super high expectations. And I think like that's the most important thing for us to keep the same mentality. Like we beat BBL with this mentality, right? Like versus Ascent, like it's still upper brackets. It's upper bracket finals. If you lose, we go to lower brackets. There is like still a chance to come back. So I think we just need to go with full confidence, just have fun. Like I heard somebody saying like we had fun, you know, like in the interview, and like we won. But that's the key, right? It's like when we're having fun, we're going for the place, like for more team play. We're like mentality is stronger in general when we're losing some rounds, like some crucial rounds or whatever. And in general, like we're here to have also like fun plus beat some teams, right? And I think like there's not so much pressure, I would say, in the team. And like the mood is like really great in general. So yeah, we're really excited for this match.
All right, sounds great. The vibes are there. Just good luck, have fun. And again, thank you so much for taking the time for the interview. We'll see you on the server.
Thank you very much, Nero, and see you.
Okay. Honestly, that was like a really lovely interview to have, and I think we had so much insight into the workings on the back end, really, of G2 Gozen. But Pilski, when I was doing the interview and when I just rewatched it, one thing that stood out to me the most was the fact that he mentioned that there were really no expectations coming into this, and that is something that personally shocked me, because at the end of the day, it is G2 Gozen, so I feel like for us, at least, people looking out from the outside in, there are always going to be expectations from our end.
Yeah, and I think it's a chosen mentality clearly for the team at the end of the day. He was kind of referencing, I think it was Paper X there, where they talk about they'd rather just take a more laid back approach and have fun, and that's kind of a winning mentality a lot of the time to keep the vibes in the team high and perform at your best, because a lot of people perform a lot worse when the pressure gets on. Some people do perform better, but as long as you're able to keep a good atmosphere in the team, it can definitely help a lot.
Yeah, Inami as well, one thing from G2 goes inside of things is their map pool, map ocean, however you really want to call it, because it feels like there's no real method to the madness. They're just comfortable playing to the opponent's weaknesses instead of having like, yeah, these are our permabans, this is what we don't want to play.
That probably joins the point of they're just chilling and trying things out and having fun. They're making sure they play in all the maps equally. That's why you don't know exactly what to expect from them. But also that's why they're also getting as much practice as they can. And also like that probably helps Sarah improve as well, since he's been talking about how much feedback he's been giving her and how much feedback she's taken. And we saw the improvement during the recent maps. So I think that having that many maps and that many different games, different play style is for sure helping them grow really quicker, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Something to take into consideration. And Pilski, I mean, when we're looking at G2 Gozen, you touch upon this yourself as well. It comes to a fact of, okay, we don't really know what to expect from them. And that can then maybe be a curveball thrown to Ascent's way, because at the end of the day, if a team can play every map and if they're comfortable on every map, what really should you ban?
Yeah, that's true. I'm not sure that's necessarily the case with a team like G2 when they're kind of still swapping roles around a little bit and swapping things around, bringing a new player in. It's going to be hard to kind of have the depth of map pool that you might have had with your old roster. So I think it's potentially, some mind games and things like that in there, as opposed to they're really comfortable on every map, because they just haven't shown the consistency, and they definitely did drop a lot more maps in the group stage than they did with their old roster.
Yeah, and to further highlight what to expect or what not to expect, because we can't actually expect anything, we have a little clip from an interview Roxy had after one of their wins with Frankie.
I want to ask though, what's your best map at the moment, do you think? Because the experts on the desk yesterday were saying we think that Lotus is G2's best map, but obviously because there were shenanigans on that map yesterday, I was wondering, do you feel that way?
Yeah, I think definitely Lotus is one of our strongest maps, and we really do like playing it, and we do have like way more stuff in it than we've already shown, but we also have like some surprises on the other maps that we haven't played yet that I'm not going to spoil, but it's just like a little warning for if people decide to play maps against us that we haven't shown yet. So yeah, but for now, for what you've seen, Lotus is our best map, yes.
No spoilers, but everything is possible, which also kind of brings back memories in terms of how they performed against each other last time. Maybe we can use the last performances from G2 Gozen up against Ascent Rising as a pinpoint, as a starting point, really, Pilski, of what we can be looking at today?
I mean, maybe. We'll see what happens. It's worth mentioning that after that interview with Roxy, where she says Lotus is their best map, literally the game after that against BBL, they first banned Lotus. So,
mind games.
And there's got to be an element of mind games there. We do see a whole lot of maps here across the two series that they did play last stage. They played a best of 5 against each other in the lower final, and then also a best of 3 in the upper bracket, I believe it was. And you can see none of them were even close there in Army.
Yeah, it was really not close. I think they got in the last best of 5, they won 5 maps, or like 10 total rounds, I'm sorry. So yeah, it wasn't close at all coming into this map, and I think it's a bit unfair for G2 to talk about this. I hear myself twice.
Yeah, I was also hearing it.
It's confusing me. Anyway, but I think that it's a bit unfair for Ascent to talk about this coming into this game, because like they lost last time, so the mental is probably shaky, but both teams got some changes, so maybe we can hope for a closer maps.
Yeah, I think as well when we're looking at the past performances from Ascent Rising here, Pilski, over the last couple of days, it's something that we need to take into consideration. They look stronger, and G2, I mean, they weren't looking the strongest in the group stage, but again, they are now looking stronger into playoffs. So heading into the map veto specifically, it is going to remain a bit of a question mark until we first see those maps picked and banned. And the first one that's going to be taken out of the pool will be Fracture by G2. Nothing too surprising here, Pilsky.
Yeah, I think it's interesting though, given the fact that they just, you know, they had a pretty lackluster attacking side previously on Fracture in one of their group stage games, and then they have a flawless attacking side on Fracture against BBL and beat them in the deciding map, then choosing to ban it against Ascent, permaban, Pearl. It's a map that they didn't really play in the groups, so I'm not really too surprised about that. And then G2 goes for Split. Both of them have got a pretty good record on Split.
Yeah.
And then Ascend onto Ascent there.
Ascend onto Ascent. Inami, nothing crazy for me at the moment. I feel like both of these teams, genuinely a lot of the maps that they are comfortable playing. So it's going to be a question of what the decider is going to be.
Yeah, the decider, it will be probably played on the decider, but also when I see this veto and I see Split and Ascent, and I see the win rates of both teams on these maps, I'm so hyped to see the matchup because they've been performing so well on both. Both of them have won both times they played Split. The win rate on Ascent is like 100% and 75%, so I'm excited to see what both teams will bring us in these maps, and I'm pretty sure that we will be going to the decider.
Yeah, the interesting for me is Haven, considering how G2 goes and has performed that during stage 2 of Pilsky, because we've seen that they've only played it once and it didn't really go in their favor. Whereas when we look at Ascent Rising, it's a map that they've played 6 times. So, and they won 5 out of 6. So that is something to keep in mind.
Yeah, they got much better reps on it. BBL, obviously, you know, they do have, they did beat Ascend on it, whereas it's only the one rep for G2, and they lost to BBL with their new Viper comp. So we'll see when we get there, if there is a decider, you know, if this is not a 2-0. At least for Split here, looking at the comps, it's going to be an interesting matchup because you do have the more lurking style of Ascend, a bit slower versus explosive style with the breach comp of G2 Gozen. I think it really does kind of show you stylistically how these two teams like to play. Ascend likes to play very slow. Amy takes a lot of opening duels from the lurk. They really do like to try and slowly pick you apart and take their time on the map. Whereas G2, you know, they have these very fast set plays where they have the double satchel in with the raise and the breach setting up these fault line plays. So it's going to be great. Once again, Petri, you see her on the sky. Obviously, IGLing from that initiator role using the utility could be great to, you know, inform their decision making as they move on the attacking side, or even inform the rotates on defense as well.
Yeah, no changes at all in terms of the compositions that both of these teams have historically run on Split. So as you mentioned yourself, Bilski, it's going to be interesting to see how these different playstyles play out. Inami, any expectations or any particular matchups we need to be keeping a close eye on for this game?
The expectations is, as Bilski mentions, is the lurks, and that has been a problem that G2 didn't really deal well last time against BBL. So I'm expecting, or I'm hoping to see a better way to deal with these lurks coming in from Ascent, especially since it's their style. So yeah, expecting to see more proactive plays from G2 and maybe less explosiveness, because sometimes that explosiveness and that overconfidence from these members doesn't really pay off.
Alright, well, we're going to be finding out whether or not there have been adaptations made to either one of these rosters and the way that they're going to approach this game, as we're going to be heading on to the first map of today, Split between Ascent Rising and G2 Gozen, covered by Tom and Mitch.
Thank you so much, Ginny and the desk. Wow, we've got one hell of a game on our hands here, Tom. We saw G2 the other day, and now up against Ascent Rising. They've got a good record, but, you know, there's been some changes along the way. We'll see if Ascent are able to take it. Where are you feeling today? You leaning G2's way?
Yeah, always leaning G2's way, Mitch, but you know what? I think we need to kick off this match, and let's get right into things.
And we're ready to dive on into this game. Just a couple seconds left in the setup with G2 on their attack side here on Split. And like you said, Tom, they're definitely the favored team. We'll see how they fare on map number 1. Definitely a litmus test for the side of Ascent. We saw some struggles with BBL the other day, but I feel like Ascent are going to put up a little bit of a stronger fight this time.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think both of these teams have shown depth within their map pool. I'm basically, when we get to this sort of stage of the tournament, obviously there's going to be slight favoring based on the maps that are chosen, but there's no sort of discomfort really when you get to this caliber of teams. Roxy, well, she's already going to be under a little bit of pressure, but already you're seeing that utility out from Mimi. Definitely a highlight going into this map. She was phenomenal last time out, and I'm sure she will be again.
Yeah, it's been a good couple days, I think, for Breach mains as well. We'll see how she fares there. Obviously, Spidovka on the other side playing. You haven't quite got the Breach. Sky on both sides. So already saw some of the flashes out as the site is seized, and it's a bit of a scrappy fight. Ascent able to drop the spike on site, but they're trapped out by the smoke, and they need to burst their way back in. Flash might be expanded here on the way through. Yeah, Mimi's going to burn it up. Last piece of utility. At least bought utility that she has to play with, but they're all just waiting for Petra. Flash is still going out once more, and you got to remember, Petra Flash from main, they're not expecting her to be coming up behind, and she gets the double for her trouble.
Yeah, a clean close to the round, although it definitely got a little bit scrappy in the middle of it all. I think we definitely have some different ideas when it comes to the compositions. Like, again, you're going to look at Amy as much more of that sort of anchor alongside the Viper as well. And on the other side of things, G2 like to get that little bit more proactive. Now, it does mean that at times their comp becomes very, very explosive, and sometimes the delay strategy doesn't work out quite as well, but I quite like the comp for them. I think having like Petra and Mimi, like it's already been mentioned by Ender, who had a wonderful time, that Petra's Sky is not so much a normal Sky, but Mimi as that supportive element is definitely going to be there.
Okay, nice cleanup. Petra.
Damn.
Well, we speak about her a little bit, and she's not done too poorly. You got to remember, everybody there has just classics, no shields. It very much is as easy as it looks, but to not even get one kill out of that situation, it's got to be a little upsetting for Ascent Rising.
Yeah, especially when you get the right side. Like, that's the thing. A lot of the time you're going to see these slaughters on the way back through after you guess the wrong side of the map. I do think for Roxy, just chilling, just be like, oh okay, cool. You've murdered everyone. I still have 0 kills, 0 deaths, and 0 assists, but we'll just ignore that.
And even Mimi.
Yet to really see anyone.
Mimi was about half a second away from getting 4 assists out of that. The stun was perfect, but it just physically couldn't deploy it in time with how quickly the round ended.
Well, 1 off Seekers. That's an ult that's almost online. A few off the Showstopper as well, and we're going to see the same default coming out. Now, again, Lena's going to be just jump spotting. It seems like Petra's very much aware of this. I'm just going to look to actually play through her utility. It definitely has some risks about it for either side, but Jolina just going to use this one to cross and will finally spot her opponent. Almost meets her demise, and Roxy might be about to meet the same. It's not pretty, but the job is done by Spidovka.
Yeah, there might be some damage dealt by G2, but capitalizing on it could be a different story. Especially with Spidovka having the heal. Jolina will be back up to full very, very soon. And I'll just leave Spidovka as the low HP player. Flashes as well going to be online, coming later on into the round. So not too much danger. And G2 have a lot to recover from, even though it's just that, okay, the 4v5. But look at Ascent Rising. They're all on B. And the flash up into heaven, that sold it. They are fully focused on a B take. A lot of pressure on Amy's back.
Cover going out.
Yeah, luckily she is normally the player that thrives, but occasionally a little bit slow to start. Already getting the info off the trip. The rest of the team need to start running, and she's only going to get that 1-for-1. Still not bad. Keeps the advantage in her team's favor. Plant going to be going through for Mimi, so not going to impact on the ultimates, but a lot of that is due to Petra's position. Just being that little bit more aggressive. Flash actually not going to meet, so she'll be able to just sit up top, and they're still going to have to hunt her down.
Petra has a flash, decided to go off the breaches. Timing not great.
Not gonna...
Maybe expecting someone to be more towards the spawn side to capitalize on that. This is starting to get rough. G2 only have the 2 left, both on back site. These fights could be isolated. Spams in, danger for Mimi as her HP slips a little lower. Able to isolate a fight, but even then, Spidovka, the player's 33 HP, avoids any further damage walking out of that one. Nice and clean, our Ascent Rising.
Yeah, the 1 HP on Jolina as well, so it definitely did get a little bit close for comfort, but they managed to keep 4 players alive in a scenario that I feel very easily could have slipped away, and I guess just maybe a piece of utility here or there not quite connecting, like the pot flash through didn't really seem to do as much as maybe they were hoping it would. Even still, though, that was just a bonus round. So now coming back in with rifles across the board, even investing into the full shields, which is a little bit less common nowadays, thanks to Fnatic. They've managed to change everybody's mind on that one. Although I'm sure there's others who did it before it was cool.
Oh, there's always that one guy.
Now, at least. Now, yeah, you know. Yeah, you don't like pop music because, you know, it's popular. But I liked it when it wasn't.
I liked it before it was its own genre. Now it sucks. There's a lot of information towards this A site, but oh, okay, they know that Amy's up close. The flash is good though, and there's nothing you can do about that. Amy's still alive. What? Doubling up on kills. That should not have happened. And I think you got to commend the flash for at least giving her that little window of opportunity.
See, okay, if Glance has from the shadows here, this is fine.
Yes.
But she does not. Now they're just going to end up battling in the spawn, and wow, Jolina's done incredibly well. It could have gone so badly wrong if she falls her teammate facing the other way, but instead now, I guess Glance is somewhat walking into an empty site. It's definitely a peculiar round. I'm not going to say anything else, but if she falls, now she's going to go hunting. This is very weird. Somewhat walking in.
Yeah, it's just an uncomfortable round with all the control they had to give up. Glance even had to just clear. There's not a player close. Has to be worried about a heaven play. A little bit more open on the plant, just avoiding spams if there was somebody about to crest the ridge up in heaven. Smoke up. Movement towards the spawn, but Ascent Rising happy to buy time. Jolina just spotting it for now, and there's the info that's locked in. The players group up. All three ready. Paranoia not going to land though. This could be an opportunity, but now they've spotted Glance, and only a bit of damage for her trouble. The information given away. Nade though. Okay. It was thrown a little wide. Thought maybe she might have the timing on the swing, but in the end, it's another Ascent Rising round.
Yeah, not a bad run from them at all. I genuinely don't know how Amy manages to get away with two players there. Like, the pop flash was audacious. The risk taken was impressive, but I thought that on the other side of things, G2 would have at least been able to trade that 1-for-1. A risky strategy from Ascent, but I like it. Just catching their opponents off guard. And I do think it's a case of if you let G2 have the space that they desire, you let them set up into these rounds, you let them put utility in for someone like Sarah, they're probably going to win the game. So taking some of that control, challenging them in that regard might just be the right play to make.
The nade has deterred them from pushing into B main just to start with. 8 of the most with some control, an orb to be recovered as well. If anything, just denied from the hands of G2. And now they wait. Hayden can stay here. 1 kill. And the ult is online. Even a potential escape mechanism. Or relocation if the A site was under threat. Catch the lurker, but it's going to be a full play. That's caught now. Stun is in. It's caught both of them. Paranoia good, but they can't react on time. The stun, it bought them that extra little bit of space. And G2 are able to grab a kill, grab a rifle, and play the later round. They've spotted Jolina too.
Yeah,
Jolina,
they spotted her, but Petra is also, her knowledge is known. Yeah, Jolina's just fallen almost immediately. Rotation has come through from the rest. But now these close range weapons, while firstly, some have been upgraded, but more so, almost some of these angles is going to be much more valuable. I feel like Amy has to clear out this position. Look at Petra. She's just checking the backlines, making sure that nobody managed to sneak their way past. Even now, just buying time, stunned through. Speedovka has been able to trade one out. Amy does well at the same time, and now Speedovka, Seeker's gonna give away her opponent's position, but a rifle has been retrieved for Petra. A chance to take this one home. She's ever so good in these scenarios. Just tries to bait her off, but the shot will be landed instead. Speedovka clutching things out once again. The Sky on Sky will go her way, and Ascend have a third round.
Very nicely done. Another scenario where Amy just does remarkably well on the way back through, being spotted out by Petra, deciding to immediately drop down, dodge the stun, grabbed a kill from that position. It's all these small things that are getting them back into these positions. And look, even though Amy goes down, it bought that extra second, having taken down the extra player backside, taking the focus of the player in heaven. Speedovka is able to make it to site, force the 1v1, isolate the final player, close out the round. 3 in a row now for Ascent. And yeah, G2 gonna call a timeout. Whether this is tactical, honestly, it looked to me like we might have seen Jolina. Yeah, technical pause. There we go. And yeah, Jolina was clearly DC'd. Now, here's the problem. The rules state that if damage is done, it doesn't matter if you DC. You got to call it beforehand. So it's whether it was.
Well, they also won the round as well. So that's
yeah, you're not going to have a reset, right?
I would be surprised, but it's possible. It would be dependent on if she dropped out before, but I don't think she did, because this was they fully aggressed and threw that nade in within the first 3 seconds. So if she's dropped out at that point, I'd be very surprised, because the rest of the team was still fully aggressing in the round.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, it's all, and the damage was done almost immediately, like you say, with that nade. Right, I do wonder though what the rule set is like for that. I imagine it's very similar to like in football, right? Correct me if I'm wrong here. In good old soccer, that when you can like foul someone, but if they have the ball, so their team has the advantage right now, they'll kind of let it play out a little bit.
Yeah,
I imagine
it's called
something similar
advantage
here.
It's basically called advantage. So like, yeah, if you were to play for, say you're about to score, someone on your team gets like taken out and you run in and score, the ref's not going to go, technically that was a foul, because obviously then it'd screw you up. I think it also depends on severity. Like, say for example you snap their leg, then they'll probably go, yeah, you know what, we're gonna send you off
for a minute. You might score. Come on, dude, just
I meant if his teammate scored, not the not the person who got wrecked. But yeah, I think it's within the limits of the law. And then obviously if at the point the ref goes, oh, actually I don't think there was an advantage, they can call it back to whatever it would have been, free kick, penalty, etc. Yeah,
like if Thierry Henry handballed the ball into the goal, you would probably want to do that. But
legendary moment.
Well,
the thing is, this is difficult for me because I want to annoy you, but I'm also a Tottenham fan and he's an Arsenal legend. So it puts me in a bit of a catch-22, but I do feel like annoying you holds more value to me.
Oh, wow, I'm honored. Thank you.
You should be flattered.
I think it was a big compliment. But yeah, I can confirm that was Jolene just DCing that we're going to get her back on the server any moment now. We'll be rocking back in to round 6 as per normal. The advantage to Ascent Rising, and very much the way that this game is going so far. A pistol win, a follow-up, and then things start to taper out a little bit for G2. Opportunities to get in there, I mean, they've been present, but Ascent Rising have just taken advantage of the chaos every single time.
Yeah, I think like none of the rounds have been particularly clear-cut. Like you had the 3v4 retake where Ascend managed to keep all 4 players alive, but 2 of them were like sub 35 HP. Then you obviously had the last round, which came down to a 1v1. So I do think that it's like for G2, it's not the biggest worry in the world just yet. I think that like Petra clutches that out and it could have been a very, very different story, but they are still going to give the time over to Carcass. And I will say something I've been impressed with so far, and I want to give the credit to him just because I do like him, but I also think they've got a lot of very vocal players as well, especially if you look at like Petra and Mimi. I would say G2 always seem to look very good after pauses. I feel like there are some teams where the difference is minimal, but I do feel like G2 goes in almost giving me those old school like Fnatic vibes from a different team. Or actually, to be fair, it also worked at Lock-In as well. The mini pause that seems to be the same length as any other pause, but it just depends the way you look at it.
I think it's wise though for them calling this timeout now, as we were painting the picture of it being a little bit of a rough spot for them. I think it's that showstopper entry and so many ults being so close. Talking about where you want to grab those orbs from, if at all. Someone like Mimi maybe going to pick one up, work towards that Rolling Thunder. And for the side of Ascend, it's the Viper's Pit being on. A lot of teams are going to use that early round. I think mostly we're seeing it used to lock down middle. Like historically, present day, teams seem to be a big fan of it. The only downside to it is the way the G2 have been lurking around there. Having someone like Petra, who's willing to play late into the round and has those flashes, it can be much more difficult to deal with.
Yeah, it's definitely more of an obscure sort of strategy, but it's the reason that they're running the double initiator. So you have that breach of sort of like the, okay, I'm gonna follow around your team. I'm gonna make sure that Sarah has the util she needs, the flashes, the stuns, and that gives that little bit of extra space on the other side of things. Now, this is still the G2 timeout. I think it may have disappeared for a second, and that might have bamboozled you into thinking that they've taken a second timeout. They have not. It's just a little bug with the graphics. They just come back, sorry, you don't have any more pauses. It's like, but what? Sorry? It's like, part of the system, mate. That's how it works.
You've lost one for the next game now.
It's basically, it'd be like how your internet provider works. It's like, we're going to remove your service for the next few days. It's like, you going to compensate me? No.
No, I don't think I will. 30 days of internet, and this month you get 25. That's what we're telling you. That's how it is.
You're going to have to deal with that, and if you have a problem with it, we don't care. Anyway, moving swiftly on, that didn't happen, because G2 do have a second timeout, or do they? We'll never know. But for now, at least, we'll assume they do. 1 minute 30 left on the clock, and, well, this is a much better purchase coming in for G2. Last round, it was close. 1v1, and they only had SMGs and pistols. So, by that law of logic, and be breaking right back into this one. But Ascent have proven they're willing to brawl, and Sarah, there we go. An easy kill. Spidovka, the hero of the last round, gone.
Good prediction. The player being in the smoke. Good control for G2. Might just have been spotted. I think Roxy was. She's going to continue to try to work this control. G2 falling back out of main, but not in time. At the most, a second away from the window.
We go.
They might have a good idea about, well, they certainly do now. Schnell grabbing that frag, making it very difficult for G2 with the spike. Left outside of sight, but never mind. Mimi's shutting it down, regrouping with her teammates and grabbing the plant.
Oh, she's actually going to give the... Are they going to... Okay, they're going to get both. I like G2 Gozen. I like... I was like looking at that orb and going like, oh, you're not going to take it? Oh, she's going to plant. Nope, she's going to give her teammate. So they both get closer to their ultimates. And she actually gets her Rolling Thunder online. Smart stuff from Gozen. It might seem simple, but a lot of teams wouldn't have done that. Oh.
Yeah, a lot. I mean, how many years did we beg teams to do stuff like that? Good stun, good nade, keeps them back, leaves Amy isolated, but no one's able to capitalize on it. Nobody looking to overextend. The time on G2's side. Ascent need to pick up the pace. Rolling Thunder put through, and that might just end it. Amy needs to be precise and can't get the shot off in time. 3 kills for Sarah and 3 rounds for G2.
Yeah, just nice little crossfire setup with the Rolling Thunder utilized. I don't think it's a bad place to throw it in. As said, they made the last round incredibly close. Definitely brought down the economy a little bit and just wanted to make sure they're getting back onto the board, because as we've seen recently, a lot of teams are much more capable of finding rounds on the attack side, so neither wanting to let things slip away. I will admit though, for Ascent, the last 2 victories they've had, which at least with the Tiger Anonymous game was pretty close, they have been fairly dominant when it comes to their defense, whereas it's been a bit more mixed for G2. Playing versus Kase, 11 round attack. And then when it came to BBL, much more dominant on the defense.
I've got your trail.
All right. I don't know if we've just lost Tom.
Already.
Well, okay. Looks like I might be back on. Sorry about that. A little bit of a hiccup while Mimi was just going ham. Oh my goodness. 3 kills with Sarah up behind. And that puts a pin in this round. We're caught back up with G2. Looking fantastic. 4 rounds now on the board. Little check if we got Tom. Is Tom with us? Hello?
See, I can hear you, but I don't know
That's
if
fine. I'll lock it down. We'll hear him chime in at some point. We'll have some... Oh, hello, Tom. I can't hear Tom, but he can hear me. That's good. I like that. It's like a fun game. Can't hear...
Oh, God. Hello. Hello.
Hey, Tom. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. I think you can hear me now. I think I can hear you.
Can.
That's good.
Yeah.
I can see the game. You can see the game?
Yeah.
All right. We're back, baby. 5v3. Hope you've been enjoying the action. Been a little busy on our end. Things are starting to heat up for G2. Kill after kill going their way, and we're leaving 2 players to try and retake for Ascent Rising. It's Schnell and Speedovka, flashed, and very much known to be in this spot. Put in a box. Right now, they might just look to send what they have through to the next round. And it looks like we are just seeing a save.
It seems like G2 again. Like I don't want to just give the credit over to Carcass, but they're looking a little better. I'm not gonna lie, we were trying to fix some sound issues, so I don't really know what happened in this round. But I'm gonna assume it went pretty well, considering as of right now they still have all 5 players left standing, and on the other side of things they've only got 3 in the spike went off. So by my powers of deduction, that's gone pretty well.
Well done, Tom. I like your deduction on that one. In general, I would say rounds going up is good for that team. And well,
what? But okay, but what if it's round number 2? The other team is full eco, and all of your players die, but you win. Is that a good round?
No. What about if your round numbers go up and then they restart the game the next day and make you cast from 7-0 up? That's a good round.
That's a problem.
That was entertaining for me. I'll say I got to watch the game twice. I can't complain about that. But yeah.
Could be worse. Everybody could go home, and then someone saw a turret. And
those were good times. Those were
and then
great
everybody
times.
has to come back again.
Valorant history is just so
Some people,
so rich.
the analyst desk, never left.
Yeah. That was you, Tom.
Here we go, though.
Oh, no! The timing is terrible. Oh, Speedovka.
Oh, that's as unlucky as you can get. Even walking over the top. Amy from the back. Oh, I thought for a second she was going to be able to get 2 there, but it's a cursed timeline for Speedovka. Nice work from Jolina. Someone highlighted many a time by the desk. One of the analysts even went on a rant about her. I think that was me. And yeah, just performing unbelievably well in this round. We'll see if she can keep it up. Still a clutch situation. 2 players from G2. There is a chance.
Oh yeah, we're looking good with Mimi and Roxy. 1 flash, excuse me. We just heard 1 pop. There's the second. Nade will go out though. Oh, it's on point as well. Roxy gonna have to evade it straight into the path of hated the most. Winning the fight. Jolina's down, and it's all on to Schnell. 50 HP and nothing to say. G2 just dominated that round. I thought there was a slim chance, but I stand corrected.
Now I'm starting to believe that Carcass just gave them the talk that Barbar once did. He told me about this. It was truly inspirational, where he just said, don't lose, and then his players just went and killed everyone. Because I can't say that this round came down to strategy. Like, that was just individual brilliance. Roxy somehow winning a battle where... that's the thing. Hated the most is waiting for her to push that after her teammate's utility pushes her into that angle, and she still wins the duel like it was absolutely nothing. And I do not blame Ascent Rising for taking a timeout here. They started so strong, taking a 3-2 lead, and since then it has been all Gozen.
It's like you said, Tom, Ascent Rising, they look good on this defensive side typically, so the story was sort of making sense even as G2 took their 3rd round in round number 6. But then, well, we have certainly spiraled out of control ever since then. You take a look at what they have, credits wise, it's gonna get worse, Tom. And in all likelihood, oh, actually, good point. You know, a Blade Storm could help, a Showstopper. These are ultimates that often will bring teams back into a round, but a Neural Theft, I hadn't thought of it. Never mind the eco. Advantage
with the
Ascent
Vipers.
Rising.
That's going to be the coolest thing.
Absolutely.
They are actually investing into this one a little bit more. And with the Stingers and a Judge, I almost wonder if that Viper Spit's actually going to be used, because these are all weapons that will severely benefit if that Viper's Pit is in the right place at the right time. And I don't know if it's just me, but I can still hear some tunes rolling.
Hey, they knew. That was Jack Igo on the track. He knew that these guys weren't looking to push all too soon. Ascent Rising, making their way down through middle. Chanel's caught her way in behind the boxes. And there's a bait going on. Jolina swinging out bit by bit. You see her there on the X-ray. It's whether they figure out that this is a bait setup, that they're trying to lure them in. There we go. Playing ignorant, falling back. The steps are heard. They shouldn't think that Chanel's here, but they cleared it anyways. Jolina does well to trade out. Well-timed peek, but they won't get the advantage they were looking for.
One off. Oh, the Judge completely blinded. And that's the thing. There's been a lot of trap plays in this round from Ascend Rising. A lot of decent ideas, but G2 are just so aware. Like paranoiaing the close angle behind the smoke, making sure no shenanigans can happen. Even checking the close corners. Okay, it ends up in a trade, but again, just so methodical in the way they play these rounds. And now, well, neural theft's been utilized. Amy, that's a nice shot at least. Knows the information of one player. I don't know if she'll expect the second, and a little bit stuck in the mud here. Roxy will take down her counterpart. Showstopper actually going to be used, and it gets nothing. That should have been at least a kill. That wrap around from Glance, the steps, they're just sticking this all the way through. They need the kill, and they've done it. It's a round that never should have come through for the side of Ascend, but hey, they had 17 seconds left for that defusal, maybe half a second in reality.
That's incredible. The showstopper there could have single-handedly ended the round as well. Both players stood atop the stairs. It looked so easy. And then it comes down to this. Just a little hidey hole for Jolina to stick the defuse in. G2, well, they're going to look to seek out some vengeance by the looks of things. We're getting a right away blast pack play up into heaven. Paranoia ready for Glance. Flash on the cross. A ton of control. But there was no one there to capitalize on, to punish.
Oh, pace change. Amy, oh, I don't know how they keep getting away with this with just the space they're taking. It seems like every single time a member gets bamboozled. I wonder if Glance actually just sprayed towards the Seeker, by the way. Like, I think Sarah might have had the information of her opponent, but I think Glance just random sprayed. I could be wrong. Maybe we'll get a replay of it. Nonetheless, they're getting picked apart. Nice work from Chanel, but again, Sarah Glance is just popping heads through every single angle, and the remaining two, well, let's say there's knowledge there.
Yeah, Chanel even got a kill, so they're fully aware of where she is as she makes her way up the ropes. With G2 stacked up on site, time ticking away as we speak. The call has been made once again. Ascend Rising will be pulling back, saving for the next round. An impressive win for them in the previous, where they managed to stick it out from underneath G2's nose, but it looks like that defensive side hasn't quite been figured out yet. Mimi will be dropped, but the effects of that will be minimal. G2 have plenty of cash to invest into.
Last round in the half.
I want to see if we've got that kill from Glance. I could be completely wrong, but I feel like she shoots at a Seeker. Okay, so this is where the kill comes through, but her teammate... Oh no, that was earlier,
Slightly
right?
after,
it was the one after. Yeah, okay. Never mind. We'll never know. It's a ruse. But either way, 12 and 6 for Petra, 12 and 7 for Sarah, both thriving. Both probably have a decent amount of entry kills as well, which will not be the most common thing for a Sky. But again, they look to build up early. They still have a couple of ults to play with. Viper's Pit has been online for a long time for Jolina. Oh, which one? But that's the thing with the pace of their opponents. They basically just have to gamble on where they think they're going to be going. And, well, with G2, that's a risky game. For now, they've got a lot of mid control, so they should have a pretty decent idea. Opponent.
They've cleared elbow and everything with the flash that just popped out. A site control is guaranteed to be theirs. And they're comfortable to get that plant look in the corner. Sarah, they haven't cleared her at all. 2 for her trouble. Maybe some more with the Rolling Thunder to follow up on. No blast packs and nade through, but Shrouded Step got him out. Just about. Hated the most, was able to escape. 2 more players coming from ramp. 1 already spotted at least. Mimi has an idea. You see how cautious she's being. The flash goes out eventually, and the follow-up is there.
Right there. I think Sarah's just showed us the rank gameplay we were looking for. Just swings through into spawn and just wrecks Hated. An 8-4 half for G2. Very, very dominant showing. And that's the thing that's been so impressive from them. It genuinely looks like you could find these young duelists, you could slot them into the team, and they will thrive, because she's just had an absolute field day in this first half.
Well, 8 rounds for G2. You gotta remember, we were 3-2 in the lead for the side of Ascent Rising. It was looking to be a very promising half on their defense. And Tom, like you said, we expect them to put up the numbers more so on their defense, whereas G2 can be that little bit more fluid with how they play on each half. I think it's fair to say the favorite of G2 coming in here, the team that historically up against Ascent Rising this year, even though again roster changes plenty have happened.
They've never won a map.
Seems to be, you know, yeah, exactly. It was never even a map won. Even if you go back to last year and all those head-to-heads, it's 6-0 in maps, 3-0 in series. G2 historically win this battle.
Yeah, worryingly, last time out in 3 maps. Bear in mind it was a best of 5. They got 10 rounds. Now, it is a different look, Ascent. I think they've been gradually improving as they go along, but unfortunately, at the moment, it is looking like G2 are that bogey team once again. They're the bogey team for a lot of different people, though. Already, it's off to a flyer. Sarah has been unstoppable thus far, and it doesn't look like that's going anywhere. The assist onto the kill from Glance. Amy already tagged low. What?
Wow. Quite a ridiculous round.
No, I'm sorry. What? You'd already won. You'd already won. You didn't need that. You didn't need the straight BS that I'm almost starting to question if it was even her that got the kill or someone else did. Show me it. I think she saw her run out, but it's still ridiculous.
Now, it's only a very, very small window to catch that info, but yeah, capitalized on, even blinded. G2 are, well, it's got to be said, they're looking like the better team right now. And with both pistols under their belt, you know, chances of this one slipping very, very low. Maybe there's an opportunity for Ascent if they can come in the next round, but and obviously find success there, but it has to be next to flawless from this point forward. Well, from the next point forward, again, they've only got a couple of pistols here, 2 sheriffs. That's going to be difficult to really find the value with. 1 already dropped. And there's the second.
They've been keeping these rounds squeaky clean. I think only round I can think of that they've let slip was when it was the sneaky defuse speed of cut. And while Jolina will at least get 1 for her trouble, something at least, but it's not going to be much of a damaging prospect now. G2 10 rounds up on the board and only needing a remaining 3 to take this to the second map. I think a spot in the final already seems to be calling them, and I'm definitely waiting for a response. 10 finds that SM Rising, don't get me wrong, they've been a pretty damn good Ascent team, but definitely had some struggles more recently. And although it's looked a bit shaky for G2 as well, I feel like since they've hit the playoff stage, since they've got out of groups, they've just been a different beast. Like, I could be honest and say when they came into the game versus BBL, I was like, BBL should take this. They won that game. They beat Kase comfortably. Just been, at the moment at least, they seem to be storming through this one.
Yeah, even last time we were calling back to the fact that there'd been struggles for this G2 roster, more so than what we'd seen in the past. I guess somewhat expectedly with changes. Big play, know? Amy, Roxy rather, in the corner, completely caught off guard.
Yeah, I was worried for a second that they weren't going to check that, but they know their time into the site. Sarah actually going to be swinging out maybe a little bit early. The rest of the utility still not there. Mimi has been popping heads over the last few rounds, so with her having a rifle, I still feel like there's a chance. It's just going to be the bait out from Petra. Even still, somehow she's the one to get the kill. Goes looking for a little bit more hated. Waiting. How? I'm not sure how they're winning these duels, and somehow it's down to just the one-on-one. Speedovka won this battle last time out. Petra with a chance for a revenge, and well, guesses the right side, but doesn't land the shots. At least in these 1v1 battles, maybe Speedovka's ahead, but considering what was invested, Mitch, yeah, don't think they're going to be too... Would you say that's a big win? You know, we were talking about that earlier.
A massive dub.
The number went up
for the side of G2.
So in Mitch Man's eyes, it's a dub.
Well, see, I said the number, right? I didn't say the round number. Obviously, what I was talking about, number of kills could also work. And I saw the number of kills go up for G2.
The dub.
And they won the round, in theory, right? They didn't win the round.
But like one went
board,
up by 5, the other went up by 4.
But it's a big win for them. So,
right.
Yeah, it's
well,
all making sense.
Sounds like waffling.
They've stuck two right past underneath the radar of their opponents. This could be it. It could be a nail in the coffin because they've spotted them on the rotate. That timing. Sarah's in the perfect position to realize there's no one here anymore. There's no utility to cover them. This is a disaster.
But that's the thing. Normally on your lurk side of the map, you'd have the trip, which they do because they originally started lurking back towards the B site. So that's where all of the Cypher utility is. On the other side of things, all they have to do is delay. And there are 2 players sat perfectly primed and ready for Mimi to take them down. It's a slaughter. They've been murdered on their way through, not even realized they've walked into the trap. And now, well, Amy, yeah, she'd done her job. No one came through the B side. She's now trapped, 45 HP. She'll get absolutely nothing. G2 break back like nothing ever happened in the prior round. And that was just maybe the worst timing I've ever seen in history.
I can't believe it. I like that nobody sees it, that the Tiger went past them.
Look at that! It's literally to the split second. Like, the funny thing is, if Jolina's caught there, that is the lesser of evils. Like, if she just dies because that wall goes down a split second sooner, that's fine. At least the rest of her team know. Instead, they all walk into a death trap.
That really was Troy getting the pizza. Worst possible reality that we ended up in, at least for the side of Ascent Rising. And coming out of it, they need a moment to gather themselves. A timeout, a second for this squad. And not surprising, they have one last chance to fight back into this, 2 rounds away from G2 taking the map. And it's G2's map pick. Ascent is up next. It could be a different story there. Ascent will at least like to go out of this one with a bit more of a fighting chance. Build up some of those rounds. Very close as well to a lot of their ultimates attack side. And get some decent space with it. But G2 have just looked untouchable so far.
Well, 11-5. If there is going to be a break back, unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be here. A weird purchase. It's unusual. You see 2 classics, a couple of other pistols, and then a Guardian. I guess just a bit of extra money for Amy. But the thing is, it seems like the rest of the team are just going to go in. She's almost going to lurk back and try and do some damage. Tiger's done its job. Unfortunately, Glance is the ultimate bodyguard. And well, once the rest of the team, she gets into a little bit of trouble, she's got Sarah to help her out as well. It's now just that guard. The Guardians managed to get a little bit further than maybe G2 will have realized, but they've been super aware of everything their opponents have tried to do. Although I say that, free kill? No. I thought for a second she was going to get nothing. Like, it's not much better, let's be honest, but it could have been so much worse.
It could have looked so much worse, but yeah, Tom, I have to agree. In the grand scheme of things, it's the same outcome. We end up 12-5. Ascend, 1 chance to fight back. Damage done is minimal, so G2 have got a wealth of credits sat at their back, ready to invest if they do actually find any sort of a roadblock ahead of them. They can pay that toll and keep on moving, and for Ascent Rising, it has to be near perfection. Round to round, 7 in a row, OT, and then some. Hell of a task.
Petra already spotting out the lurk. Amy's just getting pressured. Dear Lord, they have no mercy. Just run at this point. Hide. Like, fear what is on the other side. It is Amy. Just unnatural how much confidence there is for the side of G2, but this is one of the most competitive rounds we've seen. An even trade somehow in the early stages. The cam is just looking directly at them. Finally, it will be destroyed. But look at the rotation. Already the support is coming. Roxy still somewhat alone for the moment, under pressure. She's going to go through and still manages one. It is the trades, though. Jolina, that shining spark, has had a chance, and, well, that chance will be taken. Viper's Pit used, but to be honest, at this stage, I don't blame them.
Yeah, I mean, the 2v1, they had no info on where the other player was coming from. No risks to be taken.
Down A.
This here, you can see a world where Roxy gets that little more, where Petra's aim correction is perfect. And the whole thing just falls apart from there. But now we rewind and play it one more time, at least. Because as I said, G2, they've got those rifles, and they've got some more if they fail out on this one. Ascent Rising. Time to do it twice. Showstopper's the one to entry this time. It's going to get a lot of space. It's going to get real close. The shot fired, though, and that's the end of Schnell. Petra was waiting patiently. Oh, the timing. It's perfect. You rarely see a bigger punish than that. The spike now trapped up in heaven, surrounded by the defending side. And I don't know what the plan is here with a showstopper still to be used by Sarah. Ascent seemed just moments away from defeat. But, never mind.
Well, Amy's at least managed one. The flash, solid. But again, the trade is there. Got 1 for 1. Meat is going to put down Amy at that. It's left all onto Jolina. As said, she's, again, tried her best throughout this game. Won them around or so, and on the long wraparound, maybe there's a very small chance that she catches Mimi off guard. Stun going through the other side. Glances corner, doesn't actually cover this.
30 seconds
It
left.
could just be the freebie. There's the first. Needs to get the second, and she will! She keeps the game going just that little bit longer. Again, being the hero Ascent needs.
Last spotted on bottom ramp. I mean, a hell of a rotation to make. The timing there, near perfect. I imagine a few more seconds and the spidey senses start to tingle. The internal clock tells you that maybe she could be making it through your spawn at that point, but just a little too quick for the alarm bells to ring. Very nicely done. 12-7. And guess what? G2 are on a full buy. They've got more money. Glance, the only one to see a weakness in the form of the Sheriff, and ulti's online. We said last round Sarah had that showstopper, got caught through the edge of a smoke, but it's very much online and ready to roll in this round. See if Ascend even try to bait it out to begin with. You ever seen some utility go through here? From any moment, they might need to turn tail and run.
Showstopper. Could easily be that difference maker. A minute and a bit left on the clock, and you can see how tentative the side of Ascend are being. Very wary of the fact that G2 have been more than happy to pressure across the map. For now, though, being that little bit more patient. Could be down to the weaponry. Could be down to almost baiting Ascend into making a decision. Paranoia to be put through would leave, though, being there in a bit of an awkward spot. Oh, I thought for the second the timing was going to be nasty. TP through, she waits it, but Roxy doesn't connect. Misses the shot slightly, now being pressured. Now she connects, though. The tougher one of the lot.
Oh, great flash as well. The reveal's on site. The ult and the trap wires combining. G2 have all the pieces lined up. And the puzzle soon to be completed. Barely any time as Amy wants to get up that rope. There's a player holding it, a flash in, delaying further. 12 seconds, flash again, blinded and dealt with. Mimi on the 3K to close out the map. G2, they find great success here on Split.
Yeah, it took, for the most part, hero plays to basically win Ascend any rounds. Like, other than the 3 initial ones they got after the pistol and follow-up in the first half, it was all G2. utter domination. The interplay between them just seems to be sublime. Mimi and Petra having a field day. Sarah, I genuinely, I'm starting to wonder if G2 just grow superstars in a lab, because they keep coming out with this stuff like, oh, we just found her in ranked. It's like, come on now. What, you found probably the best duelist so far this season just in ranked? Like, it's ridiculous. I don't know how they managed to spot out and find these players, but all I'm going to say is if Petra ever does retire, she's definitely got a career in finding the future stars, because it's ridiculous how good this G2 squad look. Of course, it's their map choice, and maybe that's where the depth might be missing just a little bit, but I don't feel like they're going to be too worried going into Ascent. Ridiculous.
No, I think this has got to be a team with the wind in their sails at this point. Ascent rising with some pressure on their back, comfort in the map that they're playing, but who knows what that really means up against a team like G2. They just dominated this map, controlled it perfectly. Couple of big clutches though. Good signs of life.
This again.
Yeah,
I
this
didn't
is
need to see
heartbreaking.
this again. It's to the like pixel, for God's sake.
You genuinely wouldn't see that level of choreography in a movie. Just ridiculous.
Yeah, the thing is, if you did, you'd be like, they put that in for dramatic effect.
Yeah,
like, you'd be like, it probably wasn't this ridiculous, was it? It was like, okay, let's just add that in just so it looks kind of cool, but no, that's what G2 were doing throughout this map, and as I said, I think it's going to need to be a pretty drastic turnaround. One of the better maps we've seen them play versus G2, which kind of shows you how bleak this scenario is, because G2 just seems to have a great matchup versus them. Hopefully, for Ascend's sake, they can turn it around in the next one.
Well, there is another map, at least one more to come in this series. But for now, we're going to toss things off to a break, and our analyst desk will be breaking it all down after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Calling all students. Compete in the ultimate VALORANT competition.
The Red Bull capless clutch.
Register now for your national qualifier.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
9-7 for G2 goes into closeout split their own map pick. They're putting themselves in the lead 1-0. Welcome back to Game Changers EMEA Series 2. Pilski, if I'm being completely honest, 13-7 might have been the final score, but it didn't feel like that was the case.
Yeah, that was a total stomp as far as I'm concerned. G2, very, very convincing game to split. Night and day attacking side compared to what they showcased against BBL the other day, where honestly they looked a little bit lost. They looked like they were having a tough time finding rounds at all. But today, really snappy, beautiful utility usage, the way that they sequence rounds, you know, going for those A set plays and then like a little bit of mid control. Yeah, the set plays to get the vents control and stuff like that. It was beautiful. They were setting up Sarah so well that game.
Yeah, the set play specifically is something that you wanted to talk about a little bit more. So we have a round that highlights it even further. Round 4 being one that allows G2 to set up Sarah. And in general, I feel like that was the theme for the entirety of this game, Inami.
Yeah, Sarah kind of had the game on like an easier mode, I guess, the way Pilski says it, where like they were always giving her the setup that she wanted. So I probably let him talk about this round.
I mean, this is something they used to do with Mary, where they do the fault line double satchel into vents, and then they try to turn this into an A split. And this is what I wanted to see more of from Ascent. They go for this A ramp dive as the split's going out. Spadoka flashes for Amy. I wanted to see them be more proactive like this, and it did get them some success early on. But the rest of the game did not really feel like this, Ginny. You know, the rest of the game, it felt like G2 was kind of just running them over.
Yeah, it felt, especially when they were, even on the defensive side of things, Inami, G2 was just very happy to push out aggressively whatever site they were holding. They would leave Roxy usually anchoring onto the A site, and that is something that it felt like Ascent Rising didn't really have the answer to.
Yeah, they lacked answer for the aggressiveness coming in from G2 in general, and they also they weren't really able to play the way we used to see them play. We didn't see any lurks. We didn't see the aggressiveness. It seemed like they were not really playing or like too afraid to do anything. They were just waiting for some things to happen. And also like we've seen them sometimes just too lazy to check some corners, and they just end up dying to Sarah or dying to Petra. So we didn't really see Ascent play this match, honestly.
Yeah, Pilski, when we came into this matchup specifically, we had a discussion about pressure, about mental, about the fact that this is the team that you've played against multiple times and you are yet to take a map off of them. We even had a conversation with the coach who mentioned that no, we don't really have a lot of expectations. We don't have pressure. We made a roster change. We are chilling. But it felt like when we were looking at Ascent Rising on the server, it didn't feel like the Ascent that we've been seeing so far. The complete opposite of G2 goes, and they were a little disjointed.
Yeah, no, definitely not. They didn't look like they had very much confidence. Their individual players really didn't turn up to the game much. When you see someone like Amy, for example, on the defensive side of Split playing the Cypher, completely just give up trying to hold the A site towards the latter defensive rounds. If you go back and watch the VOD, they didn't even try to hold A, and G2 just kept going A over and over again, and they were allowed to walk into a free site and take whatever map control they want. That's a very troubling sign.
Yeah, we're gonna have to we're gonna have to hope that Ascent Rising is able to hit that reset button and go into the next map, which is going to be Ascent. But another thing really specifically that we wanted to highlight, Pilski, was G2 goes in and just how great they are at setting up Sarah. Round 13 being such a great example. It was a pistol round, and just a nade coming out doing so much.
Yeah, I mean, they did a really good job with the breach util. Mimi in particular has been fantastic on the breach, but you see Ascend, they're trying to go up ramp side. Fault line gets pulled. They wait for the right timing. Sarah calls the audible of the guiding light coming out in the paint shells. It's an immediate fault line onto ramp side with the paint shells, and then they just collapse onto Ascend. And I think it really just shows how well G2 are playing off of each other right now, how solid the communication is. Every little bit of util the entire game was just picture perfect.
Yeah, that's a scary picture to be looking at, Inami, because we're going to be heading on to this time around Ascent's map pick, which is Ascent. Surprise. And it's going to bring a question of can they still replicate what we've seen them do in the last couple of days, because this first matchup, as we've seen today, this first map split, it didn't feel much like the Ascent that we were hoping, or at least used to seeing so far in the playoffs.
Going to your map pick is supposed to give you some confidence, and hopefully they're able to reset, as we said, and get the communication, because Hated the most spoke about it too, that they had some weird communication sometimes. It was sometimes chaotic. So hopefully they're able to find some better communication. They're able to like communicate better, so we can see them play better and perform the way we expect from Ascent, because the first map, that's not the Ascent Ryzen we used to.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing Amy back onto that Killjoy. I think this is something we've seen time and time again, Pilsky, and I think, if I remember correctly, you did mention she was one of the best Killjoys you've seen.
I mean, in general, she just plays the Sentinel role very, very well and puts up a lot of stats. You know, this is going to be a pretty straightforward agent select. The Ascent comps are very, very played out. But we got to just keep an eye on, you know, let's remove comps, let's remove maps, let's remove tactics from the equation entirely, because for me, that's not the issue right now for Ascent Rising. They need to regain that confidence. They need to get that mental reset, because they did not look like themselves against G2 at all there on Split, and they have a very short turnaround time to be able to try to rediscover that form that they've been bringing in the group stage and earlier in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's all we can hope for really from the side of Ascent Rising if they want to continue and push this into that final decider map Haven, which is looking really good for them statistically. But before we get there, they need to overcome the hurdle of Ascent, which happens to also be their own map pick. So let's head into the second map of this best of 3 series. Ascent Rising against G2 goes in on Ascent with Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much to our analyst desk. Tom, it's time to kick this second map off. And I mean, look, Ascent Rising, they didn't win a single pistol in the previous. They're going to hope to get off to a good start here on Ascent, because it's their map and it's their chance to start the reverse sweep.
Yeah, for sure. They had a shaky game last time out on Ascent, but clearly a map that they feel very confident on. But at the same time, I would feel a little bit worried for them. I think one of the good things is, firstly, you don't have to face off against Petra's Sky, which has been causing issues for, well, let's just say the last few days, since she's been playing it pretty much every single map. Also, I think that Sarah's Jet is definitely going to cause them issues, but I don't know what it is. I feel like the combinations with her and the Raze just hit a little bit better for me, so maybe just a personal preference rather than anything else. But I do think that they're gonna have other problems, like Roxy moving over to the Killjoy. Her versus Amy is going to be a really fun battle, and I always like seeing Mimi on a KO, just because I feel like with Breach, she's very good at that supportive element, good in clutches, but this gives her a bit more of an opportunity to be that bit more aggressive.
Well, we're going to be getting into Ascent any moment now with G2 on that defensive side. We'll see what they're cooking up with Sarah's Jet being a big talking point. I'll see if she can make you eat your words rather. As she comes in.
Oh, don't get me wrong, it's still very good. I just like the Raze a little bit more. Not on this map,
I see, okay.
Just in general.
I see. Oh,
I don't think I'm eating any words. I think she's going to do great.
Okay, good. Once that's the expectation, you're already off to a flying start. Jolina's down. The B site that hold, though, it's got 2 players held up on the back. One baiting them in, and Roxy up close, ready to deal the damage. Shorty in hand, and it's followed up on. The trade is good. Now support comes into the site. Mimi around the back of the boxes, able to shut down Hated the most, leaving just one. Amy in the alleyway, and only 1 kill for her. 20 HP, too easy. As G2 take another pistol.
Yeah, it was a weird time last time out as well, because it was actually a very attacker side game when it came down to them versus KPI Shrine on Ascend. So I'm hoping we're not going to see a repeat of that, but for their sake, maybe they'll need it. I also really despise the fact that G2 seem to be able to do no wrong. Like, the shorty play in the back of the site only really works if they go B, because otherwise you have to just run around the map with a shorty for the rest of the game. It doesn't really work for them, but clearly just having a hard read on what they thought Ascend were going to be doing, and well, unfortunately Ascend have fallen for the trap.
Let's go, Roxy. Oh,
don't know if she's done a lot of damage or zero.
A little bit. It's coming close on the lineup, but they're not on top of the box. They were just down below
bullets.
It was just very close to. That's 2 full reloads already. I think it was the full 50 bullets, so down to just 50. Now this is pretty much just a normal rifle with a little bit less stats behind it.
Just a little bit, yeah?
Just the tiniest,
just a
most
tiny bit
irrelevant quantity.
Completely worse.
In Roxy's hands, though, I don't know. I feel like she can make it work. Maybe not full blinded. The reveal's good.
She's gonna run out.
Angle for spamming, but she'll get it in the end. Down to the classic. No more ammo. And following up. That's 2 kills already.
Oh, I hate
Couldn't do that with a Vandal.
That's back-to-back rounds where Roxy's made me salty. One playing a shorty, just pure disrespect, and then the next one shooting out 150 bullets of an Ares and getting 1 kill with it.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
You know what though, Tom?
She got wallbang kill with a classic.
This is where you need to understand.
That's a wallbang.
Wallbanging is a way of life.
2 damage.
It's not a choice. It's a way of life. And the calling there for Roxy was damage and also delaying the push. You know, they didn't feel confident to stand on top of the box and get the orb. Big push, a big shutdown. Ascent Rising waiting. And, well, they have certainly reaped the rewards now.
I don't think that flash caught anyone. I think that it didn't look like anybody was blind, so maybe a little bit shallow, and because of that, kind of sent the teammates into their deaths. The thing is, this is a bonus round, so you're going to see G2 take some risks. I would say that you wouldn't normally see, but the last 2 rounds might beg to differ a little bit. And actually, the last map, they played some risky game style, but it seemed like it worked out wonderfully. Mimi going back for a little more, and Mo is going to spot the full force of her opponents. The deadly duo of Petra and Mimi sat within this. Schnell going to take the aggressive control. Petra still on this spot. Hasn't been seen. Eventually will go down, but again, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Sure.
And now we get to see the real weapon in play, the Ares, and it's gone. Just like that. Caught out in the open, dealt with. The weight of this round put onto Mimi's shoulders. No chance to follow through with more. So the damage, it's not terrible what Ascent Rising have sustained. I think this is the more promising 3rd round than what we've seen in the past.
Yeah. Well, and also, look, G2 have had their fun. I don't expect to be seeing much more Ares gameplay. I didn't even realize Mimi's kill there just catches a player, Jolina, in the TP. But they kept that one relatively clean. 3 players alive. Investment will now come into the rifles. The big daddy of the Ares has been bought up as well, so this time the damage should be a little bit more. Yeah, the big daddy of it, which is the big daddy
of the Ares.
Listen,
I understand. I wasn't putting the 2 and 2s together right there. I was like, Tom, you work with me. You should know the name. This one. We'll see what it can do. Lined up right now. Oh, actually, B-main's going to be interesting. The turret is spotting the cross. As soon as it goes off, there's going to be an Odin spray for days. And 2 players in there that could be in a lot of danger. And it's a smite skin.
Look at all the damage. Wow. Insane. Like, it almost seems like Amy's taken 0 damage. But you'd be confused because there's no way that could have happened.
Well, no, I mean, Schnell got tagged up. So, you know, that might have deterred their aggression. Unfortunately, it did not. And instead, they've managed to get B-side.
Yeah, Amy's actually just trying to cut off rotations. Long pushback. This could be a problem. This could be a big problem. Smoke going down. If they manage to somehow catch this spike. No. Okay. Good awareness from Jolina to utilize that smoke to get through that cross. The deep position as well of Amy, even if it's not spotted initially, could make things so much worse. And they managed to wrap back around. Cross aren't looking to be going through. Dash past. Sarah has made that realization. And Petra trades 2 back. I thought they were going to be in real trouble here instead. 13 seconds. Spike in hand. It has to be kills. It has to be both players dying at this stage, and it's not going to happen. We were worried about Petra's Sky. It seems like maybe we should just be worried about Petra.
Yeah, at this point, she is just petrifying enemies left, right, and center. And
proud of that one.
Oh, a little. The flash up top, yeah, it's the smoke that actually blocked it from catching those players. It wouldn't get anybody in on the right side anyways. So I guess the impact would have been negligible no matter what. And the smoke fades just a second later as well. But yeah, the fact that they managed to cross, managed to get site control, and then it crumbles from there, it's another worrying sign for the squad of Ascent. Different lineup, a much better one to follow on from the turret. It's actually going to be early round spams. There's a safe spot to creep around on the corner. The knife took out the turret. Not able to play on the contact. And again, you know, without a reveal coming through here, it's going to be really tough to find this value, because now you're forced back. You need a player to be covering your walkout if you're actually spamming, and well, it's done. They're going to delay it.
The whole plan there was to deny the retrieval of the orb, and it didn't. Schnell managed to get it. Now it's Bladestorm. Now she is already tagged up, so It's going to have to be instant shots, but I will say that's normally the case when you're using a Blade Storm. Deep control already taken around Wine as well from Glance. Like, this is the thing with G2. If they're not taking a spot on one side of the map, they've probably taken it on the other instead. Now again, Roxy somewhat isolated, but the space that's being taken by Ascent almost just seems like a ruse. An attempt to bait in aggression, to bait in players to rotate, and it hasn't. Nobody, in fact, has left their position. G2 are so confident that they're going to be moving towards this A site and timing well. Glance, and Sarah just swings. I love how much faith she has in her teammate. It's just like, okay, if my teammate's going to peek this, I'm going to peek with her no matter what. Time.
Now look, 2 HP left on Schnell. Good look getting that spike. Gotta rely on a big play from Amy. Maybe can catch a player with their back turned, maybe not.
Wow.
It's the Odin to close out the round and put another on the board for G2. 4-1. The lead extending, the defensive side looking good. And Ascent rising. I think they might be in a tougher spot. Now moving into this, the Blade Storm already burned up. I think they might be able to go for the buy though.
Yeah, this was more of a low purchase. Just alongside the Blade Storm, there are a few players with weaker weapons, so it's not too much of an issue. Still might be a piece or two missing, though. Like, I'm looking at the amount for Hated not being the best. It's more so just the manner in which these rounds have been going. Like, the 3v3, the Petra basically won out single-handedly. The last round wasn't even close. Like, you have seen just mass aggression. And as I said, like, I want a teammate like Sarah, where you have Glance basically fighting quite an aggressive angle. She just runs in, swings, no fear, just to give her that backup, that support. And I think that like, we talk about a honeymoon period in Valorant, but it seems like G2, every time a player is joining this team or a part of this team, they go through one of these spots where I just think that the player joins such a sort of good group of players, and they just, oh, okay, I can just play my game. There's going to be like learning points. There's going to be criticism at a time. But if I play with my team, I'm going to get the plaudits. I'm going to get the victories. And that's what's working at the moment, is that I don't feel like there's anything in Sarah's mind that goes, okay, I doubt myself here, or I don't have the confidence to do something. And if you can get that from your duelist, hey, you should win every match.
I think especially with a team like G2 as well, the support staff helping you out, it's got to make a massive difference, especially if you're just coming from ranked.
For sure, yeah.
You got some other voices there as well, but they're maybe not giving you the best advice. It's a huge upgrade for any player. Now the squad of Ascent, you know, we've had a timeout. We've had time to think over what's been going wrong, but things have changed up for G2 as well. Now a mid setup, turret more passive on B side, playing retake and offering for a fight up inside of the market, and Roxy has just stopped that push way before it started. The players haven't even approached B main yet. The spike is down under their control. Let me tell you something, Tom. You couldn't do that with a Vandal.
Oh, just... I feel bad for Ascend at this point, because again, like, think of the pistol, think of the second round. It's like they're walking into every single trap that G2 plays. It's almost like there's some sort of, like, I don't know, they're leaving a trail of berries or something just to get them to go to these positions, because it's just ridiculous. Like, you've walked into the one round where there's going to be an Odin in Boathouse. Like, this is not a common occurrence. This is not something that teams do often, for the reason of that it's insane. Like, even you don't do that in your ranked games, and you're a moron with the Odin. So the fact that Roxy's doing this in a pro game and just going like, yeah, do you know what, this round I'm going to play here, and maybe that was used to, like, you were going to spam into B as they try and run through, but to get a triple spray down with an Odin as they try and run in, it's madness. And I'm not surprised that Ascend didn't predict it, because if they did, I don't know, they've got to have some crazy philosophy about them.
That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Like, the player being in that corner, especially in a round like that, is also so unlikely. The weaknesses that they have, but for it to be the Odin just rattling away, well, that's certainly a wake-up call. We're 5-1. The only thing more impressive than that is looking at Petra on the scoreboard. She's 7-1 right now. Only died the one time. You kill Petra, you win. Oh, hello. Goodbye.
Okay. Aggressive start. Honestly, one of the better starts we've had. And bear in mind, Chanel only had an SMG in this round. They've again gone for a bit of a quasi-buy. Amy buying down a lot further than the rest of the team. Honestly, the thing is, though, the ults are still there. Bear in mind, G2 haven't really had to use any of them thus far. The lockdown as well is going to grant a lot of space. Not really pushing to the back, and there hasn't been any utility there. Normally, that's where you'd expect to see like a nano swarm or something, which Amy does still have online. Maybe going to use it for the post plant instead. And now, well, a lockdown going to be there on the other side. The battle attempted to try and push that a little bit further forward has failed. Now for the remaining two, Jolina, I think, is just hoping to catch them and does not. Petra is just tearing them a new one. Push that.
Now look how many players Amy has to deal with. That could be a good start. The lineup as well, the player diffusing. Little low, I think. It doesn't matter in the end. Cover is there. Once again, the suppressing fire. That puts a seal on this as G2 finds 6. The lead extending ever in their favor. And Ascent Rising, at some point, will start to feel shut out of this series. They're already a map behind. This is their map pick. And it hasn't been very promising so far, Tom.
No, and as said, like, one of the... Normally, they do have a very good, or at least a decent defensive side. But the last time out, at least, they dominated on the attack. That was where they really were shining versus their opponents. In fact, when we went to the mass amount of OTs, it was attack round after attack round after attack round after attack round. Well, the best they could do now is 6. And that's the thing. You're also waiting to see if there's a slowdown. She gets digged and then goes, meh, might as well, right? Might as well. Oh.
No, the fight up close from Petra, and she is just running through smokes now. It's working as well. The one kill, good damage on the back of it. Knowledge of the player coming up on top. And they're waiting for it. There's the swing eventually. And although Mimi is traded, it's left down to 1. Spike up top to be retrieved. Amy has a good idea, probably on both players. You imagine Roxy's rotating
into the corner. She is so aware.
Yeah. And in fact, the timing,
nah. I've like genuine. Like, I know this is going to sound ridiculous because these are professional players and obviously have just played to a ridiculous degree. If this was in my matchmaking game, I'd report her for wall hacking because that was so perfectly timed. You couldn't write it. It's the same as the last map. Like, takes the paranoia out, kills Jolina. Now, bear in mind, she wins 2 duels over in towards A main, manages to isolate both, then walks around this corner and then goes, I'll just have a little look. And that's the moment that Amy decides to look the other way and peek wine. It's perfection from glance. Literal perfection. This
Petra, though, took her second death. The plan hasn't worked. You kill Petra, you win the round. That's what we thought. But no. Even then, there's another player to step it up now. Sarah must be in trouble here. Operator in hand. Players up close. And a shot onto Amy. A dash out. And she's escaped. The flash in as they try to take control. Denied any further utility. And look at this. A flash goes out. Turned from it. But they didn't push. They almost were ready for that. And the second time they push. This is ridiculous. Putting them in a box. Schnell thought she'd snuck on sight. Glances still got her. Able to fight from main while it's smoked off.
Okay.
And another to go down.
They know.
I don't think she meant to TP like that. Did she TP onto the shock dart or something? That was really weird. Either that or just missed the lineup. Took a lot of damage for it.
Petra's gone down again. As it's been proven in the last round, the Petra dying doesn't seem to make a difference to G2 winning, unfortunately. Look where the spike is. Like, okay, you do have the ability to TP and get it, but is there any point? Right now, nope. Oh, for God's sake. How is she doing this? I feel like Glance just manages to pull off things that should never be allowed. Now,
that's 2 rounds in a row now. Oh, you know, this is where I expect a timeout from Ascent Rising, where I expect them to, I don't know, just panic. This has been, I mean, they've got 1 round out of 9. Attack side, sure, their defense might look a little better.
It was the bonus as well. It was the bonus.
Yep.
If you want to put more sort of like sadness into this, it was the 1 round where you saw Roxy try and clutch with an Ares. Like,
anyway, but it was good as well. There were 3 players left alive, right? It wasn't the end of the world.
Okay.
They've got plans.
They finally caught her.
I mean,
after all the shenanigans.
A matter of time before all that utility came cascading in. Imagine Amy winning the wall bang battle. That would be something. It's happened to me in many a ranked game, but I don't think she's going to get the opportunity to because there's a player up behind her. Oh, that was clean.
Clean.
Second bullet kill, I think. Maybe third. I lost count, but Petra scaring her enemy a little bit before. It's like the clown from It. And this has turned into a bit of a circus on the attack side. Up until this point, we might have an opportunity in the 3v3 post plan.
Yeah, it's one of the better chances they've had. And she's already got it back again. I feel like it was not that long ago that I saw her pop this in the last retake. Even still, though, Speedovka is, I want to say, surviving on her last legs, holding it down, but I'm very scared that at any moment an Odin could come in and just blast her out of existence. They know where the second player is as well. Not really much that they can do in terms of playing together. The shot dance might even kill her. Down to just 31 HP. Nice shot from Hated, though. Somehow making this one look possible. But Speedovka so desperately low into the 1v1. A real chance for her here. And just a spam going through. He'd run out of bullets. Somehow Speedovka's done it. So
I can't believe that. What was that? 3 shots left in the Odin? Attempted spam, having to swap to another weapon as well. Even the shorty just had to 50-50, right or left side, pick one. That is just ridiculous. Well, it's now 8-2.
I don't think I've seen many people with that being a problem. Unfortunately, I ran out of bullets in my Odin. That's why I lost the round.
Happens to the best of us. Look, 2 on the board for Ascent Rising. 4 still possible in the half. It's something, but is it false hope?
It does kind of seem that way. Like it's more so the manner of the rounds. Like it's a crazy clutch round. Speedovka winning because a player ran out of bullets, and then you look at the rounds that G2 have been winning, and it's like, oh, you just got owned. Like you got triple sprayed down by an Odin. You've had Petra just running around, fragging out, barely dying throughout this game. Like, it would have to be an absurd turnaround. Like, it would just have to be an almost different game. So, I hope for Ascent's sake that they've got that in their locker. They can dig deep, maybe get the last couple of rounds, start to build into this game a bit. Because, as it was said on the desk, so far we haven't seen the Ascent that we wanted to. And definitely not the Ascent they wanted to show. The last couple.
Yeah, it's been a slow start. Maybe they're heating up into this series. Roxy to deal with. Odin on backside, nothing found. A bit of damage, leaving some players low. That's the best they could hope for. Sneaky late play as well being attempted. That's a what?
Ooh,
nice shot on Sarah. Good conversion. Okay, at least now put into a winnable scenario. These attackers have a late flank coming in from Hated the most. But is there anyone going to be left to flank? They're already making their way onto the site. Good catch. But with Jolina down, they don't have the control. They're not watching their backs. That recon could give it away. It's only 1 player left, so it doesn't really matter either way. The lineup there, Speedovka a little bit to the left. It's not going to be caught. The smoke blocking it off entirely. The sprays aren't working.
No.
Just in time. Oh, that got too close though.
I thought Glance was going to do it again. Like, I genuinely think they would put a hit out on Glance if she got away with that, because it's just, she's already done enough with the cheeky plays she's been making. I was a little bit too close for comfort and took a classic, I think that was a jumping right click in. And again, it's Speedovka. I think that's now 2 of the 3 rounds they've won have been off the back of her. One of the new players signed to this Ascent team. She's really committed to this Odin. I'd say she's had 1 or 2 successes and then 1 or 2 catastrophic failures, but I guess that leaves it 50-50, which for most Odin players is enough.
Oh, that box is saving her. The box has protected Amy. Good reaction.
So ready. You're so ready to be like, see, now it's 60-40. No.
Just keeping tabs. Still good damage done. Amy left on 68. Has to go for a more passive lockdown if you want to use it here, and I think they definitely do. It's going to be put into play, but again, behind the boxes, can't spam that. It's safe as can be.
Yeah, I like the idea, trying to use the nano through, but hasn't quite done enough. Even still, though, nobody's going to be detained, and they haven't really managed to take much space. The main thing is going to be Schnell. Petra is waiting, but it doesn't matter. Nice shot. A huge entry into the site. Roxy now going to be isolated once again. Hasn't had a lot of success from this spot and won't once more. Ascent finally starting to show their colors as they take into this B site. And it's a 3v5, a real opportunity to at least make this game a little more competitive.
When I said 4 was possible, I didn't even really believe in it. Now, they might just be back in. I don't want to speak too soon, though. Amy has a great spot. Yeah, it's not going to be noticed at first. Plenty of players to trade it out after. Ascent Rising have done it, I mean, a bare minimum for them here on the attack, but some hope as they swap over to the defense of their map choice. This is where G2 wanted to start. Remember, they chose this as their first half, and maybe that's because they're going to struggle on the second. That's what I'm hoping if we're getting to map 3.
Well, if Ascend turn it from the point they're at, I'll be thoroughly impressed. 8-1 down. Basically just being bullied around the server, but the last 3 definitely showed some life. Speedovka stepping up, Amy starting to put some numbers, and even in the last round, Chanel. Even still, though, they haven't managed a pistol yet. It's something that they'd definitely need if they're going to turn the tide. Massive push-up. Flash through is going to leave Roxy blind. And it will be against Speedovka to find that opener. Bit of a weird one. Almost leaving the lurk of Mimi in towards that B site while the rest of the team start to build in. It's now a lurking Sova. I wonder what Ender thinks of that. Bit of a...
I wonder which one he hates more. That's more the question.
He's just a hater in general, I think.
That's what they all say. Oh, okay. Good shot from Petra. You know, she was getting shock darted up. A shock dart through too deep. Not going to find any kills. Not going to find any damage. Now she's revealed down below. Should be in trouble. The wallbang comes in. Reload. Caught. Glance. No chance. And this one, it must be done. Mimi has a huge clutch on her hands, and it will not be found this time. Another round. And some more hope for Ascend Rising.
Yeah, no, they did spin 4 rounds in a row. It seems like the G2 train has stopped at the station, in fact, and we're starting to see what we sort of sung the praises of this Ascent roster. I do wonder how far it gets before we see a Carcass tag. Because as I said, those have been, like, even in the last map, looking competitive. He calls a pause. Not really competitive anymore. See if that's going to come in. Maybe into the buy round. Obviously, this one, we're not really seeing much investment whatsoever. Competitive. Ready. Very early paranoia. Sarah's just going. But I don't know how they'll get into this site now.
There's no smoke down, but that's because they're holding it, waiting for that swing to come in. Flash now popped. Speedovka able to get out on site. Take down Sarah, hold the crossfire with a teammate. 19 HP though. I mean, 2 players extremely low on the side of Ascent Rising. They do have to be careful. Even at this point, it could slip away. 19 HP for Jolina.
Just smoke after smoke. Here. Buying that extra bit of time. Obviously still leaving Hated over on the other side. Had a bit of a quiet game, especially for her standards. We've seen her have really high impact rounds when it came to the game versus KPI last time out, but with the rest of the team starting to wake up, you have to hope that she'll be able to join them. This one though, I'd say even an extra kill here for G2 is a success, and somehow they managed to come out with 3. That is far more damage than I think anybody would have been expecting.
Yeah, it could have ended up a lot worse for them on that. I mean, on the one hand, it's all about the next round and capitalizing on that damage, but on the other hand, it's G2. And seeing them have a fighting chance in a round like this is worrying. A worrying sign for what's to come. They're only 2 behind. With a couple of rounds, 5 in a row. That streak could end at any moment until they gain that lead and regain full control. I I'm very interested by this. They have a lot of extra credits. Like a lot. And they decide still to send so many players in on pistols. Despite that, they get the opening.
You do love to see it. There's a combo that we had from Paper X quite a bit in the past. And this time they've done the same thing. Utility delaying the push as well. This allows them to get into the corner. It's definitely risky. Amy gonna get right up close, but Glance more than aware. This will take the utility offline, but the rest of the team are now able to get into position. The smoke still holding back, and I don't know how many players Petra will have spotted there, but it seems like they're just gonna grind to a halt for now. To get...
Well, last time they did and the smoke faded, there was a player there on the other side giving them the kill. Why not do it again? Hope they make a mistake. The Sand are playing this wise. They're not going into B main to check if players are still there. They're going behind B main to trap them if they are. One kill. And they might think that that's the flanker, but there's another. And now the spike is dropped. That fragments the push. Players have to tail, excuse me, run to the other side. All the while, the spike is retrieved. One is isolated. Roxy down. Now they have to try to fight for control. Left down to a 2v1. Somehow they've recovered on this. I guess the lack of weaponry on their opponent's side really paying off in their favor.
Schnell, though, doesn't have that same excuse. A 1v2, rifle retrieved, hoping to find something so close and gets the headshot. Leaves it all onto Glance. Both players low. The paranoia's missed. Doesn't connect onto the opponent, but the shots aren't landing either. You're correct. Oh, I thought for a second it was going to go the way of Glance once more, but Schnell will win the 1v2. The difference down to just one. A 6-round streak for Ascent as well, even with the half splitting it. And now this game looks more than competitive. He'll win the one.
Well, that was the clutch they needed. You could look back on this round and call it as the one that maybe lost Ascent Rising the game. If on 20 HP, Schnell wasn't able to grab those last 2 kills. But with that, there is definitely life breathed back into this team. Hot on the heels of G2, and G2 can feel it. It sense how close their opponents are to turning the tables completely. They'll call a timeout. It's only the first 3 rounds behind them. The problem is with how they've invested, it's likely to be the 4th one of the half going in Ascent's favor. And at that stage, it's anyone's game. It's also about the economy built up. If they manage to get out of this one cleanly, which with the weaponry they're up against, Ascent Rising could be off to a flying start.
Yeah, I think the thing for G2 is to look at how they can sort of build the right ults. Because if you get even just an orb on either side for Roxy and Petra, you're in a pretty good spot for the next round. You'll basically guarantee a Hunter's Fury and a lockdown. And on the other side of things, Blade Storm available. You could also go for that null command. Speedovka actually really moving up that board. Bear in mind that how dominant that sort of first 9 rounds was. And realistically, her being 15 and 12 is impressive. Moving on, as said though, we've seen it many a time. A tactical pause taken for G2. Seemingly a gift every single time, but in this round at least, Mitch, they've only got pistols, so you'd expect this one to end up level.
It should be. It should definitely be. They have made a good read to start with. Some control being sought towards B, but it's spotted. The alarm bot having to be broken inside of middle. Gives it away. Rotations come back in. Hated the most. Now here to support her teammate of Amy. The 2 of them will back off the site. A similar hold was seen by G2 in the past, baiting these players in to a 2vx on backside. Shock dart through, and someone snuck in under the radar. Somehow, though, Amy's walking away with all the kills, cleaning up for the mistakes that were made. And the pistols not quite having the power when it comes down to the fights. Upgraded weapon shut down, and Ascent Rising, despite what could have been a spooky situation, end up 8-8 with 3 players alive.
Yeah, you almost wonder, like, it's the perfect sort of decision making of who to aim for, but you do have to question if Sarah just goes with the player close, probably has the freest of kills instead. A slight whiff is enough for Amy to recover, and then just a great cleanup by Speedovka. Another big round from her, but still looked a little bit close for comfort nonetheless. 8-8. Buys now coming up. Ult starting to build on either side. In fact, a lot of counters that could be coming in theory, and hyper-aggressive start. Amy's going to kick things off with the first kill, but in the meantime, Schnell sort of isolated in mid. It isn't going to be punished.
Well, Petra's fallen. G2 now very fragmented. Glance has ulti to play with. Potentially going for late round rotation. If there's anyone left to rotate to, that's very quickly falling apart, and the B main crunch works out in favor of Ascend Rising. Good luck to Glance now, having to do it all.
Left into a 1v3. She has been a star, but this would have to be one of the best. I think the TP from Hated will have been heard and does manage to isolate that duel, but Amy is very, very quick to trade that one out. Ascend, the build back continues. The 8-round streak confirmed, and as said, this was looking like an absolute blitz just moments ago. This very aggressive stance after the pause. I like it from Ascend. There's some beating G2 at their own game after what was a rough time. After every single pause that was called, they've managed to take one home.
What's that now? At least in this half, 5 in a row, 8 total. What a way back in this has been for Ascend Rising. That's why you just can't count yourself out of the game that early on, even when it looks like there's no hope and there's no way back through. Now it's G2 with the shoe on the other foot, and I think it stings differently but worse at the same time. Schnell's out on mid with an ult. There's no one there to be found. No opponents whatsoever. Double mid push as well from the side of Ascend Rising. And with 0 info, 0 players seen, no one inside of B link, no pressure on B. A drone goes through and the rotates are in. Ascend now putting most of their defense stock into this A site. A 4th player potentially on the way, just jump spotting mid, and will be making their way into A now. This is going to be very hard. I mean, they shouldn't expect this many players to be here. G2 potentially getting caught off guard as more and more emerge out of heaven. One already, speed off gone the second. And look at this, another player, and even another again. There's the res attempt, and Schnell's able to punish. Fantastic work.
Yeah, and that was basically G2 just spamming ults, attempting to win a round off of basically everything, using the null command into that one. Blade Storm thrown in, but getting slaughtered on the way back through. Very quick rotations. Roxy with a nice attempt, but I think it was actually, yeah, the spam through the wall that ends up killing off Glance, and then just the swing. A second timeout called from G2. They are in real trouble in this one. Again, still a few ultimates available, but weaponry now starts to become a bit more of an issue, and I don't know if they've actually got a response to everything Ascend are throwing at them.
Well, this is really the test for Carcass, having to use up that second timeout on a map that looked like it might be in the bag. Again, concerns about how things would pan out when they swapped over to their attack, but nowhere near this level of worry. To lose this many rounds in a row, I don't know what the adjustment can even be, and I'm just taking a look at the loadout currently in play for G2. The credits not looking too healthy either. Be a hard one to really find any space in a round like this. In terms of, you know, sometimes you use these rounds to gather some info and so on. Not really a thing here on Ascent.
Oh, we'll see if this time they manage to figure it out. Weaponry again. Seems like it's not going to be perfect. G2 trying to force the issue. By the looks of it, Ascend are going to look to try and get that little bit more aggro. A little bit of spam trying to be found on the other side of what is that Odin still being lined up once again. Swing out. And it's problematic for Roxy in a bit of an awkward position here as they're being pincered in, but it seems like Schnell's just landing everything. Trades eventually will come through. Hated looking to try and stay alive here. She's managed to get one with the shock dart, but doesn't expect Glance to be there so soon. Even still, you're gonna fake things out. She does have the From the Shadows and actually hits the headshot onto Amy. A ridiculous connection, and she'll now go TPing into a freebie site and a chance to get that plant down.
This has been so nicely handled by Glance. Considering now Speedovka tagged up from the spray, the eliminated Amy is left on just 4 health. This clutch might already be in her hands if she can manage to take down Jolina. I'd say next to no chance that Ascend find themselves isolated. They should be playing this one together, trading out Speedovka. She's essentially a recon dart with a chance to pull off a headshot kill. Paranoia locked and loaded, and they're right beside each other like we said. A good chance now getting inside the smoke, but the second player not spotted.
Oh.
Used as bait, Speedovka ultimately wins the round out for her teammate. There should be time, plenty, to get that defused through. 11 on the board now for Ascent.
Yeah, close, but not quite there for Glance. A really nice attempt in what was ultimately a 1 versus 3. Paranoia actually only catching onto the... Oh no, it does. It caught both. It was just that it faded by the time that second battle came through. And Ascend, wow. What a comeback this has been. I have to say, 8-1 up. And if you've just joined, your eyes are not deceiving you. That is 10 rounds in a row now for Ascend. A map that they chose, but a map that they looked out of. I'm not sure what was eventually the turning point. G2 probably going to be kicking themselves about not closing some of those rounds in the first half, but wow. Look, I'm sure they did not see this coming.
Okay, they might think they've got something, which now forced out of this corner in Pizza, and even still trying to face the angle. It's all a bait, trying to get Amy some free kills as they walk through, and it might pay off. They're conscious of short, 3 players holding it like a firing squad. With nothing spotted, the smoke down. Chanel might even just pop one here. No. Amy's got it though on the cross. Petra not watching. That's one pass. The second, oh, she was dropping down, but still corrects in time. Hunter's Fury has actually forced Mimi out of position. Oh, that's terrible. Ascend giving them no quarter. The only upside is that they've gained B site control. G2 just walked in there with Roxy having control over market, but they're aware of it.
She's going to try and take the spot that was cleared by the drone. That's all she's really got, but even still, Hated is very much aware. Now it becomes almost down to a miracle. They're going to start destroying her utility, so they'll know that there's a flank coming, but there's only one thing they can really do here. They're going to try and fight that little bit further forward. Lockdown is basically going to count them out of this spot, needing to just hit some crazy shots, and it isn't happening at all. Roxy eventually going to be pushed. Hated so patient in that scenario. 12-8. The comeback, well, it's most seemingly on, but it doesn't even seem like a comeback anymore. They're so far in the lead, and G2 have got to be red in the face. They, as said, could have easily closed this one out 2-0, but they have gone amiss, and Ascend have awoken. So far,
it must have started to feel like this map was done and dusted for this squad. 8-1 in the lead after winning out the first map. Your opponent's map pick, and they find practically nothing. And it's not like all the rounds were close. You know, we have a lot of those games where we're like, yeah, you know, anyone could have won these rounds. Like, that 8-1 lead was feeling dominant. It was feeling like this game was over. Now Haven has to be thought about. Nice position. Locked down, and now in a lot of trouble. Hunter's Fury oddly forcing Sarah out. She ends up taking down Schnell, though. Big picks for G2. They might still have some fight left. Oh! What? Jolena! That's 3 kills and the guts of it on Sarah as well. But the round's not over. It's not in their favor despite a gargantuan step up. Amy has to now find both. They're low, but they've got 2 guns, 2 chances to take her down, and that's a whiff to start it off. Another. It's okay. It's found in the end. Oh, God, Ascend. Get away with murder in this round, and it's all thanks to Jolena.
I don't know if I've ever seen a game like that. a team winning 12 rounds in a row from 8-1 down to close things out 13-8. It's absurd, it's unheard of, but somehow Ascent have risen to the occasion and managed to take this one to a third and final map. It was honestly, I'm gobsmacked. I'm just sat here. I guess we could watch this back. You're going to be very surprised watching these first few rounds if you joined halfway through and sort of wondered what had been going on, because G2 started this off with utter dominance, and I don't know if it was a coach saying something, a switch flipped, a monitor turned on, but it seems like a completely different Ascent showed up for these last 12 rounds. With
really and truly 8-1, dominantly so. Everything working for G2. Even there, you see a pop flash that doesn't blind anyone. They still win the control. And Odin caught up close. 3 players coming in, low buy. Sounds dangerous. Not for G2. Not in the first 9 rounds, it wasn't. Damn near got away with that as well. Yeah,
that's
there were a couple. You remember Schnell's 1v2?
Yeah. G2, well, they're renowned for their comebacks, they're renowned for their turnarounds, and they've been winning their series since they managed to get into the playoffs, but now they'll be heading into Haven, a map where, well, statistically, they're currently 0-1. It was versus BBL, so maybe we give them a little bit of a respite there, and they did win that series in the end, but we'll see if they manage to fix some of the issues, as it's been a very good map for Ascent within these last few weeks, so if anything, the ball might be firmly in their court at this stage, which again, considering the first map, considering the first half, for a surprising place to be.
I mean, we talked about the fact that there have been roster changes, that things have swapped around, but that's also a big milestone for Ascent, taking a win on a map over G2, something that this organization hasn't been able to do before, not just this year, even extending into last. Now, an opportunity to take that milestone and build on it. Not just a map off G2, but a series. Let's see if they can do it after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Calling all students. Compete in the ultimate VALORANT competition.
The Red Bull capless clutch.
Register now for your national qualifier.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
A flawless attacking side coming out from Ascent to be able to close this out 13-8. I mean, Pilski, this was looking like it would be a one-way affair, but my oh my did we get proven wrong, and Ascent are still in it for the long run.
Yeah, I mean, the way that the first half was going, that's what I thought was going to happen as well. G2 on their defensive side looked very solid. The way that they were controlling A main was really, really good. And at one point, I think they were up like 8-2 or something like that. Ascent were able to come through at the end of the half with a couple of good calls and make it 8-4. And then who could have guessed they would win 9 in a row on defense?
Not me. Not me. I mean, I
could
was...
have.
Yeah, you would have? Okay, that's good.
I mean, it's Amy, right? On Killjoy, so... Yeah.
Do you think that was the biggest contributing factor to them being able to close out 9 rounds in a row on their defensive side?
I think they found what they were missing. They had huge communication issues before, and it seems like they were more comfortable in this map. But also Spidoka coming on the top in this particular map. We've seen her clutch so many rounds. We've seen the communication and the gameplay and crossfire between like all of them. They just played better as a team.
All right, so when we're looking as well at the team in general, I felt like a lot of Ascent Rising Pilski that we've seen over the last couple of days in the playoffs really came to light. Partly the set plays that we've seen from them with the Shock Dart, which is really beautiful on round 5 as well as 17.
Yeah, I mean, we had multiple different rounds where they really showed the depth that they have on the defensive side of Ascent. I mean, this was a popular set play that we've seen for a while with the dart one way. You have the Jet who updraft dashes in. This is the perfect call on a bonus round, by the way. In a round where you're not bringing much into it because you dropped too many guns in a previous round. Those are exactly the kind of gimmicks that you want to see. They also had different aggressive plays. Like, look at this one. Amy gets a pick top middle. They're diving B main and tiles at the same time. Progression smoke to the backside with the fragment over the top. Like, the pieces of util that accompany these set plays give them so much depth. And you can see, even when G2 is trying to take tacks and trying to make adjustments, they're getting caught by all these different looks that Ascent are giving them.
Yeah, and Ascent in general felt like a very strong roster this time around. You know, I mean, you already highlighted a little bit Spidoka, one of the players that has definitely stepped up to the table alongside AB to make this dream possible and stay in the run going up to Haven.
Yeah, she was just performing so well this game. We've seen the kills, the ACS, but also the position from her. And honestly, I am a bit surprised that after that round where Roxy got the 3 kills, they were still able to come back strong mentally and take so many rounds. And defensive, their defense was just flawless by the entire team.
Yeah, it literally was, because they're able to stitch together 9 rounds, and that's exactly what they needed to be able to close it out. But on the other side of things, Pilski, it also kind of brings question to the attacking side from G2 when it comes to Ascent, and what was maybe lacking for them to be able to even get 1 round on the board.
Yeah, it's crazy to see a team kind of flip a switch from dominating pretty much 3 halves in a row to, you know, things really turning around. I think the casters were talking about the fact that they'd have a tough time getting a pistol. Maybe that pistol kind of gave them the confidence. And I will say, to add on to the point about Svedoka as well, as she's known to kind of be a player that gets a little bit louder, gets them hyped up, and the coach alluded to that. There's one way guaranteed to untilt your team, and that's for your loudest player to clutch rounds and to have multi-frag rounds and just scream into the microphone. It'll get everybody really amped up, give them a lot of energy, and just kind of put them in the right mentality to start winning again.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they did. And they need to keep that mentality going, though, because we still have one more map to go on to, and that is going to be Haven. Now, this map, particularly when we have a look at historically how both of these teams performed, it does seem to be in favor of Ascent Rising when it comes to their performance. Inami, they had a 83% win rate in stage 2 of Game Changers EMEA, 5 wins, 1 loss. Whereas when we're looking at G2, it was only one loss, and this was against BBL Queens.
To be fair, the loss of Ascent is also against BBL Queens, so that's actually a fun fact. But yeah, it seemed like Ascent are more comfortable on this map, but it also seems like the biggest issue of G2 in that map against BBL is they were not ready for all these lurks, and the playstyle of BBL was a bit unexpected, but we saw them in the first map today. They had answers for the lurks coming from Ascent, so maybe we will see a closer match, and maybe we'll see the surprises that Roxy was teasing us in their interview.
Maybe. I mean,
Yeah.
Pilsy, when we were looking at the first map specifically, having answers to the lurks that we mentioned coming out from Amy, it was genuinely the aggression coming out from G2 Gozen. And after the loss that they just had, losing 9 rounds in a row, brings a question of the possibility of resetting mentally and going back to that aggression, to that confidence, just hitting the game, new server, new us, new team, let's get it.
Yeah, I hope so. The thing is that, you know, last time they played Haven, which was against BBL Queens, it really wasn't a pretty game. The individuals weren't playing particularly well. Mimi went from, you know, really being rock solid, playing, you know, things like Chamber, things like Breach, KO, to playing Viper, where she looked kind of uncomfortable, had a pretty uncharacteristic bad game for a player who's very consistent. So I'm a little bit worried. I don't think, you know, they alluded to it in the interview being not a comp issue, but rather just having a bit of an off game. So I'm keen to see if they can thrive, if they do go ahead and play that double controller comp on Haven, or whether they're just going to abandon it and go back to something that might have worked in the past.
Are there particular comps, though, that you're looking to see today, Inami, when it comes to either one of these teams? Or do you think the previous iterations of what we've seen them run on Haven, what they are comfortable with, is most likely going to do the job?
We'll probably see the same picks, because as Roxy highlighted, it was just like mostly them not being on the same page, or like the communication lack, and on the side of Ascent it works, so why not just keep the same thing?
Yeah, I guess if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So by the looks of it, that's exactly what they're going to be sticking to. In general, I mean, I guess we're happy in some regards to be seeing the fact that they're still running the same compositions, but it also brings a question. If you've only seen G2 play one map of Haven this time around against BBL Queens, Pilski, is there much in terms of set plays or prep that can be thrown out from the side of Ascent Rising?
Yeah, look, I think, you know, it's going to be harder for them to get a read on G2 when there hasn't been as many reps. There's just not as much tape to watch. That's the reality of the situation. You know, Haven's been in the map pool for a long time, so I'm sure there's going to be a fair bit of familiarity there for G2. But I'm a big believer in reps and officials, and I think if anything's going to make Ascent feel comfortable, it's the fact that you know, they've gone on to Ascent before, and their defensive side has worked very, very well for them. And now Haven is another map where they've got a ton of reps, and hopefully that's going to give them that same level of comfort, and they can play a much better game than they did to start the series.
Absolutely. Ascent have already written history by the fact that they've closed out their own map pick, winning their first map against G2 Gozen. Can they keep that momentum going and stay in the upper bracket, or will this one be their downfall and they're going down into lower bracket? Find out as we're going to be heading into the final map of the series, Haven, with Tom and Mitch.
Hello, guys. Thank you so much for the desk. Tom, time to go into Haven. And I mean, talking about this matchup, we've seen a Viper picked out on one side, and I'm somewhat of a fan of Viper, but I will say I often swing with the Breach when it comes to Haven. That utility can be so valuable. Where are you sitting on the comms? Who are you favoring?
Oh, I don't know. Speedovka, sorry, picking up that breach has got me a little bit excited. The thing is, though, it's a bit of an odd one because I feel like I want to favor Ascend going into this matchup just mainly because of momentum. Like, I feel like they started the series incredibly slow. And a lot of that didn't really come down to composition or like even a lot of the time just the individuals. It just seemed like they were out of it. And I don't know, like obviously the desk mentioned they have spoken about communication problems. I don't know. I feel like it just looked like they were down and out and it just took a couple of rounds to get everybody going again. Then G2 disappeared, which I like. If they beat G2, I would have been surprised. But beating them without them getting around back, even with multiple tactical pauses, that's unheard of. So I'm waiting to see if they've been able to recover.
Well, we get to find out in just a few moments. Hell of a start from G2 on map number 2. Hell of a finish from Ascend. Rising now, Ascend on their attacking side of Haven. Final map in the series, the final chance to separate these two teams. It's anyone's guess who's going to come out on top. G2's Viper Wall, very scary. We can call back to the main broadcast of VCT where Zesh did an excellent breakdown on exactly why this is so scary. And Tom, maybe you'll give us a mini rundown of that later. But for now, the A site under threat. And it looks like we might get a retake. I think this stun's probably just going to send Mimi running into spawn. Probably not now. A little too close. That timing couldn't be better. And the flash on point.
Yeah, her attempt to delay has not really done that much. The snake bite placed expecting a push from short, and the timing of Ascend couldn't be any better. Now into a pretty rough retake for the side of G2. The drone even being used late. It was a pure contact play, so they've been able to get that information. Speedovka as well, just waiting with the aftershock for anybody to try and make a move. In fact, Sarah has gotten through the paranoia. Sublime. She's just taken the space all on her own. Her teammates finally showing up, but so have Ascend. It's left all onto Roxy, and she's so desperately low. Amy winning out the battle of the doppelgangers once again, and Ascend just about winning the pistol.
Now that is a sight for sore eyes. Another pistol under Ascend's belt. And after how things started out, 3 for 3 for G2 in the series. And then this round here, it made me think we were going right back to it. But Sarah got blindsided by, I think it was Jolina. And from there on out, things swing in their favor. And that's been sort of how the last 13 rounds have gone, where as soon as chaos spurs on, where originally it was G2 coming out on top, it has been Ascend time and time again, able to turn the tables into their favor. Okay, an early fight, but Petra's bailed out. Everybody's got pistols, and around like this, you're going to be quick to rotate after spotting contact.
Yeah, Petra on the Sky is definitely something to highlight once again. Sky has been fantastic. Obviously, a lot of the time you do like to see a Sova on this map just because of the sort of combinations you can go on, but for her individually, and in combo with the Viper, makes a lot of sense. As Chanel is sort of leading the charge, but it's hated to find the first. Somehow again, Glance. There's always shenanigans when Glance is about, and Petra's found one as well. G2 always seem to have these BS rounds. That's not quite gone to plan, but it doesn't matter. Roxy's there to trade it out instantly. Speedoka is left again to try and clutch, but Petra, well, she does it better this time around. Somehow, some way, G2 have just managed to win with what was mostly classics.
I don't know how I still allow myself to be surprised by these things, yet every time I find myself here. And again, Glance being able to find so much value. I thought Roxy was there to trade in the end, but
the funny thing is, I genuinely think picking up the gun got her killed. Which just shows almost how good she is at the same time with the classic, that her not having a gun worked out better for her just because she could take those extra risks and almost just rely purely on the movement. Classic. Well, these starts are always the worst because you hand over guns to your opponent purely. They then buy up a multitude of weapons alongside it. Well, Petra sees. The thing is, I don't know if it was only us that saw that or the stream.
Probably.
It might sound normal to you, and if so, no worries. If you did see what I saw, fantastic. Is that
maybe it was just you, Tom? Okay, everyone saw it. That's worse.
She's like a fly. She just sees things in slow motion because she has multiple eyes.
So
and
our producer told us that
before anyone says it.
Everyone could see it, but I was going to convince Tom he was insane.
I am insane.
What are you talking about?
So
what
there's nothing to convince.
Saw nothing.
He has
well, yeah, G2 found that round. It was looking extremely unlikely that they win it. Now it looks likely they win it. Logic tells me Ascent Rising come out on top. But that's only the logic of this series. We'll see if things can flip-flop back to normality.
Do they clear glance? They've got 20 seconds. So they have to get going. She survived in the corner. I think they even used a paranoia on her, and she just waited patiently, didn't panic. Still, this has gone incredibly well. But Petra then lurks around the backline. So the lurking Sky comes through once again. Definitely a little bit closer than I think G2 would have liked, considering the weaponry disadvantage of Ascent. Hello. But this time out, they are still going to convert. Through once again.
That's phenomenal damage, realistically, though. Like, if you're coming into this round as Ascent, you're only looking for a handful of kills. And at a certain point, they had a chance to win the round. So that has recovered nicely. It's about following through, considering they did win the pistol, and then effectively G2 got the benefit of that. The other thing being, credits are still pretty low because of all that damage. So a good opportunity to catapult themselves back into this. Oh my. There's a little one tap from Glance on backside. That'll decrease your odds a little bit.
Oh dear. Oh, she's even going to get out of there. Shock darts being fired onto either side, but let's go. This isn't going great. You've also got such deep control from Sarah. Holding this so late into the round, I don't know if it's going to be expected, and it will not. Even, well, to be honest, even if she did expect it, you'd have to have pretty much the craziest reactions we've ever seen to hit that shot before Sarah does. And Roxy waiting patiently on the angle with a teammate in tow. This is the crazy thing, right? It's just like you go from a map where you lose 12 rounds in a row, you lose the pistol, you respond like it's nothing, you almost lose to pistols, and then you almost flawlessly win against the buy. It's just G2, you know. I think they like to scare people.
My ultimate is ready.
Well,
I imagine the social media, the people at G2 are just in constant panic, and then they always end up winning. You had us. You had us.
You know, I think they've learned from the G2 of week 1 Valorant, or I guess week probably 20 or 30.
Oh.
Nobody likes a team that wins cleanly every single time. You gotta be exciting.
Bit boring, isn't it?
Yeah, you gotta do something different. And that's maybe that's what they're going for. So far, it's been a good start. Let's hope it's something different here and not a strong defense and a dead on arrival attack.
Spike planted.
See, this round might look like it's gone well, and so far it has for Ascent, but with a lockdown ready. Question is, will there be anything to destroy it? There are a couple of shock darts, but other than that, there's nothing else really available, and Mimi already catches pretty good timing. Chanel just going to take a huge risk. I don't mind it. It's expected, but it doesn't matter. She will be traded out. There's no real chance of that not happening, probably in the worst possible scenario, and they're already halfway on that defusal, now waiting for those spams to come back, but the Stingers just aren't doing anything. Trade, it's going to be defused right in front of their faces. Again, keeping the round nice and costly, but the round still goes G2's way.
Yeah, and at this point, when you start to string them together again and again, the cost diminishes.
The round,
fantastic play though by Chanel. The fact that they go in there to take the space that little second early. I'm sure she gets traded out, but it bought them space and time that maybe could have led to the round win. Now here comes the full buy. Again, though, if you take a look at the credits for G2, obviously they've got a lot of ultimates online, as do their opponents, but the credits have now stabilized. They're able to buy up again. There's no free round afterwards. So we're not just looking for a round win from Ascent, we're looking for dominance as well. Viper's Pit used on A to begin this round, locking down short, and not much else.
It creates like a tiny weird sort of gap thing on A, but I don't know if that's really gonna. I don't know if that's even intentional.
That out, like, that's gotta be the weirdest Viper's Pit. I'll give that the weirdest Viper's Pit award. There you go.
Well, the funny thing is as well is they have a lockdown. which will quite easily clear that pit if they want to. Instead, though, they've just gone waltzing into the B site. Nobody really available to stop them. Petra has spotted it. Hunter's Fury going through. Petra's gone down, and the run through from Roxy definitely had its risks about it. And in the best scenario we've seen them in so far, and although you mentioned there's some credits to spare, I don't know if they want to throw an operator into this one. It's
all this time ticking away. G2 not made any progress. Now they've lost Mimi. Definitely time to think about that save. And the call's being made. They're out of here. See long. Schnell's tailing them. The timing very good. Just seen Sarah make her way down long. The knife came out to close the distance a little quicker. The timing going to be so close. She spotted her. But now around the corner. And now she's even being spotted. Schnell running the risk of being spammed to death. Time to hide. That could have been huge.
Yeah, it's like right decision to jiggle it, but unfortunately in that scenario it doesn't actually go away. Still though, very good response back from Ascent. The fact that they've been able to take that one relatively clean, entries into the B site was solid, and any of the risks taken from G2 didn't garner any reward. The fact is though, as we mentioned, still plenty available, not only in terms of the ults but also the buy. And for Ascent, that lockdown is still online if they choose to use it in this round, which by the looks of it, a hefty push in towards this A site, they might just do that.
Oh, look at the presence though from G2. A second and third player joining the A defense. Oh wow, maybe the A offense. They're starting to move forward, looking to take all the space that they'd given up, that Ascend are also looking to battle for. Shock Dart close though. They've expected it, anticipated. I don't know what gave it away, but hated the most. Read that playbook long ago. Snakebite down, some damage, chance to follow up with a kill, but it won't be. And now they can just wait out the lockdown.
Mimi's gonna try something here, but may end up being caught by the lockdown. Yep. Actually ends up detained. This flank could be everything. Glance still trying to capture her off, but instead hated, just having a fantastic round. They open up the read, and now even has her teammate in Chanel just closing it down. Ascend have again broken back, this time quite a bit earlier in the game, as they have had a very clean response. And that's the thing. A lot of what G2 like to do around these different maps, you see it across the board at the moment, is make little set plays, make little gambles, take aggressive spots, have those pot flashes. They work fantastically on the split. But Ascend over the last few rounds have been so methodical, so careful. Even angles they're clearing, they're re-clearing them, expecting G2 to have taken that space back. And sure, it might be at the loss of some utility in some rounds, but you then see the mass success in rounds where G2 actually have gone aggressive. I think
It's really interesting, man. Like, in that position, just zero info. From what I can tell, zero idea. And the shock dart in, the wide swing. That might almost deter G2 from trying this again. We saw a couple rounds, like the push-up on C. Nothing came of it. It was just the angle being held by Sarah, allowing for earlier rotations. A couple rounds ago. But when a team has such a good read on the aggression you like to play, it's soul-crushing. Now, Nano thrown up and over to begin. It's landed and activated a little late, but no one was able to destroy it in time. And sometimes that's going to be what spurs you on.
A bit missing here, but they are pushing into the side with that operator, although after the orb is taken from the initial contact, they've gambled Sarah back in the other direction. This patient play from Ascend so far has been working out. They're going to bolster up that defense of A. And just bear in mind, they are both Roxy and Glance do only have a pistol, so a push into the C site would be the freest of the lot. However, pushing into Petra, never free. Ascend.
Petra's pixel angles paying off. My goodness. Hated the most. You know, it was the previous round where she was able to catch Petra in that corner, swing in and eliminate her right off the rip. Now the favor returned, but Sarah's a little slow, not able to catch that. The timing on the swing from Amy, the fact that no utility followed, it wasn't a wide swing, just a shallow, not even shoulder peek. Just took the angle, stood in it, planted her feet. Oh my.
That's just ridiculous. Chanel just got a little bit of a wonder. Ends up finding the freest couple of kills. It wasn't a bad idea from G2, expecting with the spike being planted that the full team would be on site. Who? Well, except maybe Petra is going to be looking for a lurking jet. Instead. Wow, this round is just a slaughter. Amy is having a magnificent comeback once again. We saw it in the series earlier in the week where it started off, I think, what was it? It was 9 and 15, and then in the next map got 9 kills within 4 rounds. It just seems like she has these bursts of energy that make her impossible to play against. 8 and 4 right now. Chanel up there with her. Hated has had, again, high impact rounds, and G2, well, after what was another flyer of a start, have now lost 3 in a row, and they want to quell this early. 8.
Not going to let them run away with it like last time. We certainly know what Ascent can do when they get on a streak. A lot to discuss for this squad. Their defensive play has been read at times. And even in rounds like that where they're able to catch off the first kill, get good control. I'm not sure it'll happen again, but seeing Sarah whiff out on that shot, it was the first warning sign of the round going down. The fact that Amy can have the confidence to just step into the angle, plant her feet, take the shot, and do all that before the response is there on the other side. I mean, it's saying something. Certainly how the series has felt so far. A bold move from Ascent.
It's the read as well. The fact that G2 this time out had 3 players, a player advantage as well, because Petra got a kill on the other side of the map.
Yep.
The weaponry was in the right place as well, a couple of rifles, and one of them being an operator. It didn't really get better than that for them, but just still Ascend come out of it almost massively on top at the end. And one of them being an operator. It didn't really get better than that for them, but just still Ascend come out of it almost just holding on to that C-long position for the attack. Wow. They're aware of the potential. Definitely a bit risky. Just I feel like there's a world where Petra's just in the window again, and while Seekers is going to tell her there's a couple of players here. A bit of damage done, but nothing else more.
Yeah, you know, we haven't really seen that Viper's wall have much of a job to do thus far. It's only been put up for a few seconds, and again, back down. Rolling Thunder, Shock Dart for close, no utility there. They know they can make their way through without fear of the nanos. It's Petra that they have to be worried about. Ready with a flash in hand. Not going to be using it just yet as Ascend push in the other way. Paranoia is good, and it hasn't caught Mimi. They know that she's here as well. Oh, what?
Okay, over the top of the box, but again, Amy is the raid boss. You might have defeated one member of Ascend, but with her still alive, there's always hope. Hated her timing. She's been lurking around the backlines so often here. Leaves it even, and Jolina through the smoke. It still hasn't gone one way just yet. However, now left all onto Speedovka. 1 versus 1. Sarah getting onto that spike, sticking it at least a half. Just going to try and almost bait her opponent in, and it hasn't worked out. Put Speedovka in a clutch, and you better believe you're winning the round, because she's done it once again.
Just a wonderful follow-up. I'm going to see this back in the replay. This shot here from Mimi was ridiculous, and with Schnell gone, seems like a lot of the pack-a-punch for this squad was out of the round. And Sarah even delivering on that double. Such a dangerous opponent. Oh, well, you didn't need it. You didn't need to worry about it. She got the kills. That's all you need to know. Yeah, it did look like G2 had it. Again, being able to have those flurry of frags, take the space, get on site. And it comes down to the clutch. Ascend weren't winning any of these. Going back to the first map, going back to even the first 9 rounds over on Ascent. they certainly found their flow. Look at where Sarah's managed to find her way to.
Might be the first time, but look at...
Wrong way.
Oh, no. She's made the perfect play initially, but now it ends up being a problem. She's destroyed the alarm bot, and that will definitely tell someone that she was there, but it almost ends up being a null factor. Especially being a player down, just her presence could have been everything, and instead, well, for Ascent, they might even just believe that she ended up pushing up through A main. It will be no harm done for them. Roxy caught rotating as well. They've been fooled. Obviously, in these sort of rounds, a gamble is needed. You don't have much to play with, but I don't think G2 will realize how close they were to having themselves quite a big opportunity.
That was almost a cheat code in the round. It should have been for free. Sarah now on her way back up, but again, they are more than ready for her second flank attempt of the round. Good night and sweet dreams to G2 in this one here, as Amy has picked up another massive round. I just can't believe it. The G2, we saw it on Split. They had some good time and go their way, and this time I suppose they've just paid the price in the other direction.
Yeah, and it's just been the slightest of margins makes all the difference, but unfortunately for G2 this time, they are all going the way of Ascent, and so are the rounds. 5 in a row now. We're getting back to what we saw in Ascent. A good start. This time, not quite as hefty a lead taken, and going the Ascent now looking firmly in the driver's seat. As said, and in the history of these rosters, Ascent have never even taken a map. Now, yes, it's a different roster now. It's a change up, but after map number 1, and then our map looked incredibly unlikely. Or even so after the first half of map 2, but now, well, the series is in their hands. G2 looking a little flat. This round, at least, they've traded evenly. The build-up coming elsewhere. Roxy's found the frag onto Amy as well. Maybe this is finally going to be the break in the streak, but there's still more players to find.
Roxy's going to be forced out. It looks like they want to take some control, but up goes the Viper Wall. Ever a problem for teams trying to push in and take that control. They'll look to hated the most flank, and the timing couldn't be better. Yet again. Will glance check down below. No, she thinks that the gap was too little for someone to have snuck in. Or does she? She's moving down. Cautiously with rifle in hand. It doesn't matter. Petra's already lost her life. One small gap left. But hated the most. Threads the needle. And puts them back to a 3v3. A very winnable position. Oh, maybe not if Roxy goes down. This could look bad for G2. They're going to actually fight for it. Ascent want to take it right up in their face. Eventually they'll back off and lockdown comes in.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea. Just trying to deny what would be a huge part of the retake. But now just look at the position of Mimi. They're all going to be forced back into her. She's waiting patiently to catch them off guard. Even going to throw a snake bite in. She doesn't even really need to fight it anymore, as she has just put them in the mud. It comes down to just Schnell, but well, from there, not really a chance. Nice round coming out from G2. A well-needed break from what has been Ascent domination. And hey, 5 rounds defensive side, even though the last 5 have gone in a row, it won't matter too much if they end up leveling things. What?
Yeah, I think if anything, G2 will just look back and think they could have gotten that little bit more, but especially with it being Haven, putting it up 6-6 would be a nice recovery. Sando have 4 ultis, and 3 of them pack one hell of a punch. Rolling Thunder, Hunter's Fury, and Lockdown to use. No Sova on the other side. Not really anything they can do to deny that lockdown except push into it. They might just do that though. G2, I mean, maybe off the back of knowing the lockdown's there, they've got 4 players. They've actually baited Glance. Glance is in the corner, completely unknown, but she's going to be caught. Oh no, it's crumbling. The Rolling Thunder's caught players who can't get out. They're trapped on the site. Even Mimi down below in hell. Sure, she'll find one. Rising from the ashes, we'll see what else she can grab. Nothing. As a pin is put in that Ascend. They'll maintain their lead.
Well, there's the lockdown. Just use it at the end, but Sarah trying something a little bit cheeky here. Flash even going through, but just a second too late, and you could see at the end just having that many ultimates online to sort of close out the half. Ascend again have come out on top. Now heading into that defensive side. This is where all eyes go on to G2 now. Bear in mind, last few times, like versus Tiger and Onimo, solid defensive half. Versus Rebels, solid defensive half. XL as well. Like, this is where Ascent normally shines. Struggled when they played versus BBL Queens, but to be fair to them, most do when it comes to Haven. That's the map that not many can beat that team on. We'll see, though. A pistol round and G2 are right back in it again. And even if they don't manage to, they might just win the second.
Scout destroyed.
Oh, there's a push out of Ascend. Killjoy Utility is locking down A. 2 players on C, and they're locking down mid instead of B. Hated the most tucked into position. Smoke out seat long. Quite far back as well. I thought the plan was to bait Hated, but she's gone walking in. And Roxy, in a way, expects this. I mean, there's no other way to interpret what we're seeing here. This angle being held. The aggression is expected. The players on short now calls a bait, but Roxy swings in. And Hated, in fact, is the one that's ready.
Even still, though, the trade out onto Amy makes this one competitive. Jolina within the smoke. It's going to go following. I think it's got a little bit lost. The fight somehow. And she comes out with 2. It looked like she was lost within the smokes, but it seems like she was hunting. 3 kills for her in a scenario where, I don't know, she looked dead to rights. Ascend will claim the second pistol, and it is up to G2 to try and recreate history. She was hunting.
This is going to be tough. You look at that replay from up top, and, well, there's certainly plenty of opportunities there for G2, as there have been in a lot of rounds, but it's converting on them. That just hasn't been going their way, and those are the kind of things I struggle to find a solution to. I don't know where you go from there. Now on their attack side as well, it's more of an all-in strategy. When they decide to go for something, you often find out it isn't the play by losing the round. There's no tempered aggression that we'll see, certainly not in rounds like this. Pistols galore, 1 frenzy. And the chance is fairly low for G2, but they always have been in these follow-up rounds, and it's players like Glance with a classic that can just turn it all around. And a little more difficult though when they're crunching you in like this. Oh,
Schnell's actually not taking that much damage. And well, it seems like the damage is coming through on the other side. The weaker weaponry starting to display itself here, and I appreciate the effort, Mimi, but I would be very surprised if a single snakebite is able to win you the round. I don't know how this is even remotely close. Can she hit the shot? No. Oh my God. I am definitely closer than expected. I'm more... The snakebite was one thing. I think a single kill on a snakebite, that's where I thought it would end. The 2 classic kills, though, that was impressive.
Brought a goddamn tear to my eye. I swear, I could see you munching on a sandwich of your own words. Oh my goodness. And it comes close.
It's normally you, isn't it?
It really is. It really normally is, Tom. I thought the turntables, but not this time.
Nah. It would only work if she was like, you know, clutching against their teammate.
Cover going out.
All right. Well, that's one I'm not going to live down for a while, but 9-5. What a way to make a seaside push, because they're on their way in. Sarah's already there, updrafted on backside, clearing out the smoke and looking for a player to take down, but Amy's a little too wise for those tricks. She's going to be waiting for her teammates.
It's still a lot of weak weaponry here. Bear in mind the amount of damage that Mimi was able to do. This is almost cut a send off of the legs for this round. They're in the same scenario. Any damage they can do here is great. Roxy in the corner, a little bit whiffy, but gets there in the end. And while okay, a little bit of style out from Jolita. She's been having a great time this map. Lance wants to try and return the favor a bit here, and I feel like there's going to be an instant swing. Still, though, again, 3 players dropped, almost identical to the last round. Both teams making it costly for the other, but this is where things truly get interesting, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, it's not one for either team right now. There's still some serious space for either to work with. I guess obviously G2 are behind, but this is exactly where we saw Ascent turn things around and really slam that accelerator. Half two, maybe a more comfortable half for G2. One has to hope. A Logitech G power-up round. 10 rifles in play. Going through the snake bite here. A brave play from Schnell. Maybe she can catch one or two off guard. It looks like that's going to be first point of contact for this round. And you have to look at G2. The spike is down in spawn. There's 2 players on long. Somebody has to move. And when they do, Schnell's going to hope to catch them.
Oh, no, she didn't know there was a second player. Even still, though, Amy's response is rapid. It may be on the other side of the map, but the impact's still there. Push up as well. Mimi goes one way. Hated goes the other. It's not clean. Speedovka's managed to take one down. The info's going to be there. Do they expect Hated? No, they don't. That's the spike. Player going on their own. Normally Petra known for her lurk, and instead they've got the info. Low HP. Anything she can get her is huge, and well, this time out it's nothing. Has support though, and wow, incredibly clean from Amy. Once again, just ruling the scoreboard. Huge.
Yeah, what a recovery. And the fact that Spike went down short, that's a big oversight. Solo pushing, that player falls, the timing of the round then crumbles. And even though you're able to take down Hated and avoid the paranoia, that's a real problem. I think you might even have had the flash come through from Speedovka as well, just to make it that a little bit harder for who I believe was Glance to see anything. Send, I mean, they're knocking on the door of history. Reveal gets nothing.
Oh,
so
no. This is the solo rifle. Now, can be joggled over if they desire. They do have a Blade Storm available for Sarah now. It's how much they really want to send into this round, or if they just want her to keep steamrolling forward. After plant will be coming through. Do have a Ultimates online. Yeah, Viper's Pick going to be used. Actually sectioned off a lot of control, and Glance's position not expected. Somewhat in the open. G2. I don't know how you manage to pull these rounds off so regularly. What? What?
How is this a 5v1? I mean, I watched everything that just happened, Tom, but at the same time, I'm assuming I missed everything because nothing about that made sense.
So one of the kills they got in this round were with a rifle. They didn't use Blade Storm, and the Viper's Pit had no impact.
Literally zero.
I think the only thing it could have done is that player who ran through onto the A site and got insta-killed by a classic might have been a bit lower on health. The other than that, it was a Sheriff kill from Glance stood in the open, and then another classic kill from Roxy. It's insane. I don't know how they do it, and I don't know like what they have practiced. Like if this is something that just like from the, you know, when it's like you're going into a fight and you practice like with weights or something just to make everything more difficult. I don't know if they just do like scrims where they only use the classic, but it seems like there must be something there, or they're just ridiculously good. Maybe just the latter.
While the jury's still out, maybe there's some sort of pre-match routine. There's Fury not getting much. Now damaged,
good.
Caught off on the push-up and out of there. Falling back to 8. Calling for rotates. You're gonna get hated the most here. Popping out some info. Oh no, it is the drone. I didn't think they'd use that just yet, especially with this Viper wall that's been there almost every round. The drone from there doesn't reach up into the long corner either. We saw that the other round where players were able to sneak in there. So this is I mean, not ideal. They have zero information. And now, okay, spotting one player inside of Short Seekers. Clear out both that are in front, and they are more than happy to just take these fights. Flash, though, not able to be followed up on thanks to the stun.
Yeah. It's a good stun, but the rest of the team have just backed out. They're almost just trying to do as much damage. Shock darts will buy a little bit of extra time. Glance is going to be connected onto. In fact, they're still having to just reposition to get this plant actually into play. They're having to run all the way out. This is actually a very scary scenario with a multitude of players there. But even still, somehow, this has worked out for Mimi. A big couple of kills. Glance is trapped within the site, but it doesn't even matter that much. The rest of the team have just slaughtered every member of Ascend, and what looked like a really dangerous scenario for G2 actually comes out fairly clean.
It's hard to tell there whether the ult got shot, because it was definitely used with a lot. It did get shot. And that's interesting. So Glance was sent back towards the site by Schnell, but then Schnell got shot in the back for having turned to shoot the ultimate. And obviously as well, the timing, your player that's in the ulti, seeing this player turn to face her, is just screaming like, peek, 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 you know, as easy as could be on that fight. Timeout from Ascent Rising, despite the lead, despite the fact that realistically, Tom, even with that round loss, this should be 11-7 now.
Well, weaponry is also going to be a bigger issue. I don't really have much to buy in with here. Ult online for Vidovka could be impactful, but they're not really going to have much to back off it. A big G2 Bladestorm as well, and the economy is the main thing. It's starting to boom. They've been able to win some rounds that they shouldn't have done, based off those pistols, based off the classics, which hugely boosted their economy into the sky. And I think for Ascend, even with the lead, they know at this stage, okay, there's still a very real world where G2 could turn this on its head. We've seen them do it. We've just done it to them. Let's not let it get out of control.
Yeah, a spot on the grand final up for grabs. Chance to avoid having to play that lower bracket. This is some aggression out of Ascent Rising, but it looks like they're going to be kept back. Too much utility stalling them. The flash gives them control over A main, but it denies them any further aggression, any further control. They're going back. 3 players now on the rotate, 1 left. Jolina just to hold. It seems like the whole time they're trying to bait out some peaks, hoping for some aggression. It doesn't come through, and now they have to go and take space on their own. It's the Tiger to lead. And they weren't able to destroy the Nano in time. More time bought, and look who's rotated in. It's Schnell, now outside garage.
Even still, though, G2 have been quite happy to sort of temper their positions. Jolene is sort of the one that worries me a little more with deep spot. Viper screen does make it a little bit more awkward, only leaving a small amount of room for her, and it's definitely something that G2 are going to check along the way. The one risk point here. Make it a little... They've only got 25 seconds left. The problem, though, it's going to be down to Jolina now. Many a time she's done so much. The stun was pretty much perfect, but unfortunately, not this time. Seconds.
Shock darts going in, a desperate attempt to try and deny that plant from coming through, but it's been found. Now these players have to go diving to their death, most likely. Bladestorm on its way out. Dash still online. A good chance to catch some off guard, but before it's even able to make it out the window frame, Petra shoots through it. That might just leave Ascend with next to no hope. Diving to the spike, not on the menu just yet, though. They're going for it. They're looking for the fights, and they're winning some of them. Amy with a Sheriff up top. Got a ton of value.
Yeah, well, you could always rely on Amy when it comes to the stats, that's for sure. She is already on, what, like over 22, 23 kills at this stage, so has been sort of running away with it, but you could always just that little bit more. One round the difference at this point, and even the couple of kills won't have done much in terms of the cost to their opponents. As said, the economy is booming. One for the side of G2. Maybe even going to get Glance to drop a weapon over, or Mimi, I think, was pretty much at max for this round. Now that the Operator comes into play, something we haven't really seen much for the defense of Ascend. Economy's always been a bit of an issue. We'll see what she has on it.
Oh, no shot to connect to start with. And now they know. Ops on C. Wow, the A side's looking pretty nice right about now. Very cautious, though, of someone having pushed up, of aggression being around the corner. They wait until that wall is back regenerated. They're able to cross once again for free, denying the information out of the hands of Ascent. Here comes the Tiger. It's being heard, hated the most. Has the responsibility of destroying it, covering up the fact that Schnell has rotated in. Hated able to hide around the smokes and even find a kill for her. Trouble still alive with Schnell falling. That was the last defender of the A site. The plant will come through. And the flank, well, the flank might actually get great value. The flash hasn't caught Roxy. She's past the Killjoy utility. Or 80, excuse me, because Roxy was down, but never mind.
Yeah, good work from Petra to feel that one out. And now Jolina, Speedovka to try and turn this back in their favor once again. And although she's very good in these clutches, the ground might even be enough to close her out in this one. It's going to be difficult to get anything done. And well, Mimi's going to catch her out of the sky before that could ever happen. 10-10. Just like before, the lead of these squads doesn't seem to matter much. As round by round, G2 now looking to take that step into the grand final. It's definitely been a valiant effort either way for Ascend, but it would be heartbreaking. As said, they've never taken a map off this squad up until today. They are only 3 rounds away from taking a series, but just look at the economy again. A single rifle for Amy, you know what? I don't mind it. 23-12. Mimi, the only one even remotely close to her on the scoreboard. But just look. We'll see who's going to come out on top this time. Don't mind.
And the sad thing is, that rifle is the one over on the A site. Hated the most in Garage. On the side of C, it's Speedovka. Stinger in hand, hoping to do damage, and they faked it. And what an almighty fake it is. But Jetseen falling back, tagged up all the way. Ascend have got to be suspicious. Why would they be going back like that? And now there's no more presence, nobody on site, no fights, no extra utility. It's starting to feel like they've gone somewhere else. Ascend don't want to call it too early, but with the turret spotting contact on A short, now they know. This rotation's come through. These players are elsewhere. Smoke up on long just in time. And it might keep them back. Amy's been able to activate nanos. It's bought a second or two. Roxy being a menace from behind with Mimi doubling up. The plant is once again secured, and they still have to deal with this flanker, and they cannot.
I need a replay of that second shot out from Amy. That just a last-ditch effort to spam a bullet into the smoke, insta-kills an opponent, made it that little bit more competitive. Is this one. Just it's insane. But Mimi just better. Mimi and Roxy combining, and I'll glance there to finish it at the end. G2 have taken the lead. We mentioned it, 12 rounds in a row for Ascend in the last map to claim victory 13-8. Well, they can't do that this time for G2, but 5 rounds in a row. 6 of the last 7. Rounds in a row. And this defensive side for Ascend has gone quiet. Once again, though, they're going to have a purchase. Once again, the lockdown is available. Amy's been farming that up, that's for sure. Schnell, though, first point of contact. Oh, she's just been owned. Absolutely owned.
Yeah. Obliterated on the way through. Viper's pit up on B, flash in deep. It looks like they're fighting for A, but that's what they want it to look like. The rotation's instead coming around to the A site, which is now wide open. A little bit of Killjoy utility to block, but okay, it will be activated on time, but they just walk through it. Nothing to worry about for this squad now as the plant comes in. Amy might even be overextending, and that flash could have cost her her life. But she's out in time. Viper's pit about to fall if Mimi does. But for now, that's an extra thorn in the side. She could be flanking, and there's nothing they can do to clear it.
I had some silly mistakes in this round from Ascend, and they've actually got to back out of it. The weird thing is, I believe the lockdown didn't actually even force her out of the pit, so it just left an air of unknown about this round. Mimi, how? 10 HP? Just not expecting a peek from there, but she can't miss. That's what it seems to be. Her opponent shooting her in the back just moments ago. Didn't work out, and finally, someone's managed to put her in the grave. Again, though, the credits are maxed out for G2. That extra kill is going to cause more harm to Ascend than any loss could have, and 12-10. G2 never down, never out. And now just one round away from making it back to the grand final. It's where they belong, let's be real. We know they've been in so many of them. They've won so many of them. But it looked like for just a moment that Ascend were going to take this victory. And it's where it's now slipping away.
Yeah, and Ascend can feel it. Their grip loosening on this series. They've called a timeout. 2 rounds in between them, and you know, the economy's certainly not the prettiest right now. The ult's not there for this squad. Hard to get online for the ones that really matter. Maybe Hunter's Fury in this round, but that's it. And they've got 2 to play for. It's been a really rough road for this squad. A long series as well. You look at the 13-7, the 13-8. Now we're this deep into the final map. And, you know, just looking at those score lines, it looks like, yeah, both teams won their map pick. Decently convincing. Nothing too special there. Move on to Haven. But it's the context in which Ascent held on for dear life, fought their way back into Ascent. It's exactly what they're going to try and recapture coming out of this timeout. It looks like it might have been lightning in a bottle, though, Tom, and now they've got to replicate it somehow.
Oh. It's definitely not the best purchase, but far from the worst. No ultimates online across the board. But even still, it doesn't seem to matter what ults have been available. Everything has been going G2's way. A chance to calm themselves a little bit before this round is played. And of course, the lower bracket, we've already seen how fierce the opposition has been. 2 rising stars within Game Changers, and neither one you'd like to face off against in the lower final, that's for sure. The Plants now just going to be sneaking through. They've been utilizing this wall pretty much the same way every time. God, not even out! Amy's just been caught! Just switching between the guns. I'm not sure the reason behind it, but not expecting the aggression to be there, and that was their main form of defense within this A site. It's now a retake. There's nothing that can get them back through. Sure, you've got your Omen util, a few shock darts, but this is going to be rough.
Oh, an uphill battle. Most certainly. And they're actually starting from the top of the hill. Gonna look to jump down and cause some damage. They're being spotted on the way through. The kill's going G2's way to begin, and it looks like to end. Just the one left up top, 6 HP, dropping down could be a deadly. And if not the dropping, will be being dropped. Someone like Sarah stepping up to close it out. 13-10. Ascend, well, they hit their milestone. They took a map off this squad, but a series was a bridge too far this time around. G2 just looked too strong. They're going to the grand finals.
Yeah. Well, this has always been the team to beat, especially now that BBL have fallen in that lower bracket. This is the big bad boss that everybody's going to have to face off against. For 4 of the players, this is a regular occurrence. This is something they will have dealt with many a time. A grand final for Sarah. It's a first time in the tournament, and it is a first time making it to the grand final as well. Impressive stuff from her. Definitely a very bright future ahead. The thing is, though, for Ascend, Mitch, it's the best they've done. Taking a map, a huge comeback in the first, a competitive 3rd map as well. I think they're going to have a lot to learn from this one, and honestly, they head into the lower bracket as favorites to come back and face G2 again.
Yeah, they definitely do. I mean, teams waiting down there, it's either going to be FUT or odd one out that they have to come up against. But, you know, FUT obviously taking the series against BBL Queens, certainly not a squad that you want to be underestimating. And we saw KPI shine. Look, not too bad in the series just a couple days ago up against Ascent Rising. Remember that OT first map, 19-17? It was an incredibly long series. That squad went down 2-0 to odd one out. So Ascend, whichever opponent they end up facing, it's not going to be easy. But they have at least started out with a new milestone, the map off G2. And if they can take that lower final, they'll have another chance to take a series. For now, though, it's the same old story with G2 pushing up to the grand final and looking incredible, it has to be said.
Yeah, for sure. I think they are always going to be that team to beat. And And no matter who they seem to swap in or out, they're ever so devastating, getting better as they go along, but maybe a few blips still along the way. They're not invincible, Mitch.
No, they're not at all. Well, let's hear a little bit more about this series. We just saw 3 maps, so a bunch to break down. Let's bring in the analyst desk to do just that.
Thanks, guys. A grueling series out from Ascent Rising against G2 Gozen. What a way to close it out. It felt like this map, specifically Pilski, it genuinely went back and forth at the start. We then see 5 rounds in a row on the attacking side for Ascent Rising. G2 Gozen take a page out of their book, do the exact same thing. That was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, Ascent really started to get themselves into rhythm on that attacking side and really played to their strengths. They started to make some good reads. They were kind of pushing and pulling the rotations really well on Haven, which is exactly how you want to play the attacking side. And it allows Amy to kind of play into her strengths, which is something she had problems with doing earlier in the series, like Split in particular. But when she was able to actually get off some of those garage lurks or cut the map in half by punishing the B rotates after the rest of the team kind of created pressure around the map, that's where Ascent was having a lot more success.
Yeah, and I mean, when we're looking at this series particularly, 3 maps in total, Ascent going down in history by taking that 1 map off of G2 Gozen, something they haven't really been able to do before. So that is such an incredible feat for them as well. But Haven specifically, where did you feel it all went wrong? Because Ascent were looking so strong on the attack, gluing together 5 rounds back to back to back, that unfortunately kind of like slipped down a little.
Yeah, it felt like it slipped down starting from the round they got ecoed, and I'm pretty sure it's round 17, I think. And then ever since then, it's just felt like it was a snowball also on the mental side, which we saw them try to flank later on the round after round 18, but that didn't pay off. And then we saw 2 timeouts also not paying off. It felt like they were just a bit lost, not on the same page anymore. And meanwhile, from G2 side, we saw them stopping all the solo plays and playing more together. And it seemed like Ascent didn't really have an answer for all these plays.
Yeah, I think as well from G2 side of things, when we were looking at the way that they were executing some of the stuff, Pilski, there were a couple of rounds that really highlighted the fact that they were getting that eco. That was the start kind of so of their successful run here onto the onto Haven. Almost forgot the name of the map. So round 2 specifically was the start, and you want to highlight this as the turning point potentially for G2 being able to come back. We have a little package prepared as well.
Yeah, I think the point that I kind of wanted to hammer home more than anything is that there's it's the worst meme. Like inside of you, there are 2 wolves, but that's like for Ascent, that's kind of how I feel about them in this series. Like they either looked really good and really well put together, that defensive run on Ascent. A lot of these later attacking rounds at the half were excellent, but the reality is you cannot play arguably the best team and the best core of players and the most experienced core of players and have rounds where you get ecoed, where you're peeking in one at a time, onto an AWP line and then straight over onto Gary, just walking one by one into kind of common angles without any real structure. And these are the kind of rounds that leave you scratching your head for a team like Ascent, where sometimes they're beautifully organized, sometimes all of the picture perfect parts of the plan come together, and then sometimes they look a little bit lost and they end up getting ecoed or losing thrifty rounds that have big consequences in the series. So I feel bad for Ascent, but at the same time they definitely need to iron out some of these issues if they're going to be a grand finals quality team.
Yeah, it comes back to the consistency, right? Inami, something that we discussed earlier today on the desk. Before the series even started, we were saying that when we're looking at Ascent specifically, that consistency has something that we've seen more of. But it felt like, again, as Pilski mentioned, every now and then kind of going away, having to bring it back again. It's a matter of what can they do, because they're now in that lower bracket, right? So that consistency, it's do or die. You lose the lower bracket game against whoever you're going to be up next, that is the end of your run, and they will be placed 3rd again.
Yeah, they have no choice but try to figure out a solution for all these issues. And it all comes to the communication and all comes to losing the focus in the middle of the game. Like, they're not allowed to do similar mistakes now, especially now that they are in the lower brackets. They have to bring back whatever got them the second win or the first win in the second map. We also saw them so close to getting this map as well. So yeah, I hope we see them coming back stronger and coming back with better communication.
As much as we like to talk about the consistency maybe not being there, Pilski, from the side of Ascent Rising, when we're looking at G2 Gozen as well, I mean, the fact that they were not able to close out 5 rounds in a row on the defensive side, it also brings question to their consistency. But it felt like they had that better chance of getting for the timeout, getting that reset, and just going back onto the server and being able to get rounds back in their favor.
Yeah, I think it was a lot of tenacity shown to grind things back on the attacking side, and you know, they really started to put the pieces back together. It wasn't only the eco round wins, you know, those were big breaks for them, and those were big opportunities that they were able to take some advantage of. But it would be disingenuous to say that the ecos or a few gimmick rounds was what won them that series. They really did grind things back on the attacking side, and had a lot of rounds where they really kind of read their rotations quite well and got in and found some good picks.
Yeah, one of the consistent factors as well when we're looking at G2 was literally every single one of their players, they were able to continuously bring it back in times needed most. But maybe specifically was one of the players that stood out in terms of setting the team up for success time and time again.
Yeah, we've seen that, honestly, like all the players from G2 were able to do that, but the biggest difference in this time was probably Mimi in this map, because we didn't see her that much last time they played Heaven, but now she's been able to like come in strong to give more space to her team, and we've seen like so many interesting kills even with the classic. So yeah, Mimi definitely.
Yeah, we have some stats prepared. They will come up at some point. But before we head into that, I think as well, one of the touching points we had earlier today, again, Pilski, was Sarah coming into this with the roster out. There we go. These stats are up and ready. I mean, 284 ACS on the Viper on Haven. Pilski, are you a Viper Haven believer now?
Oh yeah, I always was. I think last map it was just a rougher one against BBL, and honestly, as I was saying, Mimi was their best rated performer, I believe, in the groups, and you know, was super solid. So to see her have one off game and then come back with a performance like this kind of just proves that, you know, it's just one bad game, and they're able to kind of iron out the issues.
Yeah, things happen, and we also have Mimi ready for the interview, so we are gonna drag her right into here with us and ask her some burning questions. So thank you. First of all, congratulations, Mimi, for the win.
Thank you very much.
How you doing? How's it going?
I'm great. I'm great. Thank you.
All right, lovely. I'm gonna start off asking about the second map. So Ascent, where you guys end up losing about 7 to 8 rounds on the defensive side. You're then coming onto Haven, you lose a couple of rounds in a row, 5 on the defensive side as well. How are you able to transition from that into bringing it back into a mental state where you can do the exact same thing to your opponent and stay strong, calm, cool, and collected in the game?
Honestly, we were just saying round by round, and that's just all we had to focus on. I think thinking too heavy about it will really just mess you up more mentally. So, you know, Coach Pastor, he said, you know, just focus and round by round, and we got this. And that's basically just what happened.
Yeah, very nice. I just wanted to ask, it's kind of like a 2-part question, but it's basically the same theme, which was just, what was the difference with you guys on Split today versus when you played BBL, particularly like the difference in your attack side? And then also, what was the difference between the BBL game on Haven with the Viper for yourself? Because last time you had a bit of a quieter game, and this time you were top on the board.
So for Split, we kind of just went into it with a different read because we basically knew how they were playing, and Petra was just really calling around that, knowing where like Amy was positioning herself all the time and how they were taking B main. So we were just playing kind of with how they were playing, and that's basically what we did on Split. And for Haven, I mean, I just, you know, everyone has a bad game once in a while, and I just didn't really have the chance to get in the game versus BPL, I think. And this time I got a bit more space, I would say, especially on the attack side, and that helped me a lot, like getting the space for the team.
Well, moving to what's next, go into finals. What's your biggest focus now?
Fixing the small mistakes that we have been making throughout today, but mainly we just have to focus on playing our own game and keeping on having fun with it, because whenever you start to not have fun, that's probably when you start to lose.
Awesome. Enjoy what you do. Enjoy your job. Find something that makes you happy. Some wise words. I'm going to twist it into that. Thank you so much for the interview. We do appreciate it. Enjoy your celebration. You have a day off tomorrow, so I'm sure you guys are going to be busy prepping then as well. And we'll see you guys in the finals.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Have fun. That's like the sentence that we hear the most. Bilski, did you have fun today with this first series?
Yeah, for sure. I think it was a bit of a roller coaster. You had big streaks of rounds from both of the teams. You know, I was a little bit disappointed because I was like, were Ascent going to go from never even being close to winning a map to winning the series, and it was all a bait. So that was a bit sad. But other than that, you know, it was pretty happy.
Well, I'm pretty sure that G2 guys are not very happy, and Ascent, they still have a shot to make it to the finals. We have another game coming up as we're going to be heading into that lower bracket where unfortunately we will be saying goodbye to another team. The odd one out, up against FUT Females, coming up next.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Calling all students. Compete in the ultimate VALORANT competition.
The Red Bull capless clutch.
Register now for your national qualifier.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
So one team got sent through to the finals. We will unfortunately have to send another one home. FUT Female going up against the odd one out. A roster here, Pilski, that doesn't even have an organization to represent, but yet they've come so far, going up against a team that was the first one to be promoted through the Contender Series.
Yeah, they both had a bit of a shakier run through groups. Both could have not made it, depending on some head-to-heads and some very close maps in some cases. So I think that they would both be quite happy by the fact that they've made it all the way through to the top 4. But one of them will even make top 3 without having to, play most of the solid teams. Although FUT did manage to get a big win over BBL.
Yeah, that win against BBL, I think, Inami, was something that we weren't too sure if that was going to happen, but the fact that it went all the way to third mapper, I mean, FUT Female coming out so incredibly strong. But it brings a question as what we can expect from this series specifically, because both of these teams yesterday just gave us a performance that maybe we didn't really expect. And even some of them, after the interview that we had with Taigusa, she said, well, playoffs was the goal, and we didn't even think that we were going to make it this far, but here they are.
Yeah, here they are, and they proved themselves repetitively. Honestly, we can expect anything from this matchup right now, because these teams, we didn't have many expectations from them. Even them, they didn't have that many expectations. But right now, we honestly expect the best from both of them coming into this match. So yeah, expecting to see Smurfette and Julius showing up again like they did yesterday, and on the other side, expecting to see Nugget again showing up. So yep.
Yeah, it's gonna be an eventful game indeed. But before we head more into the nitty-gritty of the game, we have a game of our own called Hot Spike. So if you're new here and you didn't tune in earlier today, well, what happens is we get a spike and it has a 1-minute timer that will detonate. Yes, it detonates over 1 minute. I know that's a little bit longer than it would be in game, and if you get the answer correctly, you pass the spike over to the next person, and if you don't answer it correctly, well then oopsies, it's probably gonna detonate in your face. That happened to Inami last time around. She's still here, so nothing too dangerous. Let's get it started. First spike is gonna be placed up, I assume, underneath it. Oh, boom. All right.
Come on.
3. Oh, there are 3. Can I move it? Yeah. Is that wrong? There are not 3. Am I wrong? All right.
G2 BBL match during this stage. I think G2 2-1.
All right. Is that wrong? It's not moving. Okay, there we go. Name the VCT desk analyst who is working behind the scenes at the odd one out. Oh, that's so easy. Yeah, Ryan. Shout out to Ryan Central. What is the name of the newest VALORANT agent? Oh, never mind.
The newest VALORANT agent, Deadlock.
Yeah, that was easy. Who is Zanpoyo? Oh, he is the coach for the odd one out. We had an interview with him yesterday. Lovely person. Which team were relegated to contenders following the stage group phase? Oh, Rob,
no help.
I'm sorry.
Don't help him.
I'm so sorry, Pilski.
I cannot possibly get this one.
You're gonna have to. It's gonna detonate in your face. Come on.
No, I have no idea.
Are you just gonna sit there for no help?
I'm sorry. I only prepped. I only prepped for the playoffs.
How
for the winners?
You only prepped for the winners. How dare you? Oh.
Yeah.
No, it's all fine. You know what? I forgive you. I think they told me the answer, but I probably didn't hear it because we were all screaming, shouting. But that is it. Both of my analysts so far have lost, and I didn't. You know what?
We should have
one
where
they keep giving you. They give you all the easy ones. That's why.
Oh, I thought
asked
Focus Sakura and
Falcons.
But Focus Sakura and Falcons got eliminated, but that was last stage. So I think maybe I misunderstood the question. Listen, I am not a native English speaker, okay? I was questioning whether or not vowels were correct. But let's head into this game because this one's going to be a bagger and it's going to be a little bit more exciting than someone just giving up. The odd one out, the first roster that we're going to be having a look at because they came out of nowhere, Inami. You have GK with NIP and you get this beast.
And by the way, they almost relegated last time. The win against Falcons made them on the same win rate, and because Falcons also had only 1 win, that's why GK and odd one out kept their place. So yeah, this team is the only unsigned team right now, and they went so as far as top 4. I'm pretty sure that's like the highest an unsigned team ever got. But with the help of Ryan, we've seen them like coming in, and also the individual skill coming from every single player. And yesterday they also spoke to us about how them having fun and just like playing just each round at a time made them go this far.
Yeah, having fun seems to be the theme.
I guess so. I mean, I haven't gotten to see them play yet, but I'm ready for some more fun. You know, the hot spike was already a lot of fun. The thing is, for odd one out, you know, just to bring it back to a little bit more of a serious note, is I don't know if I'm necessarily convinced by their run just yet. You know, if I was to tell a Game Changers team that they get to top 4 Game Changers and they don't have to play BBL, Ascent, or G2, I think they'd be pretty stoked with that. And that's kind of the run that odd one out have had. Given that they you know, you only play the teams that are in front of you at the end of the day. They almost didn't make it through groups though. You know, there were several series that came down to like OTs on Perth map that definitely could have knocked them out. So the fact that they've made it here is, you know, a couple of rounds difference could be not making it through groups, and you know, we'll see how they go against FUT here, because that's another team that maybe struggled a little bit in groups and is warming up just like them in playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, as much as that's the case, you said it yourself as well, you play the teams that got in front of you, and they have dealt really well with the competition that's ahead of them, but they're gonna have to deal with FUT Female. And when we're looking at FUT Female specifically, Inami, this is a team that has come through contenders. They have had such a great run through this bracket. They even beat BBL Queens, the second Game Changers EMEA Series 1 placement team. So all in all, they have proven their worth.
Yeah, they've proven their worth, and we spoke also up to Smurfette before, and she mentioned that like being with the Turkish team is helping her a lot. So that makes you wonder if like having the same language within the team helps a lot with communication, and also with feeling good within the team and feeling all the comfort that she probably needed and Ness also needed previously.
Right, well, to see exactly how they are feeling when it comes to the odd one out going up against FUT Female today, maybe similarities in play styles, let's head over to a conversation between Ginny and Nugget. We are joined by Nugget from the Odd One Out. So thank you for taking time out of your game day to sit with us and have a little chat. We really, really do appreciate it. I want to start off with the feelings and sentiments behind the Odd One Out, starting off with the fact that there is no other unsigned roster that has actually been able to make it this far into Game Changers. And you're also the only remaining MENA player that is now into the competition. So what does it mean to you? What does it feel like to be here, to compete, to be representing your region, but also to be representing the Odd One Out?
Yeah, it feels really great coming into this competition. I don't think we thought we would make it this far. Like Zampoyo said yesterday, we were kind of aiming for playoffs, and yeah, after playoffs, it was like zero expectations. And I think that's one of the reasons why we're winning, is because we have nothing to lose. Like, we have that mentality of we have nothing to lose. Let's just play, let's just have fun and play our game, and yeah, see how it goes. And it's been working really well for us.
Yeah, and we've seen it on the server as well. We've seen it with the interview yesterday with Zanpoyo, with Takuza. Everybody's like, play your own game, have fun, do your own thing. But what is it behind each and every one of you, or at least for you personally, the motivation that keeps you from tilting, keeps you from going into maybe a little bit of a slumber, and just stays having you focused on the game, having you focused on winning, having you focused on doing what feels best to you?
Yeah, well, like I said, we don't have an organization to represent, which I think puts a bit less pressure on us than other teams. So when we're playing, like, this is the thing we always say to each other before the game: guys, we don't have an organization. We have no one to let down. We're just playing for ourselves. So let's just play. And I think that's like, we're going into the game with like the mental of let's have fun. So then whenever someone's starting to tilt or get frustrated in the game, there's always someone just asking them to calm down or focus, or even our coach Zampoyo takes sometimes timeout just to tell us, like, just breathe for like this timeout, and yeah, and then we usually are okay after that.
And not having an organization though to represent, so as you said it, not really having anyone to let down, but of course there are so many people rooting for you. What is the motivation then that keeps you guys showing up every single day, practicing, scrimming, getting onto the server, and beating some of the absolute best teams out there?
Yeah, well, we all share that one thing, that we all are super hungry to win. We're all super competitive. Like, we're not playing to lose, we're only playing to win. And with the support of other people, because we're like kind of I don't know, the underdogs, it's like it's given us even more motivation to just win and keep the streak going.
All right, the streak is going really well, but you're going to be going up against FUT Female. And something that both of you have kind of in common is the fact that you're both very explosive rosters. They also said it in the interview yesterday themselves. They just want to come in, play their own game. And a lot of that also does rely on having their duelist Smurfette go in, get kills, and pop off. How are you expecting for both of these play styles to be playing out on the server?
Yeah, I mean, it will be a tough matchup, that's for sure. I think our team aggression is going to be met with aggression from their side as well, which we haven't quite seen in the past matches. But yeah, they have Smurfette and we have Taikuza, so let the better duelist win.
Oh, let the better duelist win indeed. Thank you so much for your time for the interview. We appreciate it. And we're going to be having an eye out on the server from both of the duelists.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, aggression with aggression, fighting fire with fire, Pilski. That seems to be the motto and maybe the game that we're going to be having a look at today.
Yeah, 100%. I think, you know, when you look at Taikuza and Smurfette and you look at the stats, these are the two players that are having the highest entry attempts, you know, the highest first kill, first death in the competition, some of the highest kill per round, ADR, all of the stats that indicate that someone's aggressive, that someone likes to get a lot of frags and get in the face of the other team is the highest with these two. So it's going to be great to see who's going to put on a good performance today.
Right, I know you're kind of in the camp of being a bit of a fan for Nugget. She does come out of GK, MENA region. You've covered that region quite a lot. So from your perspective, for her to be able to come and play here, put such a great performance forward, are you a little worried for her going up against FUT Female? Because that roster, as we said it already, explosive.
I'm honestly not worried at all. Not because I expect them to win, but because I know they will be able to bring up the best possible match. So yeah, we're all here to watch good games, and I think that we can expect that from both teams, honestly. And yeah, looking at footballers, it's one team actually that Nugget has been in before. So, and she has played with a lot of Turkish players before. So I think she knows what to expect coming into this game. And yeah, we just like have no like a feel of how much how explosive they are, especially Smurfette. Once you give her the setup, once you allow her to play or like give her some space, it really pays off, and she always comes up on the top.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think you know, her stats definitely show that. It's been great to see her go from Guild along with Ness and come back to a national roster and just really put on a bit of a show. I thought that last series that they had up against BBL was going to be the end of them. I mean, I had BBL probably going all the way. I might have even expected them to take out the whole of Game Changers Stage 2 this time. But, you know, I think, honestly, seeing FUT pick up a win over them, it's a bit of a head turner, I think, for everybody at the end of the day to take a team like BBL down, as opposed to the odd one out who haven't played one of those big top 3 teams yet. It kind of makes you feel like FUT, you know, might be the favorites, even if they had very similar group runs, at least for myself.
I guess you need Turkish firepower to be able to fight Turkish firepower, and that's exactly what FUT Female had. Also, looking at the run that they've had so far in groups going into playoffs, Inami, it feels like there has been quite an improvement in this roster. They've only had a certain amount of time to be able to get gelled together, and it's really showing that the more games they play, the better it's getting.
Yeah, that's been the case for so many teams, and that's something they also talked about in the interviews. That at the start they struggled a little with the communication. They had to Smurfette talks about having to always mention, clear comms and stuff, so they can come back to their clear comms and be able to communicate better. But yeah, it seems like every single team coming into playoffs really changed and showed us a better version of themselves. So I'm really excited to see what version we will be seeing today of FUT and of the odd one out.
Yeah, something we already touched upon in the interview and that we are going to probably see as a theme throughout this series is the battle of the duelists. We have Smurfette going up against Taikuza. Both of these players are so individually talented, Pilski. What is there to say besides the fact that we'll let the better duelist win, really? Just how Nugget put it.
Yeah, I think exactly right. I think at the end of the day, for me, for my money, Smurfette is probably looking like statistically the best player in the tournament. Depends what you value. I think, you know, especially with BBL going out, that kind of dropped Vanya's stats down quite a lot. it'd definitely be between Smurfette or Amy at this point. Maybe one of the G2 girls could definitely buff things up a little bit, but Smurfette has really been insane on this FUT roster, and has brought a lot of firepower in, and I'm keen to see Cougar as well, because I haven't gotten a chance to watch either of these teams play yet. And I want to, I try to, look at the stats and look at the runs of teams before I go and watch their game or prepare for a death segment or something like that, as a lot of people do. And to be honest, there's nothing outside of Cougar's like duelist stats that really stood out to me about Odd One Out. So I'm wondering how they're putting these wins together. Is it the strategy and is it the calling, or what's getting them across the line?
Yeah, that's a great question, and we're probably going to have to see firsthand today as they're going to be going up against FUT Female. Nami, when we're looking at these two teams, their playstyles being very much in your face, very explosive. We're looking at Smurfette and Cougar. Both of them love to just push out aggressively and get those early picks. How is that going to translate, in your opinion, onto the server?
It will depend on how their teams will set them up, right? Because if we're able to not allow them to play in both sides, then we're not being able to see their full potential in the server. But I believe that it will be probably easier from the side of football is to allow Smurfette to play, especially coming in with her synergy with Ness from her previous teams. While from the Odd One Out, I'm not sure what to expect, because I didn't see much from them neither, so yeah.
Yeah, the Odd One Out is a little bit of a question mark when it comes to what we can expect from them. We have seen them a couple of times on the stream, but not too much VOD information available. However, these teams have definitely a little bit more familiar with each other. But with that said, the map veto is ready, and we can start looking at which battlegrounds this series is going to be heading into. When it comes to the Odd One Out, Pilski, they do tend to favor starting on the defensive side and taking Split out of the equation immediately.
You know what's crazy? It's they've started defense 15 times and only started attack 5. And some of the times on defense on Haven or on Ascent, maps like these, and part of it is exactly this reason. They pick maps like Haven or Fracture, which teams like to start attack on, allows them to start defense. But looking at maps like Haven or Ascent, for example, sometimes they have this monstrous defensive halves where they're getting, 9, 10, 11 rounds. So I'm wondering if the comfort of starting defense all the time is something that helps them or not.
And Nami, when we're looking at the second map pick, which is Pearl specifically, what's standing out here is the fact that neither one of these teams are excellent on this map. It seems like there is some experience from the side of FUT Female. It's a 50-50, whereas when we're looking specifically at the Odd One Out, it's not the strongest map. So how are we feeling about Pearl being the second one and Ascent the decider?
Yeah, I'm not sure about the Pearl map, even coming from football, since it wasn't their best map so far. But I'm mostly excited about Haven and Ascent because we've seen them play it more. Yes. We've seen a better win rate for both teams on it. So I hope we get to the decider so we can see the preparation of both teams.
I do think, Pilski, maybe Ascent being the decider is a bit of an interesting one for me personally, because you are taking a Turkish team onto Ascent, which is something that they're notoriously known for. I mean, yesterday, looking at FUT Female, they got a 13-8 win, correct me there, against BBL Queen. So it is a map that, if it does come to it, it is something where maybe FUT Female is a little bit more comfortable comparing it to the Odd One Out.
Yeah, and I think Odd One Out as well, looking at Ascent in particular, they've dropped games to Tiger and G2, and I'm also a little concerned about their attack side. Outside of Carmine Corp, they really haven't put up that many rounds on their attack side, and the last 3 games in a row, they're getting big defensive halves a lot of the time that are really buffing up a lot of their rounds.
You're right, Agent Select is ready as well, so we're going to be heading in to see exactly what compositions we can be expecting on our first map. Haven. Now, starting off, both of these teams have pretty standard comps, and they've been running the same for the last couple of matchups, and it seems that nothing really is going to change here.
Yeah, it's the conference picks.
The only difference is the Sentinel, right? An army?
Yeah, it's only the Sentinel difference. But it's understandable because Nugget has been she's been for so long a Cypher player, so I don't expect her to change that now. So
yeah, I think it's interesting. I think Cypher, you could go either which way, Cypher, Killjoy. Cypher used to be quite trendy on this map as well. Obviously, the Killjoy ultis are pretty pretty good. Although, you know, you see less and less of those sewer ults all the time because people kind of play around it a lot more. You know, you would have like breach trap plays that kind of went into the meta as well to deal with that. So it's going to be interesting to see the Cypher come back in. And, you know, the great thing about it that's kind of underrated sometimes and then that people forget about is just the global presence that it has. You can just chuck troops in different positions around the map, you know, deep trips on B or in Gary and play a completely different position, or those retake A setups. We'll see if they're able to get away with those at all.
Yeah, let's see indeed whether or not FUT Fable is ready to be dealing with that Cypher, as we're going to be heading into the first map of the series. Haven is ready between FUT Female as well as the Odd One Out, fighting for a chance of survival to stay in this lower bracket. Tom and Mitch, guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Ginny and the Desk. Wow, a fantastic game set up for us here in the lower final, or lower matchup as we move on to compete for the lower final. I'm curious, Tom, between these two teams, I think Odd One Out strike me as the stronger of the two squads over the last matchups, but how are you feeling about their odds coming into things?
Oh, I don't know. FUT just beat BBL. Like, I was expecting BBL to run their way back through this lower bracket, so the fact that they've managed to take down a pretty heavy hitter, I might slightly lean it this way, but I think it could go either way, and that makes it very exciting.
It definitely does. Well, I believe before we get into things, we've got a little bit of an intro video. Let's roll it. Well, FUT took out BBL while KPI Shine were demolished by the Odd One Out. An incredibly competitive series lined up for us here with Haven, Pearl, and Ascent. Starting it out on Haven, and it will be the defensive side for Odd One Out. Tom, I already see FUT wanting to get off to a quick start on this one. All of their players stacked up outside the A site. There's a stun ready in the hands of Reyna, but it'll be relying on Jada to get some damage on the cross there. Oh, almost caught taking the orb.
Yeah, no, this is what I expected to see. A little bit of fast-paced Turkish Valorant coming through and Smurfette leading the charge. A matchup, like, it seems easy, right? You pick the two duelists to hype up, but these are the two top-rated duelists we currently have, including the group. Smurfette versus Cougar. Already, well, a bit of a brawl ensuing. It is an absolute mess as they fight back against each other. Ness with a couple, Lida still going strong. Jada, now the last one left, and she will fall to Ness. It is going to be FUT to take the first round in what was, I want to say, an absolute cluster, word I can't say on stream, of a first round.
Yeah, it became scrappy, let's say, but FUT's direct approach has paid off. They started, as we said, just blitzing towards this A site. No quarter given, but the idea to retake so quickly. I don't know if, obviously, the delay utility came through, so they couldn't follow up on Daikuza quite as quickly. The punish wasn't there, though, and it ended up in this Ringer Rosie 2v1. An interesting start, maybe a sign of what's to come. 1-0 for FUT. And the same thing again, taking the orb at the very start of the round. Jada's covered out by a smoke this time. Look how passive they are on the attack. I mean, they were all out. They were on the site by this time last round. And instead, they're still in spawn now, waiting for Odd One Out's aggression.
Oh, we're seeing the FPX spy to an extent. Couple of pistols, rifles. Basically losing a couple of players here would be absolutely fine. Already, Ness's Killjoy utility isn't really going to be able to spot out too much from here. Got to be a bit careful. Who's been spotted though? Still manages to win that battle. Has been an absolute highlight. You're going to throughout the games they've played so far, as said, right up there at the top of the board alongside Smurfette, who's had some of the craziest games I think we've ever seen. Her being back in the Turkish team seems like an absolute treat. And, well, you get to witness as to why. No fear. Of course not. But now has a little bit of support from her friends.
Yeah, don't know how Jade is going to get back in here with the bookie. Some mistakes wouldn't need to be made. They get up close with the backup sheriff to work with. Okay. Primary sheriff on Daikuza doing well. But now down to just 17 HP and up against the squad of opponents. Gotta rely on a headshot coming through. And that'll probably be it. Just a 1 kill would be amazing to get damage.
Around she goes. Probably expecting them to exit through long. Why wouldn't you? The where spotted the stun. Clearly predicting that she could be around this angle, but it's all going to be about this timing. Can she get anything done? The alarm bot and a tasty shot onto Ness. Definitely worthwhile as she'll go down, get that extra loss bonus. And more importantly, take out a gun, which was, as said, 3 players alive for FUT was fine. 3 players dead, however, a bit more costly.
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely punished them for that round win. Made it difficult. I mean, we saw earlier on the decision made in a very similar situation for a team just to take pistols around the remaining rifles. It looks like, obviously, the economy is a little healthier here as well, though, than what we saw last time. So FUT are able to get 4 rifles out comfortably, leave Ness just down to the pistol. The flash being held here is dangerous, but the dash used, Thaikuza's out. Free pick.
It seems like it is just going to be the gloves off with Jets, taking risks on the map. It's going to be a fun game. I'm already feeling it. Smurfette now looks to take contact once again. Seeing her and Ness still on the same team definitely excites me. These two have been incredible throughout the entirety of Game Changers, going back to Ness being on one of the previous iterations of FUT, making it to a grand final. They look to try and head back there with her once again, and with a few Turkish friends. That's risky, though. Very risky. As I said, I feel like we're going to get a game full of these sort of plays, but that one might have just been a little bit too much.
Yeah, sometimes you got to just try your luck, but this time around, odd one out, have not found success. The stack up is looking good, though. Everybody towards this side of the map on the way through. Smurfette has some danger with Jada up close. Good shot to start, and it's actually Nugget grabbing both of them. Now the spike's down, and they know the rest of the players are soon to follow. Crossfire set up, and they keep on going with a triple kill for Nugget. Odd one out are on the board.
Yeah, it's around the... Again, ended up being quite competitive, considering that was still somewhat of a bonus for their opponents, but a good read in the end. Like being able to gamble that rotation onto the right side of the map and having this crossfire, which ended up being massively successful. The thing is now, though, it's how things come out for odd one out. Purchase not bad, Bladestorm as well for Thaikuza going into this one, and the same could be said for Smurfette. Already forced back off the angle. Will be Jada. Just look at the pace of which FUT are hitting this site. They're just running it down.
Same as what we saw in that pistol. They want to be direct. They want to take the fight to their opponents. Smurfette can't overstep the mark here. Great read on the spray coming back. Some damage done. A drone to go through, but maybe a little early. No, Thaikuza's dropped. The dash in, not caught. A recon being watched for, but it hasn't fired up. And we're going to see that plant down as FUT can stabilize and wait for odd one out to make the next move. The recon had been used early round, I believe. It should be on. There it is. It's back online and it's fired up. Is anyone watching it still? Yes. Oh, it got a pulse off though. What? What? How is she still alive? Another for Smurfette. Another. Are you kidding? She was revealed. She was sprayed on. They even pre-fired her, Tom. What?
Unlucky, I guess. I told you, it's going to be a fun game watching these two against each other. So far, Smurfette has got off the starting blocks a little quicker. The crazy thing for me is you look at, like, I don't want to throw any shade on the current Guild Game Changers team, but I do have to sit there and look at the old roster, like how Smurfette, Ness have been performing. Speedovka's been insane, by the way. Like, good game. It maybe didn't quite mesh the way that they wanted it to, but I don't know. I felt like these were some crazy players to let go. What is that? Oh god, it is a ridiculous game so far. Blade Storm on life because she's so low. Shouldn't get anything more from here. And what started with a Bucky kill, that's going to end with an aftershock kill. Why not?
And that Bucky kill being one of the more notable staples of the defense that we've seen. Good shot from Pinkley. Really not much else that you can expect her to do from that point, especially with it just being a cloud burst and not an actual stable smoke to play behind. A good attempt, a little bit of damage, but ultimately not that noteworthy of a round. Now this one, on the other hand, should be a little different. This is odd one outs, full investment, and they have gone fully in.
This is
like Kuza's got an op.
Look at them. They've set up as a 4-5. They're literally just using their util to watch the backline. Like there's no way. She's going through the cage. She got a kill onto Datty, but gets a headshot in response. The trade back comes in thick and fast. Ness with another. It's a back and forth round. Reyna even going to throw in.
There's nowhere to go. Yeah, she had to run in.
Had to face forward. Teammate went back. Oh, I thought for a second Lida was going to correct in time. Wow. I don't mind the idea from FUT. Like, genuinely, like, these very direct plays are awfully difficult to play up against. Like, a lot of teams will be very used to having time to sort of think about what they're going to be doing in this round, how they're going to aggress, how they're going to take control. And FUT are just having a game style of just, okay, turret's watching the backline. We'll put an alarm bot just in case they get past the turret. Run at them. And when you've got an entry fragger like Smurfette, that's going to work more often than you'd think.
Wow. That's one hell of a start, and Smurfette's not looking to stop anytime soon. They were trying to destroy any utility that might be sitting around there. Any trap wires that might be in play, nothing to be spotted.
By the way, did you see her stats versus the new guild?
I did not.
She went 19-3 in opening duels.
Oh, in opening duels?
In opening duels.
Jeez.
19-3. First.
That was the KD, it would be impressive, but in opening duels even more so.
It was personal.
Wow.
I don't think I've ever seen opening duel stats that good. Ever. I don't even know if it's possible.
Certainly a challenge for anyone to match, I'll tell you that. Wow. It's been a solid start for the attack, and once again they're able to walk in and grab the plant, but there's a little bit more that needs to be done. Just take a look at odd one out's positions. They're on either side, ready. The Pounds and the Hunter's Fury will be fired out to buy a little bit more time. With 30 seconds left on the clock, I mean, that could be a big factor. There's the lockdown. That's going to buy the attackers some space. In theory, they see the planter. That's a kill for free.
The clock going to tick at least a little bit, but they've already managed to find themselves the information. One player advantage will quickly diminish back again for FUT. Clock Lida is in such an awkward spot. Oh, she manages to get through a lot further than I was expecting, but in the end, the trade comes through very quickly for the side of Odd One Out after what was an explosive start to this half for FUT. Odd One Out are starting to grind things back, maybe starting to realize the pace at which their opponents are playing into and reacting a little bit more quickly. Because that's the thing, a lot of the time, if a round like that comes through, you're not just going to instantly change the way you set up. You're not going to instantly start just spamming your util at the beginning of rounds, because that'd be really dumb. Like, just go, okay, they're going quick once, I'll just use everything. But now that FUT have started to do that a few times, I do think that they've been a little bit more quick to react.
Yeah, naturally. I mean, that's the conditioning, I suppose. As time goes on, you can start to take advantage of those reads, feigning out some of those early aggression, and you'll end up with maybe your opponents dumping their utility just to stop you. Make it much easier to make those rotates and play late game. A timeout from FUT. Gathering themselves ahead of this push. Odd One Out. Certainly starting to catch up, starting to make the adaptations. Now it's FUT's turn. Blade Storm for Smurfette. And a Rolling Thunder as well, even could be combined to close in that space a little quicker on players who cannot really respond to a fast-moving target. You could end up with a big round for Smurfette ahead.
the way that she started things off. It has been 3 deaths in a row without any kills, so we'll see if this is going to be a response now. Instantaneous pop of the knives, and by the looks of it, after a failed B hit in the last round, they're going to do the same again. I think it's sort of like the bait of a tactical pause. You go, okay. Oh, wait. Oh, well, this is a mega bait. I don't think that's achieved what they were hoping it to. It has pulled one player off the C site, which can now very quickly split back. Instead, though, the rest were heavy onto A, so it hasn't actually mattered too much. Nice paranoia, though.
Yeah, that's worked well. They're forced out. The plan can at least be secured, but they were waiting to bait out the Rolling Thunder on B earlier on. Now it's being, well, maybe not baited out, but pulled into the round. Daikuza's got a classic kill. 2 stunned up in the corner. Lida doing well to grab 1, but no more to follow. It's an awkward fight, and it leaves an awkward position for a player like Ness. Good shot to start, and a follow-up through the smoke on the diffuser. Now just 1, but it's an operator. That's why you see the jump peaks, the patience from Daikuza, the timing. Oh, it's going to be everything. 5 HP. The shot connects, but not on target. Oh, this is so awkward for Daikuza, trying to tap it and bait her into the open, but Ness, wise to her tricks. Oh my God, the swing was perfect as well. Playing inside her head.
Wow. Honestly, this game has been a treat so far. Like, just the way this round started, the attempted bait, the early kill onto Smurfette, again, another loss for her. The crazy kill that came up for Daikuza, jumping over the top. She had an operator in hand, but went with the classic instead. And then Ness just pulling out a worldie of a clutch. As said, anybody who let her go from their team is a fool. I don't mind saying it. It's absolute madness. She has been a showstopper when it comes to Game Changers, and wow, if that round's not in some sort of post-show highlight reel, the world's wrong. It's been...
Okay, this player's close here. Flank on the way from Nugget, but it's gonna be on Jada and Reigns to get this done. And yeah, Reyna not really able to follow up. The flash was good, but a second player further back, not caught. 3 kills already through, and they have tidied this round up nicely. The flanker now spotted. There's nowhere else to look, you know, they had every other angle locked down. Why not check the back? Beautiful stuff from FUT.
As quick as they come, as quick as they go, a change of pace. Obviously, again, you have to look at the weaponry that was available in this round, but this is what makes playing against this team so difficult. Is that even when even in the last round, the pace of which they fake planted and then doubled back into C was faster than most teams will go in these rounds. It's a very difficult style of play to face off against. Smurfette back on the scoreboard after a short hiatus, and we look at the response again. 3 players in the right place. Still easier said than done to stop it. Score.
Here.
Just waiting, biding her time. All those little jumps are heard. Daikuza knows there's players waiting on the other side, and the swing is not good. The shot does not land. Just a pixel or 2 off, but it's enough. Reyna hoping that they'll be baited in, but no. They've started to rotate, giving up the space. Maybe leaving Smurfette in an awkward position if she stays around here. But that's why Julius is watching this. They can't really afford to give this angle up, and there's the info. They decide not to even smoke it. Look at Smurfette. She's going into A. Trying to wrap up on these players, but they're wise to her tricks.
Getting punished.
30 seconds left.
Oh, through the smoke! Nugget just getting completely caught off guard. Not expecting anyone to be there. Definitely not expecting her to be there with the spike. Quick retake attempted, though, from on one out. Right through the smoke they go. Through the aftershock attempted, but it is just a spray down from Julius, leaving Jada alone. First kill will be free, but anything but for the next. But continue to increase their lead, and for odd one out, this map is starting to look pretty bleak, especially considering it's their choice. But
Look at that. It's almost like Lida ducked under the shot. A very unfortunate beginning for Odd One Out. Their defensive side not panning out in any sort of positive way. I think, you know, looking back at that series that they had up against KPI Shine, it was their defense where they found such a strong position. I mean, it can't be understated. They demolished KPI Shine. And when we saw that squad playing up against Ascent Rising, it was an incredibly close series. Certainly on the first map. Odd One Out 13-5'd them, giving them only 2 attacking rounds right towards the end when KPI started to figure it out. Now,
this is always
it's looking bleak.
This has always been one of my favorite things about Game Changers is the amount of there'll be a lot of organizational support, and still there'll be teams that come through as somewhat of a mix, like, or picking up a couple of players for what was already an established roster that got dropped, and they're top 4. Like that's what Odd One Out have managed to achieve in such a short amount of time. And you almost just think like the possibilities if they had an organization would be nigh on endless. A lot to learn, a lot to go, but I've managed to turn things around in this series, especially with players like Julie's stepping up after what was I would say quieter game from her so far, but when you consider how well the majority of FUT have been playing, it doesn't really matter so much. She's definitely been supporting. Her paranoias have been on point. And again, just look at the huddle. FUT know what they're up against here. Okay, if we split up, look for clues, give them individual fights, maybe they get a weapon. Instead, we'll go at this one together. Contact taken by Cougar. There's a chance, but the knives go astray. Top main weapon in this round. Well, unless you include the Ares.
I don't, especially not on this map. Although I should be including the Sheriffs. This is getting a little out of hand now. The damage is massive. Another kill. 3 for Pinkley. I mean, the bookie was a bit of a piss take earlier, but the Sheriff is certainly working out. Ness. Oh my God, the lockdown's going to be used already. This is a successful round, it has to be said. But we're right towards the end of the half. 36 HP for Jada.
Oh, in the corner.
It's the only place to go. The only spot to play from.
The thing, I feel like Ness is reposition. It gives such an off angle. I don't know if Jada's going to be expecting it. Her positioning in this game has been second to none. The read. Oh, of course, it was the only corner left, but her opponent could have just left completely. But there was a risk to that. So she forced her into a corner, isolated the fight to one specific position. Ness is just outclassing our opponents. And yes, okay, you take this round from the beginning, you go, you've got some pistols, you've got an Ares, and you get it down to 1 player. Oh, fantastic. But look at the context of the half. At this point, all that matters to Odd One Out is rounds. Because has it done any damage, Mitch? Okay, you don't have a lockdown, that's it.
Well, the Hunter's Fury can at least be used freely, but not for very much reward. The space not taken on A on the back of the first pulse either. It gives them, I guess, at least they use the drone to clear back through. Valuable piece of utility taken out of the hands of FUT. And an aggressive stance by Thaikuza. No way out now. Got to commit to the angle. And that was just a little too aggressive for my liking. Smurfette punishing it. And now looking in towards the site. The dash is good. They've got the space, but Jada tucked away on short, hasn't been spotted, will be cleared and will not be taken down. Now they're starting to fight back, bursting out of the smoke. Jada holding strong, and good look to FUT's final player. Already going to be dropped by Jada.
Yeah, a huge performance from her to at least garner a little bit of hope going back into this one. That's the thing. I do feel like, although I'm sure there'll be an aggressive defensive half from FUT as well, I do expect FUT, with the way they play, the style in which they play, to get more rounds on that attacking side. Even though you go back and you look at some of their performances, they've been able to put up some rounds, but let's go back to that Guild game. 6-6, so 6 rounds on their defensive half, 7-0 on the attack. Now, obviously, if one of your duelists is getting an opening kill every single round, it's a little bit easier to do it on the attack. But I do think that for Odd One Out, they're going to have more opportunities here. Even if for them, the favored side might be that defense, I do think that just because of how FUT plays, it's going to be a little bit easier.
Okay, well, there's some promise then. See how much comes of it. I like the idea. Spamming through. Any little element like that added into a round will always be annoying to play against. Just look at the tuck in. Oh, never mind. It's not fully a tuck in. Julius went out for the peak. Lost a bit of HP. That's about where this ends. Rest of the squad seems to be rotating around. Odd one out. Not committing towards the garage play. In fact, looking to take things to A, if I'm not mistaken. There's a little tuck in.
The thing is, the two players on this side of the map have felt no pressure. No need to rotate just yet. You could see that Smurfette's genuinely wary that they've lost B control, so she is still watching that flank to come through. They don't check for Lida, though. Oh, she's going to be caught with a dart in hand. Maybe a little bit audacious, but Smurfette's still there and fighting. And because of the dart, actually knows there's nobody else around this corner. Or at least she thinks. They don't... 3 players within that site. She's bought so much, just in terms of space as well. And now Ness is going to be watching. Timmy the turret will join in to hold down this position as the rest look to retake. So, just in...
Well, they have the smoke up. The tap here causes some problems, but there's a... Oh, Aftershock ready. They're in a ton of space, but now they're forced out of the corner.
Uh-oh.
Nobody's there to fight it, though. Just the one little shot on the cross, a little bit of damage. They need to follow through with the kills. The defuse underway, and it's clean. Julie's able to farm them up from just behind the boxes. And the stick on is good. Pistol win for FUT. And that could be devastating for Odd One Out. The fact that they're able to... I mean, Lida gets one, had a serious chance for another, but at least the trade was there immediately for Smurfette, and they just can't get any ground on short from that point.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, because they all dedicated to long and didn't leave anybody behind, it just meant that them holding that position, there was no way for them to reclaim any post plant, because they would have had to either push into defender spawn, which wasn't clear, push back round long, which, again, because of Ness's quick rotation, wasn't clear, or try and reclaim short, which involved fighting Smurfette, which, if that's your best option in a round, good luck. Again.
Yeah, Smurfette's excuse me. Smurfette's been well, taking people's breath away. Look at that. Oh wow, yeah, and that's kind of what we're talking about. She's been looking good, but yeah, that was Pistols trading out a rifle, picking it up. Watch the timing though. Lida just making it up top now. Was she spotted? Well, she will be after the drone.
It's given a small window, a very small window. Bear in mind, Nugget still only has a pistol. Like Cougar is low. Any kills she can get will lead her back towards the Blade Storm, which, especially on that attack, could be ever so devastating. But you can see the rest of FUT not over-facing, not over-risking anything. They're the ones that have the huge advantage. Cougar down, Nugget, anything she can get, but it's a good retake in the end. A few extra credits earned up by the plant and an extra kill, but ultimately I think it's only an SMG now that will be lost, with Dati being able to upgrade. And that means that this bonus round for FUT is actually going to be pretty devastating. And I'm not going to say that Smurfette is definitely going to buy back up. She's probably going to buy back up. Great.
Yeah, I think, you know, why not? Why not go for it? I mean, it's not like it's been a lights out start, but 17 and 12, pretty decent. Key thing is, in this half, a lot of those kills were earned. She was participating in a lot of fights, and now just one away from a Blade Storm. So even buying here, can drop next round, and then play Blade Storm if she goes down. FUT in a really good position. They have a foothold on this map for sure. And this is Odd One Out's pick. Things are certainly looking a little grim, but we've seen the comebacks. We've seen 12 rounds in a row. So at this point, I'm going to doubt nothing about Odd One Out.
Well, door spam, not really getting too much done. Timmy the turret's been tagged up by Dylan the drone.
Dylan.
Now, you're not happy with that name?
No, I think, you know, doesn't sound like it's a name that Sova would say all too much. It's kind of a strange one for him to go for, but, you know, I'm not judging.
Yeah, you know, he's a little bit more angry with the rest of his abilities. He's just, that one's his, like, sweetheart. Either way, putting into this site, flash through. Nugget looking to try and garner any space. 30 seconds left, though. And look at the rotation. Paranoia thrown in to buy extra time. The dart's done well, but Ness is just lurking around. In fact, the dart on the other side's even better, revealing pretty much everybody. The utility from FUT was fantastic to delay. And then as they marched in towards that C site, it was an absolute slaughter.
There's eyes in the sky looking good. Like that recon comes in. That recon is from the A site, by the way. And it comes in from the heavens. No one saw it on its way. It lands. No time to react. Everyone's in a gunfight at that point as well. Just literally couldn't be better. And, you know, I don't know how many of you know how far away the A site is, but that recon went out quite a while ago. So that was impressive timing, it has to be said. And for Odd One Out, it's got to feel horrendous. That puts them down to a very low buy. Just some pistols. Sometimes this is where teams turn it around. The faster strategy paying off. Being stunned on the way through, but Yakuza's good for one. Stun is good on a second. And a third blinded. That is beautiful play. The support earning their paycheck on that.
Spike planted.
There's still 2 to find. A couple of players low. Oh no, so is Julius. Ness has already pulled off a masterful clutch earlier in this game, but this one would have to be the best of them. Paranoia could catch a couple of players. In fact, it has done. Julius might be just taking that opportunity and now giving Ness a chance. This round should have been done. Over. Timmy will join her for the second and hits the first headshot. It had to be an instant response from Jada, and luckily for Odd One Out, it was. Should have
incredibly close. 28 HP. And that's how they cling on to dear life. Like I said, those are the rounds that can surprise your opponents. You pick up the pace, you play just a little bit more unhinged. And sometimes that is all you need. 8 bullets. Look at this. Straight away on the first. If Jada had swung a little wider, if Yakuza had swung a little more shallow, they would have lined up and that would have been it. 4 ultis online now, 11-5. Odd One Out have a lot of decisions. Every round they have to make sure they don't commit too much. You might need those safety nets. Maybe that's why we saw Reyna reconsider the Rolling Thunder. They might regret it though. Look who's in the corner. Only good for one. Oh, never mind. What? Julie's got them all. Garage is on lockdown. And it's the Omen that's using it. Oh my God.
If Ryan wasn't bald before, he definitely is now. This has got to be a stressful time to be part of the coaching staff, because it does seem like some of the players on this side just could do no wrong. She's still fighting. She's about to be revealed through the wall, but manages to escape. The early battle couldn't have gone much worse, but let's see if there's a recovery. 45 seconds left. There's a bit of space, but Dati just jiggling, knowing that there's no reason to overface this one. Trying to bait them into a rotation. A little bit segmented, though. First kill will go away. Second one, not going to happen. Jada's just too far behind. No chance to trade it out. Now left in a very awkward position. You can see Smurfette already rotating over with the operator. Potential for an isolated duel, but just look at where she's holding. Oh, just ridiculous reactions. Inhuman, some would say.
Some would indeed. That is just ridiculous how quickly. But this here, like after the battle going on so long, it looked over. But Julie's able to just rip
them to shreds. Get it one more time, but like 2 times slower. I want to be able to see it. Yeah, we've even got a pause. Go on, treat us.
Give us a treat. Now, Odd One Out of being.
We get it one more time, but like 2 times slower.
God's sake, Jack! What are you doing, Jack Igo TV?
Treat us, Jack.
That's actually, it's a solid plan. Every issue I've had even within just all of VCT, I've always just fed it back. That guy, Jack Igo,
Yeah.
I don't know what he was doing on the graphics, what he was doing on the observing, the replays. The electricity went out. I'm pretty sure he drilled into a cable.
But that's the thing, though. It's like his name is literally I Go, as in he's going to go and sort out our problems for us.
Or he's going to go and cause problems. That's how I think. Jack, I go and cause problems.
I wouldn't be that
you know?
toxic to one of my fellow Irish. He's going to go.
Sure. Just only having the crack, you know?
Hey, I'm 1/8 Irish, so you know it counts.
Yes.
Sick.
Yes.
I'm 1/8 of me likes Jack. We won't talk about the other 7/8. Hey, I love you really, Jack.
That was the 1/8 of Tom speaking.
Yeah, I'm fighting him back.
Just wait the next 7 sentences. The recon early, garage control.
I love you.
Odd one out, going to be looking to claim this, destroy the utility. We saw this before. Just eliminate anything that's in play to lock down that control, because typically you don't want the player inside holding it, unless it's Julie's, who's about to rip your whole round apart. Oh.
I wonder what you're about to say there.
Excuse me. Whoops. Oh, they're chasing. No, they're not chasing.
This spy just sucks, doesn't it? It's like you've got some ults behind it, so maybe it will work. Smurfette. Oh my god! Somehow I thought she was going to get out of that alive, but not this time. Blade Storm successful. Operator to be found. To util not to allow them back in. This is a very winnable scenario now for Odd One Out. Storm.
And they've spotted them down below, but there can't really be a follow-up from here. Maybe there can be. Flash out, drop down, good kill to start, but the follow-up not there. Odd One Out, able to deliver fight after fight in this round, clinging on for dear life on their map pick. And a clutch needed, a big one, as these players come out into a massive crossfire. And it's Odd One Out that come ahead. One more round clocked up for them, 6 more needed for an overtime.
One enemy remaining.
Oh. 12 to 6. Weaponry, not the best on the other side of things, but there's been so many hero plays at this point from FUT, it's difficult to 6. Not expect another one to come through. Smurf out on a Marshall could be the winning factor, or any of the above. But this looking though at Lider. Oh my god! Oh, thankfully for Odd One Out, there's going to be a response. It does seem like Ness can just do no wrong at this stage. Still leaves it in a 4v4 scenario. The gun is gone. That's the thing. The rifle fell. The Sheriff managed to do the most damage, and I definitely would not be going that way if I was Odd One Out. I would be going whatever way Ness was not.
Usually a pretty solid call, but Ness on the A site might just have a challenge. It's going to be coming in soon. Daddy here as well. You know, Rolling Thunder, not really the ideal spot to be using it here. I'm imagining this is going to be a next round play, if there is a next round. Got to be clean and quick. They've spotted the player on the right, destroying the recon. Nice and easy. Ness. Okay, there's one already, but no follow through. It's like Cougar for 3. It puts FUT on their last legs in this round.
Again, I just felt like there was a world where somehow he was managing to find that. Ulysse has now picked up the rifle. A split second there where there is a gap available. That shot dart has done unbelievable amounts.
Player standing.
Okay. It's left into a 1 versus 2. Smurfette now picking up the rifle. That shot. Oh! Whoa, that was way too close. Way too close. And I'm just saying it now. Don't show me that Marshall battle. I'll blame Jack. I'm just saying it now.
It's all okay. This is fine. This is all normal replays.
Player standing.
And now it's over. Yes, let's go, Jack.
Beautiful. Thank you, production. Thank you. Well
Oh, no,
done,
we don't.
Jack.
We don't thank Jack. We thank production
well
for
done.
that.
Well done.
I thought we were only gonna flame him. That anything good is someone else.
The thing is, unfortunately for this, I actually don't know who is doing the replay. So if that information could be fed to me as well, so that I can give credit where it's due, maybe it is Jack. But I'm pretty sure he's doing a lot of the third-person stuff.
Yes, yes, I believe he's observing for us.
Give credit. Okay.
Yes.
He's just stealing the credit, though.
Wow, typical Jack, you know. It's like he pretends he's singing live. You know, it's you couldn't trust him from that moment. We all knew. Hunter's Fury popped out.
Yeah, attempted to find the plant. What? It's going to get a tag, but not really anything too much to write home about. The thing is, though, the Rolling Thunder and, of course, the lockdown. Now, the Rolling Thunder use first could be interesting. If you could somehow catch onto the Sova, it might make things a little bit more difficult for them to destroy this, but not going to be the case. Now the Rolling Thunder goes through, but maybe just a little bit too late. Like Cougar again, though. She's been so high impact thus far. Ness trying to fight back. But however, it seems like the hold is ever so strong, and Ness is left alone once again, pinged up by the dart over and over, and Thaikusa just takes over in this round. 4 kills for her. Once again, this Jet battle has been one for the ages, that's for sure. But even still, that lead is 4 rounds. FUT just need 1 hero.
Yeah, after such a shaky start, Odd One Out have done really well to pull this back. They still got quite a bit left to do. With Thaikusa heating up, you never know. They could be hot on their heels before they know about it, and that's why FUT have called for their final pause. Timeout on 12 rounds with 4 opportunities to close it out. The first of which doesn't look too promising. There's definitely a lot of weaknesses in this buy. We don't expect to see him commit. Ness does have a sheriff, so I take back everything I said.
It's like a 50-50 round now.
Anyone's game. Anyone's game. And the 50-50, it's actually 33% chance.
Buys up a Marshall, I'm actually giving it 51 to FUT.
See, it depends, right? Really, I got it without the Marshall. I can't give it 50-50. I'll give it 33%, because whatever site Ness is on, that's the win condition for FUT. If they go there, it's over. But if they go somewhere else, retake, it's a little harder.
We'll see. But of course, the Irishman's picked 33 as the number that he goes for. But 8th Irish, so it's not offensive. And the Marshall has been bought up, so I'm going with my 51% chance of FUT taking this round. Okay, that was the warning shot.
That was the 49%.
Don't get too many of those. Taking this.
Yeah, look, they rolled the dice.
Also trying to pressure around the door. I like the fact that we're seeing a little bit more passable, though. Thaikusa's just taken so much ground towards C-Long. Ness has had to push back in towards the site a little bit deeper, but in the meantime, there's aggression outside of A, which is going to garner quite a bit of info. Ground.
Well, Ness falling back off the site might speak well for the retake, but won't be stopping them on the way through. A chance here. Oh, that was just a body. Maybe the wall getting in the way. A decent bit of damage. Now spotted up and forced back. And they're just changing direction. Again, the spike had been waiting outside here the whole time. Now they're spotted on the way through. Thaikusa up top. Little slow getting the kill. And she has gone down to the Nano Swarm. The blind actually caught Nugget. Still staying alive on backside. I mean, that he was doing a damn good job, but in the end, they're going to get that plant in.
Yeah, it's still taking them some time. The spams whittling away at the HP of some of these players. Just hoping for a miracle shot, but Pinkerley's not going to allow it. And now they are starting to slowly diminish the chances. Players just hoping for a miracle shot, but Pinkerley's not going to allow it. Yeah, it's still taking. And now they are starting to Pinkerley in this 2 versus 4. What they can really hope for is a little bit of extra damage. The stun even going to make things that much more impossible. 1 out have done well to starting to weather the storm that seemed to be brewing in this round. A little bit of
They won't even lose too many players in the end, just the 2 going down. Again, though, that wasn't really a round that we were terribly worried about. You know, maybe 51% favored in some people's minds, but most of the time with conventional Valorant, that's not how it should be going. This next one, though, a little bit different. I'll have everything to work with. And those players taking fights won't have the same disadvantages. Bladestorm online for Smurfette. Ricka. See what they can do.
Once again, the climb back continues. 4 rounds in a row. Julius has had so many ridiculously high impact rounds, but once again... Oh, I was going to say maybe not this time, but just the swing. The bold and the brave, they say about some, but I think that's Julius in a nutshell. Just incredible amounts of risk, but they've been rewarded. Cougar can't really stick around. She has the spike. As the rest of the team look to build into this B site again, you just see Datty peeking, jiggling. And in the meantime, Julius is not stopped. Like, to take the advantage and then continue this push, that's confidence.
But Jada knows not to go too far. They gotta swing it together if they're going to. Instead, it's the cage to cover off the plant.
She's got no shadow steps.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. She could have bypassed that utility with no problems at all, but because that utility is gone, she's now left in a bit more of an awkward spot. Cougar could just catch her. It would be devastating for her to disappear from this round. Instead, she's going to take TP into the back of the site. The shot's not being connected by Jada, and then she fakes it out.
What?
The sheer disrespect. I don't know how Julius knew where she was, but it does not matter. FUT are going to clean up this round, and I'm genuinely bewildered as to what happened there for her to just cancel and get herself the freest kill of all time.
Yeah, well, you know, I could understand canceling it, using it in the first place as a recon. Right, clear out back site, not there, cancel, and then start the retake. You don't want to get killed by someone swinging a corner, but her teammates made it into the site. By all accounts, that should have just been blitz through, continue the push, and take the fight somehow. And I can't tell you how. I can't even fathom.
One enemy remaining.
How that's canceled, how the weapon comes up in time, and how the kill comes out of it. Unbelievable performance.
That's the thing. I feel like I can think of at least like 3 rounds that she just individually won for her team. It's like you won't see her like right at the top as like the biggest statistical player, like especially when you've got the likes of Smurfette and Ness just popping off. But in terms of raw impact, she might actually take the biscuit somehow in this game, and that includes like multiple 1vx scenarios won by her teammates. A closer game in the end with a decent comeback from odd one out, which at least gives some hope going into the next map, but you do have to bear in mind this was their map choice. Her team.
That's it, man. I mean, you can look at it and think slower start, and it was. They got there in the end. You start Haven right now, we're going to get a different result, but that ain't how you run a BO3. It's on to the next. Now the comfort ground of FUT is going to be the battlefield. For odd one out, they might look back on this performance and be disappointed by how it started, but I think the ending showed us those signs of life. It showed us why teams might fear this squad. The question is, can they do it in a reverse sweep? And it's a different story, really. Being 1 down in a series already, the mental game gets tougher, but like we say, opponent's map pick up next, it's going to be tough to find hope there.
Well, we've seen them battle back. We've seen them fight before, so I guess we'll just have to wait and see after the break if it's going to be a 2-0 for FUT as they continue to climb and make it to the lower final, or if odd one out, we've got a little bit more in the tank. So
Red Bull gives you wings.
Calling all students. Compete in the ultimate Valorant competition.
The Red Bull Capless Clutch.
Register now for your national qualifier.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
We said that this game was gonna be spicy, so I hope you guys brought some milk. 13-9 for FUT Female, closing out Haven. This map, Pilski, it was play after play after play.
It was, and I'm kind of sad because my milk expired yesterday, and it wasn't used by. It was used by not best before, so that's really sad for me.
Just get a new one.
I think for the most part, I mean, you see the two Jets right up the top of the stats there, both putting in some good work, but I think this felt like a pretty comfortable game for FUT. There were definitely signs of life for Odd One Out, especially starting to bring some of those retakes together, and some of the attacking side rounds as well were looking quite solid for Odd One Out. There were definitely signs of life, but most of the game it felt like FUT was out in front, and they were going to get it done at some point.
Yeah, as you mentioned it yourself already, glimpses here and there, right, from the Odd One Out. You had some questions as well in regards to this roster, not having played some of the most difficult teams, but they have generally put up a formidable performance against FUT Female. But Inami, as much as this was a 13-9, it was such a tug of war between both of these rosters, and round 20 specifically, I mean, they threw everything at the kitchen sink, both of these teams at it, and it still went in favor of the Odd One Out.
Yeah, they were like really trying so hard. We saw so many ults, 3 ults from the side of, I'm pretty sure it was FUT. And then from the other side, we also saw the Silva ults, and we saw everything thrown there just to be able to secure this round. But in the end, the Odd One Out were able to like come up on the top. And this is like the comeback that maybe gives some hope to the Odd One Out. Even if they lost this map, even if they lost their own pick, maybe they still have some hope coming to the next map. And that's what gave them the win yesterday, right? They didn't have much of a plan. They only scrimmed that comp once, and they just felt comfortable about it, and they went for it. So maybe we would see a repeat right now, where they just go have fun and give us a good show.
Yeah, just play your game, right? That's what we wanted to see. That's what we got to see as well. Pilski, Ness specifically, another member of the roster that has just continuously showed up today. And tug of war very much also coming down to some of these important clutches.
Yeah, I think attacking side, she was worth her weight in gold. She got a massive 1v3, which actually ended up breaking the economy of the defense side in one of these key rounds. I think this one was it. So, you know, obviously you have a big retake coming in from Odd One Out, and they had a lot of pretty nice looking retakes, it has to be said. If Ness doesn't complete this 1-on-3, you're going to see FUT's economy on the ropes. You know, this was somewhat of a swing round, but the fact that she was able to put together this 1-on-3 and just her movement, just great use of the circle jump to try and bait out the shots from the player with the operator, just gather the info, chucking in a wide peek there just to keep things interesting. And it just goes to show you how good movement can be in this game and how much of a difference that can make.
Yeah, that point is like toying with your food, 5 HP and still managing to close it out. It is impressive to say the least, but every single one of these players has genuinely showed up to the stage and given us a formidable performance. And that's what made this game so interesting, Inami. But the thing that we highlighted earlier today was we were gonna focus specifically on the duelist. We heard it from Nugget herself as well in the interview, and she said, yeah, whichever duelist wins. And this time around, it was Smurfette, Inami.
Yeah, we saw her feeling like more comfortable during like the attack and defense, while on the other side for Takuza, it took her a while to be able to express herself more, while yeah, she wasn't able to get much of it early on. We saw Ness able to shut her down repetitively. We saw the entire team of footballers able to shut her down. Meanwhile, Smurfette, she was able to like gain space, whether it's on attack or on defense, and we saw her so many times able to like get these first blood that secured her teams the round.
Yeah, and this is something that we are looking and hoping for both of these duelists to carry on into the next map, Plisky, which is going to be Pearl. Now, this map, for me personally, I have a couple of questions about it simply because of the fact that the Odd One Out is not the strongest on it, but when we're looking at FUT, the ones who picked it, they don't have a stellar track record on it there. So what do you think's going on?
Yeah, so I mean, they played it in round 2 and 3 of the group stage, and then they had a little bit of a break for maybe like 12-13 days FUT. Then they changed their comp, so they went from playing Breach Sky to playing Fade KO, and since they swapped over to the Fade KO, they've been able to take up only wins over Guild, who didn't have the greatest run in the group stage, but still obviously a quality name, and a win over Tiger and Anonymous, who did pretty decently for themselves, going from contenders to playoffs, and had a pretty good season, it has to be said. Over on the side of Odd One Out, though, there are no pushovers on Pearl either. They have played nothing but close games on Pearl. They played a 24-round game against Carmine Corp that they barely won, and they barely lost in 24 rounds against KPI and overtime against Tiger. So no matter what, at least so far for Odd One Out, if they play a game of Pearl, it goes 24 rounds minimum.
So all I'm hearing is another banger matchup where it's head-to-head, toe-to-toe Inami, and it's gotta go 24 rounds. You excited? Oh, well, I'm gonna ask you then, Pilski. Are you excited? 24
I am excited.
rounds. Hey.
As, we got headset problems for an army, so we'll let her sort those out. But I think it's going to be good to see FUT obviously changing up their new comp. Both these teams playing the Jet as well. Another big difference is the Viper is in the Odd One Outs comp, so they're obviously going to have that wall pressure to kind of apply pressure to be on the attacking side and kind of change up some of their setups on defense as well. So that'll be a good one. Obviously, Viper on the defense, chuck the one-way up on top of the door, so that could make a bit of a difference too.
All right, well, looking at both of the compositions, how are we expecting that to interact? We've seen how these teams go up against each other, and it's very much in your face type of gameplay. Is this something with the compositions that they're both running on Pearl we're looking to see translated into that map as well?
Yeah, maybe. I think, when you look at something like, KO Fade to set up the Jet, that's something that you could be anticipating. And then over on the side of Odd One Out, it's a bit more closer to what a team like Loud might want to do. They like the pop flash plays and the set plays and stuff with the Sky to set up the Jet for success, and the kind of explosive plays through the Viper wall and things like that. So those are the kind of things that you're probably expecting more so from them. So we'll see which style ends up kind of prevailing. It has kind of been a difference of philosophy for a lot of teams as to what comp they kind of want to be playing on the Pearl. I'm surprised neither one of these teams want to play the Harbor though, because that definitely did rise to popularity for quite a little bit as well.
Yeah, maybe we'll see it today. Who knows? We might see a little curveball thrown into the mix. But when we're looking at specifically the Odd One Out going up against FUT Female, what do you think was the biggest shortcoming when it came to closing out some of these very crucial rounds? Because at the end of the day, it was a mere 4-round difference.
Yeah, I think that FUT played with some really good structure in the first half, and I think the space that they got themselves in that first half really ended up winning them that game. So the ability to shut down Cougar early on in the first half was great from FUT, and obviously things got a lot closer in that second half. So thank God they had a good first half for themselves. Looking at the comp, like I said, FUT with their old comp, they lost both of their games. With this new comp, they've won both of their last 2 games on Pearl, which were a lot more recent than their losses. And then the same thing for Odd One Out. They're playing the same comp as last time. They're going to be playing that, closer to the Loud comp. Obviously, Astra instead of the Harbor that a lot of teams kind of favored at some of the events overseas and things like that. So we'll see how it works out for them.
Nothing too crazy though, but when we're looking at the Astra rather than the Harbor, is there something personally that you prefer yourself, or do you think that Astra is a better fit for the playstyles of both of these teams?
I think it's different because Harbor is really good with the walls, obviously, to push and take map control, particularly on the extremities. And then the Cove, obviously, great for establishing yourself post plants and also retakes. But the Astra wall is really, really good on this map. If you get yourself a post plant on the B side of the map and you can get yourself a really good cosmic, it can make a pretty massive difference.
Yeah, well, we're going to see whether or not that's going to be the case, because for me, still, personally, the eyes are on the Duelist and how the rest of the team are going to be able to set them up. This is genuinely do or die for the Odd One Out. They've already made it so far. Can they make it further? Pearl, this is going to be FUT Female's map pick. It is do or die, as we said. FUT Female could close it out into a no. Maybe we can see Odd One Out push it. We're going to be heading into potentially final map Pearl with Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Ginny, and our analyst desk. Yet again, we're back into another game of VALORANT, Tom. This time, though, I gotta be honest, for the first time, I'm coming in with an expectation. I think FUT should close the series here. How are you feeling?
So basically, you think that soon Odd One will be out and they won't still be in. The greatest pun of all time. I actually think I just heard Ginny like giving me a round of applause like in the background. Obviously, you guys wouldn't be able to hear that.
I heard a lot of laughter.
She's no longer on, but
yeah.
Obviously, Ginny, I am Ginny's idol. Like she based her look on me.
It's true.
So
it's true.
It's just fun for her to be here with me around. But yeah, to what you were saying about FUT, yeah, I think that they definitely come in favorites on this map. I wouldn't say, like, obviously with the comp changes recently for them, it does look like they've been quite a bit stronger. I think bringing in the fade has worked out quite nicely, and a lot of that comes down to Ness actually again like taking a completely different role. I like that we're seeing some flexibility within the sort of agents that they're willing to play. I wouldn't say this is like a clean sweep though. Like I wouldn't look at this map as like a death sentence for their opponents. Like they had a close game versus Tiger Anonymous, and as we've seen, Tiger Anonymous can play some really wacky Valorant. So if you can hold out versus them, maybe you can hold out versus FUT.
Oh, maybe. Let's hope so. If we're going to get a third map out of this one, it's got to be Pearl taken by Odd One out. Their defensive side up for a challenge right away. And we're going to get a lot of presence towards a Killjoy utility to keep back the rest of the team. 40 HP, 22. Losing quite a lot on the way through. Dati is in danger. And the plans, well, I mean, a spam coming her way could be fatal. It's Smurfette to try and take space. Smoke goes down. Good angle. Did they expect it? Did they clear it on the way through? Smurfette's real close now, and no, unaware that she could be there already. A good pick, but now she's kind of isolated. Getting back towards her teammates. Snake bites have gone down. Damage is being taken. Oh, it's so close. Some of these players are on death's door, and, well, knock, knock. They've opened up wide. It turns out we're going to need a scrappy fight for Smurfette.
No.
What? Again, another one of these rounds. Smurfette is just unbelievable.
I genuinely can't believe half of the stuff that FUT just managed to pull out. That said, I can't imagine what it's like being on the Odd One outside right now, because again, it seems like a scenario where you pretty much do everything right. You pull out the advantages, and then just Smurfette comes out and goes, nah, never mind, don't fancy it. Being the most aggressive player within the server for half of the round and being the one that cleans up the kills at the end, it shouldn't be the way it is, but for FUT, they're very happy that they will be being the. And again, it's been a great year for their organization already. But changes, they've had success in the past, but this current roster, I have to say it's the one that's excited me most since the last time Ness was on this team. But now they've even got Smurfette with her, which I don't know how anybody let that happen, but it's excited me. Well, somebody did.
Yes. Someone slipped up.
Yeah, someone let that happen. I'm not really sure why. Here we go, though. A good stack up from Odd One out. 3 players within the site. The rest very far away. So you're going to have to hope that, well, they can do some damage with these pistols. And Smurfette leading the charge once more, clearing so much space for the rest of the squad. Very on the desk that a lot of their game style will be revolved around setting her up, but there is a part of me that just feels like she doesn't do it on their own. There is supportive utility, but some of the time she does. It's almost like her intuition is just second to none.
This position is good, and again, Thaikuza will be the one to be caught off guard. Smurfette firing on all cylinders to start out this map. 2 back-to-back 3Ks. She hasn't gone down once. That means 1 away from Bladestorm coming into round number 3. And that could be a very scary prospect for her opponents. An Odd One out. Especially on FUT's map pick, Tom. With a map behind them, you don't want to see them off to a flying start. And I fear that's what we're about to witness.
You know, like Smurfette being the entry and being 6-0. Nah, that's not a bad sign at all.
It's all right.
One off a Bladestorm, and the orbs on this map, at least one of them, being fairly easy to compete for. Oh, she ain't going for the orb. Yeah, she does not. What orb? There's an orb here? Storm? And she's just going. Oh. Just straight in. What? How are you alive?
Bladestorm online. Hey, Ness, you fancy a rifle? Never mind. Smurfette won't stop. She doesn't need the smoke.
What?
Come on now. This is getting ridiculous. Kill after kill going her way. Is there anyone else on the server for the attacking side? 4 support players, maybe. At this point, that's all you need. Give Smurfette all the support you can. Okay, she's out. She's gone. I have to go through the orb as well. Oh.
Breathe for a second. And the second she dies, the round becomes that little bit tougher already on the defuse. Somebody needs to peek this one. Ness has done well. A second headshot, but she can't quite get the last in time. It was defused. You kill one and the other's there.
I don't understand how this is happening. How these... I mean, it's a clutch, but it doesn't feel like one. If you're on the side of odd one out, this was the round you were supposed to come in and dominate with the rifles. Smurfette was doing exactly that, dominating with every chance she was given, and then
she's legitimately off by like half a second.
A shoulder instead of a headshot. That's all it is. Unreal. Well, round number 4, and well, odd one out. Just look at their money. Just like they won the round. Let's all just think they won the last round. Now let's look at what they bought. Now, very fiscally responsible, but yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'd like premise this by saying because of how bad their economy is, but that what you made earlier about, hey, you know, the numbers go up. This is one of those scenarios where it's just got to be heartbreaking, and this, like, I feel like we've seen amazing stuff on previous teams from Ness and Smurfette, but it does just feel like now they're on a Turkish-speaking roster on a Turkish organization. It's like they've just got a power-up. They've hit the mushroom from Mario and just, well, a levels above. These two are already eclipsing everybody else on the scoreboard. Like, I know we've probably got a replay, but let's make sure we bring the scoreboard up afterwards, because I'm pretty sure like Smurfette has at least 8 kills. I think Ness has minimum of 6. We bring.
Yeah.
9 even for Smurfette. There you go. I was off by 1. So they've got 15 kills between them after 4 rounds. Of 6.
All right, but here's the positive. 4 players away from an odd one out. If you need something to bail you out, a Viper's Pit could be it. A lockdown.
And here's a negative.
Okay.
Add up everyone else in the server, including the people on the other team, and you don't get Ness and Smurfette.
Yeah. Small sample size.
I don't even need to do the math.
Small sample size. You know, that's the one good thing here. There's plenty more samples to be sized.
That's true. It is only round 5. And now they have a bye. That's the thing. They were ecoing that last one. It's been a bit of a rough start, but we've already seen that a lot of the time attacks on this map can go wild. But since the changes, defensive sides have started to sort of boost their way forward, especially when you go into EMEA. Even still, they've started this one off well. Like Cougar, their way forward. We know that, like, we might be raving about Smurfette Ness, but she can definitely match up. We saw it in the previous, even though it didn't go their way. We've seen it throughout. And now they build up with a pretty decent read here. Viper Wall going to be holding them back. Knife through isn't going to catch, and they've got so much to delay. Well, Smurfette didn't care. Round.
Oh, straight through the wall. Daddy's going to go down as well. Jada. Around the elbow is a good spot to play from, but Ness is somehow able to isolate another duel. The flank should be it. It should help them out, and it does. Julie's dropped, 10 seconds left. No time to plant anymore. Retrieving that spike should be near impossible. And it proves to be. Thykusa's third gives odd one out another round. And FUT, well, they're stalled out, at least for now. The solution seems to be there. Just kill Smurfette.
Yeah. I was still worried for a bit that Ness was just going to take over, but Thykusa having a big round, aggressing, shutting down one side of the map, allowing for quicker rotations, and she herself being able to get in on that flank at the end. Still not really going to do much of a dent to the economy of their opponents, though. A Blade Storm still available, but not even being thrown in here, at least just as an economy boost. Still not... In fact, it's going to be utilized on the other side, and they are just running it. This is something we saw from them a lot on Haven. Their attack sides were so devastating because the pace of which they take the site was huge, but that is a big kill from Nugget. Catching her on the cross, and they are just down, they now have to be creative with where they go for the plant, because normally you want that wraparound through art. With that not available, you need to plant somewhere else.
Is it? Because what's Lida's plan here? Still being around this position this late on into the round, but there's an alarm bot sat inside of that pit. There's no way that she gets away with sneaking in. And there you go, spotted, sprayed at. And she has to fall way, way back. Good kill onto Thaikuza. Spawn is secure. This is planted for them as well. I mean, FUT, everything's going according to plan. Little right-click nade up and over. That could cause some problems. Players forced back. Grabwell in. Knife as well. No more utility. The reload. Oh, that's not very well timed. As they're able to pick up a couple, though. The time way too low at this point, and Lida's still alive. The lurk. It took a while to come through, but it's won them out the round in the end.
Yeah, no, it was that sort of, again, just that reposition from FUT was something I mentioned in the moment, that they couldn't just play from that position. Because of that, you see like the defensive side trying to section off behind, but it didn't really become a factor anymore because of that read coming out from FUT. 4th round on the board for them, looking solid. When it comes to this map, well, they've definitely showed some true strength when it came to that attack in both matches they played with this composition. Just look at the pace again. They're not giving them a moment's notice, and this is the thing. You can understand why Odd One Out are going for an all-in gamble, right? Because there's a chance that, or pretty much a 50-50 chance, that their opponents just all ran towards B. Unfortunately, as with any gambling, sometimes you get nothing. But pretty much,
especially in a round like this where Odd One Out were unlikely to have an operator, it would make sense for FUT to decide to blitz the B site. Plenty of open space, long-range sight lines. Should be favorable for them in most fights. Now, though, they've got the information. The site has been secured. The plant is in. The utility spotted players coming behind. Ness, the first to take an engagement and doubles up. Has support on the cross. Swings out a little wide. Just put some pressure on Lida. But, again, there's support there. The crossfire and a triple kill to close out this round. Very well handled. And, look, that is just one of those rounds where you gamble on B. It's A. The best you can probably do is some damage.
Yeah, unlucky. And as I said, it's not. It wasn't a bad call at all. Just unfortunate that there has been that sort of confidence in that A site so far. I feel like that has been the case for a lot of teams more recently, with the fact that we've seen that adaptation of the B site, One Smoke being able to delay it for a considerable amount of time. We've seen people get a lot better with their A site executions. Now Odd One Out, they're going to take themselves the pause. Now, this is the first time we're going to see the operator for Thaikuza. As you mentioned, it's something that you're going to want to try and avoid, and especially with her ability to sort of take control on either side of the map. We've seen her aggress on A, but I'd assume this will now be a setup more towards that B site and should allow them to maybe gamble a player or two back in the other direction. Because I do think, although they've had some success on their A site, once it gets into those brawly late round scenarios, that's where FUT really shine, especially in the afterplan, and that's the A site. That's where they've had most of their success.
Oh, the timeout subsides, and we will see Odd One Out on the defense. Operator in hand for Thaikuza, and by the looks of things, the correct spot chosen to start this fight. The thing is, FUT have a lot of utility to push her back, and I think in particular Ness, it's likely she just pops a reveal over at the start. In fact, we see Prowlers coming into play. Shot out by a rifle to start. That's a big bait. Another rifle spam. Up goes the reveal. Although, there you go. The info that Jet is up close. Whether they think about there being an op or not, that's a different story. Now they're going to find out the hard way. Smurfette down. Big scalp to take. Like, who's this able to fall back? It's necessary that she does. A lockdown, pushing them out of A site. They can get back in here very quickly, especially if they punish like that. Now there's barely any space taken by the Oh, no! Akuza stepped a little too close to the sun on that one. Oh, wow. Luckily, she'll be back in a moment, and no one can punish.
It's starting to look pretty bleak in this one for FUT. The openers from Thaikuza have done well. The fragment, it will only buy them so much space when the other three players are still surrounding them. Getting out of this point should be impossible. And with Thaikusa now back online, she's just farming with this operator. Said it was a threat going into the round, but, well, I'm not sure I necessarily expected her to just clean things up. Big response from Odd One Out, but as we've seen thus far this game, each round has been few and far between, and there's always been an instantaneous response. And that is kind of what I'm talking about, though, with Smurfette. Like, the way that she plays, it seems like she's so far ahead of everyone else in these brawls. But even if it doesn't, like, she'll have early success. I think she was like, what, 9-1? Yep. Has gone a bit quiet since. And I guarantee, maybe even this round, she'll get 3 kills. Just from doing the same thing again.
Well, you have literally seen her 3 rounds in a row dash in, die instantly. That previous round, not even. She didn't even get to dash, just round a corner up. Before that, I think it actually might have been 3 back-to-back rounds before the previous, in which she entried, died, and her teammates had to fight back after. The good thing for Odd One Out is they've constantly had utility to slow down her teammates, to stop them being able to even take that space. Add to that the fact that she is usually a little further ahead than what you'd normally see. That's just led to some round conversions for Odd One Out and some good pre or post-fight positions. They've got a flash primed and ready. Smurfette's creeping up close, creeping up way close, and wins the fight despite looking at every other direction, covering all the angles, even going for the alarm bot. She's still able to correct on time.
Yeah, well, what can I tell you? I would say I didn't expect, but it's just, it seems like she'll just come online in a round. Try 3 times, fail. The 4th time, she's the most devastating player in the server and looks to lead the way once again. Datty this time low on HP, so it's going to take that charge. Nice work from Reyna. Did you get anything more? Yes. Smurfette down. However, the trade's coming through thick and fast. Again, Nightfall is online. Thaikusa from above has a chance to catch out Ness. All gone and straight through with the knives. Now the time is ticking. Datty was low already and won't get anything more done. A big round coming out from Odd One Out, and it's Thaikusa again to be the tip of that spear.
Necessary round as well. This could have had FUT catapulted back into things, but they're able to shut this down from a few different avenues. Rely on, once again, Thaikusa, not just with the operator, the Blade Storm as well, buying them time, bringing the clock into the matter. Every round they get at this point, a blessing. Remember, FUT chose this map. Odd One Out chose the defensive side to begin. A flash, a prowler, a fast play from Smurfette. No signs of slowing. Even looking for the spawn yet again. This has been a good path for her in the past. She's made it past them, but they've realized that they're watching for it. There's players up close going for the plant even, and winning fights with frenzies. Oh no! Upgrades now available. Blade Storm doing the loop-de-loop back to site, realizing everyone's dead. And Smurfette can go wherever she likes at this point. World is her oyster. 1 player needed to be found in spawn, and they will not be found. Smurfette dropped, and a chance back in for Odd One Out.
D has to be careful with the timing. Hoping that someone will risk it. Not going to be the case. Looking like the flash will be right into her and her teammate's face. The smoke actually helped her. I think that came out for an opponent, but Thaikusa quick enough. Left onto Julie's. We've seen so many clutches from her thus far. She's going to try and pull up, but it hasn't worked. It's actually moved her further into the defusal, and it didn't matter anyway because her teammate got the kill. On to cause some panic, but not for Odd One Out. 5-5. They continue to drag back these rounds. It didn't matter.
Reyna was even on 10 HP there as well, managing to stick that defuse. Cause a ruckus. Just a misplaced star that even in another scenario might have cost them. You can see how quickly it had to be placed, though. It's understandable under the pressure. Take half a second longer, even less. There could be a player coming around that corner to take you down. 5-5. A very nice recovery from Odd One Out. I'm just conscious of what awaits them when FUT move to that defense, when Smurfette is mounting that defensive operator. It's a different ball game. But Thaikusa so far, oh, seems to be matching her pound for pound in terms of what she's able to do. I mean, there's been a lot of disruption with that scope.
Yeah, and I would say from what we've seen so far, both teams on this map are better on their attacking side. So I think FUT realizing that, okay, and the first 5 or 6 rounds we were quite firmly within the lead. Now things starting to slip away and going into that defensive half, there's no guarantee that they'll be able to get this over the line. With this series being somewhat of a level playing field, heading into the decider of Ascent, although we know that in the past has been a fantastic map for the Turkish side. No slouches from Odd One Out on the other side. They're most played into the losses in there. They've had some dominant victories, so not somewhere I imagine FUT will want to take it if they don't have to.
Naturally. And close it out on that second map. Don't give them a way to fight back in. Another Art ult used up, and that's going to be the Viper's Pit drop. Pinkley falling as well, leaves the A side under serious threat. Like Kuza hasn't been spotted just yet. Trying to catch an angle around the wall. What do FUT have to make their way through? Still, they've got the 2 stars. They might just be waiting for one of these reveals to come back online.
But no, that's the thing. Them stopping has left no information. Their opponents are genuinely starting to wonder if they've just left. They literally all hid and just waited and now stuck completely in the open. It's brilliant from FUT. Like, you can't really doubt why Odd One Out went looking, because every single player, all 4 after they pushed into the site, just paused, hid completely from view. And you immediately watch on the other side them start rotating, leaving alarm bots in case of lurks, and then just one of them oversteps the slightest amount, and that's where Smurfette is waiting. That's a brilliant round from FUT.
Oh, gorgeous. I mean, the way that round's gonna make you feel, if you're Odd One Out, like they didn't have a chance. They got played like an instrument.
Well, you know, the other time as well, they're just running to the other side of the map. Yeah. And that's why I think for FUT it's worth, because most of the time they are just full W keying around the map. So the fact that they just like, look at this, that's the exact thing I'm talking about.
Okay, well, they're not finding that success, just running into the meat grinder. Oh, Julie's! I thought she had a serious chance. Maybe. She's bought an opportunity if it wasn't for the health. It's too low. There's a snake bite online. Still the orb as well. 2 players holding the angle. Flash here. Tiger indeed. Spotted to still be here. Tiger's going to go out. I can feel it. Never mind. It's not going to be used. Reyna's got the angle. Locking it down. And putting another on the board for Odd One Out. Look, neck and neck. And like you said, Tom, considering within these teams, relatively small sample size again, but the attack side does seem to be favored. I don't know if FUT will consider that a success.
No, I think especially with the start they had, like, again, it's not like a death sentence. Like, they can definitely, like last time out when they played versus Tiger, they managed to get 7 rounds on their defensive side, which, again, would lead them to a point of victory, but it's definitely less than you could see them get in the past. And for their opponents, yeah, I think a pretty decent defensive half for them, similarly. So I think it's, again, more of a middle ground, kind of what we expected, but I think considering the start for FUT, they probably would have wanted quite a bit more.
Don't think it would be unreasonable for them to have that expectation set a little bit higher. Coming into half number 2, the pistol might even carry some decent weight. For Odd One Out, they're looking to take things, by the looks of it, towards B. You see Jada make her way towards B long. The rest of Odd One Out around the doors inside of middle. And they'll go back after destroying some Killjoy utility, group up, and by the looks of it, hit a B if they get a chance, but hold on. We've just seen Smurfette go up aggressive. Spot 1 and just about make it out.
That would have been such a big player to take down. Her pistol rounds have been devastating. Think of the last where she comes out of it with a 3K. Tiger going through. She's caught with no bullets, but Julie's will save her and even dive forward alongside her to sort of help out. That's the sort of teammate you need, and Smurfette's there again. You always know if you don't kill her, she's coming back to haunt you. And well, that ghost of their past has taken the pistol round. You've got to be joking. Like, just there are 2 points in that round where Smurfette should have been dead. This was the second. And then just look moments later, he just tears them a new one.
Yeah, it's really getting ridiculous. It really, like, the level or levels above that Smurfette seems to be operating on. You have to wonder how any team could let her go. It's
that's the thing, right? So she has she got 3 kills the first round, 3 kills the second round, 3 kills the first round of this half. She's basically just farming up the early rounds for her team. And then you also had like Ness performing well in those rounds as well. They definitely slowed down. I think in the buy rounds, in the first half especially, Odd One Out were probably the better team. But if you're getting these huge boosts because of players like Smurfette, well, the game's going to come a little bit easier to you.
Well, so far it certainly has. Smurfette on a Marshall. And it might be under threat here. Quite a lot of damage done already, not just to Julie's, but also to Datty.
Here.
Odd One Out have some potential on this low buy round. And I mean, just looking at where these players are with that low HP, it's the rifles as well. Mess could be point of contact. Ghost in hand. And immediately she'll be falling back. But there's no chance to heal these players up. And look at this on the other side. Julie's down to 1 HP because of the wall. I mean, not that it was much better when it was on 33. But up against a Frenzy. Oh, this could be so easy for Thaikuza. Big work needed for Smurfette to have any chance on this long hold. And never mind. Julie's isn't spotted. Oh!
One enemy remaining.
Oh, it's the Smurfette special again, isn't it? So you remember what was it? I said first round of the first half 3 kills, second round of the first half 3 kills, first round of the second half 3 kills, second round of the second half 3 kills. It's a running theme here. First,
but the best part is she died. So now that extra orb means that round 3, instead of it being 6 out of 7, we got the Blade Storm online. So this buy is looking very sweet.
And Ness just going to be on a Sheriff. Just. Oh no, they're actually running straight into the worst player they could. Do they clear? Yes, they do. Well done, Thaikuza. That's a huge early kill to take. Not allowing her to run riot in this round, but I still remember the third round of the last where Ness kills everybody in there after plant scenario. Doesn't win it, but puts our opponents onto an eco, so you know that the job's not done just yet. 3 players already rotating towards that B site as well. And the aggression from Datty might actually push them to go towards the B site, knowing that they've lost control around A.
With the spike sat there as well, yeah, this looks like a fake into art. A flash, 1 player pushing up on it just to make sure there's no one close. No one spotting the information for free. Oh. Smoke falls, and so too do all of the defenders over there. And Datty might be in for a nasty surprise. I think that rotation route should bring her straight into the path of Jada, who's now hearing the steps. Yeah. Realizing exactly where this player is and able to shut it down. A clean response from Odd One Out.
Yeah, an important one of that. Last time out, they really struggled. So at least history in that way is not recreating or repeating itself. And I think it's as well, like, you have to bear in mind, the team's lost both pistols, both second rounds, and currently sits 1 round behind. You kind of see what I mean when I say in the buy rounds, they have definitely been favored, but they are about to face off against the thing that Mitch was fearing in the first half, which is that operator for Smurfette. However, I do think that Thaikuza, excluding those early rounds, has been devastating. So we'll see how she's going to do here.
Now, by the looks of it, Smurfette not to have a challenge on her hands for a little bit, but there are players starting to gravitate towards middle. Looks like they want that control. That could cost them dearly. It depends whether Smurfette sticks around. It's been a while now just sat on the spot. If she pushes in, I think that's exactly what they're waiting for. And potentially both swing and take the fights, but while this B-long pressure is coming through, everyone else is rotating. It's Smurfette that stays in position. Thinks about going forward for just a second. And so is Reyna.
"40 seconds left, though. Time starting to tick down as they look to build into this B site. Jump spot. Buying a little bit of extra time for the team. The rotation is pretty much in here. They're going to have to try and go through some of this utility. And Datty's already dropped one. The flank as well will fall in tow. Trade's coming back thick and fast, so Pinkley's done well. Smurfette just holding on to the cross. Nothing that can be done to deny this. Waiting for a teammate. What was looking like a really bleak scenario now looks very much winnable.
With Smurfette's op still sitting around, for sure it does. Close corner to clear, and that's an easy shot. Able to make it around and hold Pinkley. So close. Just one left. The bullet whizzed by Lida's head just a second ago, but she can't connect it on the next try. Oh, such a good attempt. Even the flash popped around, barely missing her. It'll be around for FUT.
Yeah, no, like, honestly, with the way that that round went, it was a nice attempt. I feel like FUT just being that much more passive. The late delay utility. Look at the C's pulling back. Like Cougar as well. Like, every single piece was there, but Pinkley just wasn't going down without a fight. Manages to turn this into close to winnable scenario. Like, unfortunately for her, just couldn't quite land the final shot, even with the turret blinded. Lida managed to dodge it. Still, not too much of a problem for them. They're going to be able to buy into this one. And look at the pace! That Cougar again! And oh, it's beautiful! They even have the grab wall to hold back the players from retreat. Sure, Pinkley's gone down, but a worthy trade.
It's been a scrappy start. But having Smurfette out of the round, having Bladestorm still online, plenty of control and gaps in the defense. Everything's lined up for odd one out. They're on their way towards the B site. Closest player is Lida, miles away. Not even the utility to spot them on the way out. Should be a nice, easy plant. Great setup in post plant. At least Julie still has stars. But that's about where the positives end. Lida can leave something to watch their back so they don't have to worry about doors. I think we're going to see an alarm bot there.
That's the thing, from this point, do you even go for it? Like a 3v4 retake, the post plants on this B site have always been tough to break through. That hasn't really changed, even with the addition of the box. You're almost gambling on someone making a mistake, and the economy of FUT is in a pretty damn bad spot right now. They're still going to attempt it. A little bit awkward on the first fight, but from then onwards, it's just a slaughter. Weapons thrown into the wind. Datty, try as she might, is not getting out of there. And well, straight back in. 8-9 now, the score, separated by just one. But as said, financially, FUT can't compete in this round.
No. No, this should definitely be approaching equal territory. And for odd one out, what a recovery it's been. Opponent's map pick.
The setup was gorgeous, though. Like, having the Bladestorm set, you have the Prowler, like, being attempted to be used on the other side, and then the Gravwell just leaving Ness completely trapped. I think there was even a flash leaving them blind as well over the top. Like, that was a set play purely to catch the aggression of FUT, and it worked out perfectly. I love that Odd One Out have some cool little set plays in their back pocket. And blind as...
Well, we want to see a few more of those. Viper's Pit online for post plant. Seekers in play. I doubt we're going to see at least the pit for now. Your opponent's having such low money. Might give them a way to fight back through. But yeah, a minute on the clock, and we're seeing some more patience. Again, expected that FUT will get aggressive, and they very nearly have. You know, they've been looking for something around double doors, hoping players will push into them, going for the odd peek. But in the end, 50 seconds on the clock. You don't want to run this too much longer. Odd one out, grouping up on A. We'll see if FUT make that read. And it looks like for now, at least, they are going to gamble towards this A site. Not sure what they've seen, what they've heard, but it's certainly given away that they've made the right call now. Like Kuz is already down, and that's a good start.
I think that was a team flash. Oh no! And Dati now picks off with another. And she might have to try and do it all here, and she does manage a third. Eventually, it's down to her teammates. 20 seconds left. Pinkerly in a clutch once again. Spike retrieved, just about trying to bait them in, and she's done just that. Down to the 1 versus 1. Lyda left still with just the sheriff in hand, and this time the spike has been stuck, and she will isolate the fight. Great work from Pinkerly. Definitely too close for comfort, but the fact that they recover is the most important thing.
Well, that's it. They got there in the end. Really can't complain about all too much else. I think on the way through, you know, Dati, the work being done from down in the pit, even body spamming Nugget to death. Unbelievable. Like you said, I think it might have been a team flash on the way through. Initially, a little bit of a timing desync, but Pinkerly does so well to close this out afterwards, isolating the first fight in the 1v2, knowing she probably has time to plant. The crosshair placement near perfect on the way back around. Great read in the clutch scenario. And the last timeout of FUT female going to be used right here and now at 9-9. Still in with a serious chance to close it out on this map. But the momentum's definitely swung against their favor.
Yeah, as said, it's like you win both pistols, and in round 19, you're even. That's not a great scoreline. Like that's a spot you expect to be firmly in the lead. You're talking like 80+% odds of closing out the map at that stage, and right now the way things are going, I have to favor odd one out. If you remove those extra rounds, I think they're quite firmly in the lead here. Close for FUT. They need some sort of response. They had an opportunity in that round. I think Pinkerly did incredibly well to isolate the jewels, but then you have to look at that from the other side and say they needed to play that one just a little bit better together. Easier said than done when you have weaker weaponry, but that's something you want to squash now heading into the buy rounds, and especially when you've got a lot of ults online, a lot of ults close to online, and the operator. You can't afford for this one to go and miss.
No, this is it. All the chips on the table. For FUT. They're going to be forced back on B. Cosmic Divide used here by odd one out. They're going to flash through. Viper's Wall as well, sectioning off the site completely, and they're going to plant this for Khan. An attempt to walk through from Julie's that's met with resistance. Viper's pit down. This is huge. The operator now that's sat out on B long, not going to have nearly the opportunities that it wants. And the Cosmic Divide just fading. Will Smurfette get the opportunity to take down Jada, to even spot her at this point? No, instead fighting in the pit. Swapping out to a rifle. But again, it's all down to the timing. Jada might have this. It looked like she might have. They're inside the pit, and they're going for the defuse out of snake bites on the side of odd one out, but they're winning every single duel.
Yeah, no, almost too easy. I love the set play again. As said, it does feel like odd one out have a lot of really cool ideas, using that Cosmic Divide to basically just isolate a tiny little angle that they can plant on, placing the Viper's pit, and then just util spam. Like, they had so much available. Snake bites in a Viper's pit. Wow, that's an insta-kill. You got nano swarms available to you as well. Like, there's just nothing that could be done for the remaining players. And if all else failed, then you had a lurker outside the pit who played so slowly that the players on the other side didn't even realize it was there. Again, I feel like odd one out have shown that, okay, maybe when it comes to like the crazy battles, sometimes they'll be unable to match FUT. But when it comes to ideas and creativity, it seems like there's been some people in the booth.
Certainly have been some cooks in the kitchen. Odd one out, calling a timeout as well. The last chance for either of these teams to speak to coaching staff unless we end up at an overtime. But for odd one out, it's a little easier to figure out what you want to do. They're an attacking squad up against a low buy. FUT probably slipping down 11-9. And at that point, Ascent certainly does start to look likely. The final map of the series, should we need it. We may just be a few rounds away from calling for it.
Yeah, if the way this game has gone, I feel like there's going to have to be a drastic response and soon from FUT. They have not looked the same in terms of their comfort on this map and on the defender side especially. I think if you remove this pistol, the game might already be done. Oh, Julius has been taking some mega risks over the last couple of rounds. An attempt to deny the plant in the last. Run into the smoke with a judge in this one. And again, the result is the same. Picked apart one by one. Lider and Smurfette are hoping they can find something, but both have had their presence noted. Again, it kind of comes down to whether or not Odd One Out are going to make a mistake. And just look at where they're sitting. No one giving a fight. They know who's on the other side. They know if they risk it versus Smurfette, there's a chance their head gets popped. So they all tuck in, play on the crossfires. And you know what, Smurfette? You could try and keep the Marshal, but there's 5 players waiting for you.
There'll be absolutely no chance. We expected it coming in, but it doesn't make it any easier to look at that scoreline if you're FUT. Their map pick, as we said, coming in, didn't look like it was massively different. Certainly not a huge comfort level difference between the two teams, but the hope was that FUT had that prep up their sleeve, that they could swing off the momentum of the previous map and close it out here. Instead, we may be trading map picks. This round will tell us more or less all we need to know. FUT on a full buy, 4 ultimates in play. They can't win this one. It's time to start thinking about Ascent.
I think they could just join the server for Ascent now. Oh, look at the push up. They don't even spot it initially, and even still, it's only going to be the one trade back. Nice shot from Ness. If she goes down there, I think the round's basically a done deal. Instead, they're going to keep themselves a lockdown, a Nightfall. Although there's one on the other side as well. It is just going to be the play out between the two. Neither side really able to hold on to much ground here. All the way back, they're forced. And no, it's just going to be that instant attempted retake between the...
Oh, the Nightfall just missing Jada as well. The teammate's not so lucky as sees as well onto Pinkley. Nothing to force them out of that corner on its way. So they're still standing strong. Flash popped. No follow-up. They'll hide on this, waiting for the peek to come through, hoping that the cover from long will be enough. In fact, Nugget might not be needed. Nice angle for Datty. Ness here to help. Reveal spotted. They know where both of these players are, but time now starting to become an issue. A star goes down, a smoke, as they attempt to bait these players into the open. The Gravwell has bought enough time, and it looks like this might just be done. Yes, the clock too far gone at this point, and too many players still to take down. Odd One Out have gotten up to 12, and it's now map point. 3rd map on the line.
Yeah, impressive from them not to let those early losses get to them. Even with some of the individual prowess on the other side, they have been doing well to trade effectively, fundamentally looking very, very strong, and then just playing off the time. Like that's the thing. This looks like a well-oiled machine in terms of not taking too many risks, not over-peaking, playing off the utility. Their post plants have been stellar, and it just makes it so difficult for FUT. Like a lot of the time, I don't feel like FUT are making catastrophic mistakes. I think they're just being outplayed. Utility, that's for sure. Now at least they're going to go for a risk. A massive mid push coming out from Smurfette, but in the meantime, it's going to be a quick take of this C site once again. Another C's thrown through, even a Cosmic Divide to try and stop them pushing, and well, it has stopped them, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, I mean, the only downside being they don't have the info on just how well this has done to send them in the other direction. The alarm bot going off might just give it away, but look at the response. The movement back towards mid from Reyna, and she's caught Smurfette. Fantastic play. The aggression from Lyda not working out either, and this may just be the last play that we get to witness here on Pearl today. Ascent, the next map up, Odd One Out might have a chance to reverse sweep. Ness is trying her best to stop that reality from coming through, but well, it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of promise big misplays needed by Odd One Out. A massive individual performance from the final two players make that just Julie's, who is shut down just the same. 13-9. And Odd One Out by themselves. Another chance at this series. We're down to one map, and it's Ascent.
A really impressive performance from them. I think, again, showing why, firstly, this team needs to be signed by someone. Get the checkbook out. It needs to happen. But more so, just the fact that ultimately they've done it in the hardest possible way. They lost both pistols. They had a really troublesome start to the first half of this map. Bear in mind, they had the round where they lost all their players and had to eco even after a win. But just fundamentally, they've looked stellar. Just being able to play off of each other very well. Their attack side, post plants especially, have been impressive. Lots of cool little set play ideas. Like, there's clearly been a lot of work put in behind the scenes. And for a team that's so new, a lot of the time you don't have time for that. You can't be in the phase of already having like these niche little setups and like plays that revolve around multiple different pieces of utility. And it's the signs of a team that have put a lot of work in behind the scenes. They deserved this map more so than you might expect, with losing both pistols and both second rounds. And now heading into the third, it really is anyone's game. My only fear, Mitch, they're facing a Turkish team on a Turkish map.
Yeah, we've said it many times before, and sometimes when it's been a while, I find myself thinking, is it really true though? Maybe we're just reflecting on it with rose-tinted glasses. And then I see another Turkish team mount a map like Ascent, well, the map of Ascent. And time again, we're proven that there's a reason we remember it that way.
Yeah.
The squad could be in trouble.
Well, that's the thing. They had a solid performance facing off against the likes of BBL as of recently and winning 13-8. So I would say that they are definitely a fearsome opponent when it comes to that map. But as said, Odd One Out are no slouches. And even on a map like we went into Pearl, statistically, this should have been going the way of FUT, but it didn't. A third map awaits, and it could go either way.
It really could. It's anyone's game right now. It's time to toss it off to a break. We'll be back with map 3 after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Calling all students. Compete in the ultimate VALORANT competition.
The Red Bull capless clutch.
Register now for your national qualifier.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
We're going all the way to Ascent. 13-9 this time around for Odd One Out, closing out their opponent's map pick. And once again, Pilski, both duelists coming out as MVPs on top.
Yeah, I think since the second half of Haven, I think Sykuza really has come into her own, really started to have some impactful rounds. 4Ks on the operator on defense. Some of the retakes were super strong, and then some of the entry pathing on attack as well was doing her team a lot of favors. Whereas Smurfette, I mean, the entry pathing from Smurfette on the attacking side was fantastic as well, but I just felt like it didn't feel like FUT had a great handle on what to do on defense.
Yeah, Inami, we're looking at Pearl specifically. We had a couple of questions in terms of how this would play out. We know both of these teams have played the map before, but we weren't too sure. This time around, though, it went so incredibly close. Both of these teams giving around, taking around. So from the side of his female, what exactly do you think went wrong?
I think I'm just muted. I was muted, I'm so sorry. I think what was the problem is that they lost their focus at some point in the second half. And during that time, it was when Odd One Out got their momentum, got their, found their aggressiveness, and we've seen them playing more as a team. But yeah, in the same time, it just seemed like FUT wasn't really clicking.
Yeah, clicking though is the opposite. Not clicking is the opposite of what we saw from the odd one out, because they were genuinely, Filski, so zoned in, and they genuinely were playing beautiful Valorant, playing off of each other so well. They had set plays that they were continuously bringing out. Round 20 specifically being such a great example of the discipline, the set plays, the strategy, and the teamwork coming out from the odd one out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was a neat little strat that they did. Little dog down from double doors in here, bottom side of connector. You get the Cosmic across the front side of the B site here, and then plant into pit, and you set up for the post plant in through link side. And it's interesting when you get these little different variations on how you want to do a mid to B. Didn't really feel like FUT had a great handle on what to do against a round like this, but even on the mid and B sides of the map in general, both attack and defense. Attack, they went A like 10, 11 rounds out of 12, and they found some success early on doing that. But even on defense, I felt like FUT didn't really have a great understanding of what to do over on that B side. It didn't feel like their retakes were fantastic, and I think some of that is actually down to the composition. The Viper, as well as Harbor to some extent, very, very good at kind of helping you control that B area of the map on Pearl, and that's just not something that they had access to, unfortunately.
Yeah, something else as well when it comes to the B side maybe being a little bit more neglected, Inami, was on the attacking side from FUT. I think, if I remember correctly, about 11 from the 12 attacking rounds they went on to A side specifically, and yet they had a very much dead equal 6-6 half.
Yeah, we expected more of them coming from we expected more on them in the first half, but it just didn't work out. After the 6-6, it felt like it can go both ways, right? But it felt like odd one out had a chance to win this map, and I feel like after all the last rounds they were winning in the first map, and now with this win, go into the next map, they will of course like have the momentum and have the mental on their side.
I mean, as well, coming into this though, I know Pilski, you have a bit more of a background when it comes to competitive play. You're in this best of 3, right? You've won each other's map picks, and they've both been very close games. Is there potentially a favor in terms of which team would be currently in the best mental space, or is it genuinely down to the individual team and their performances and how they have the ability to just snap back?
I think odd one out. It's probably kind of riding the momentum a little bit. They played a lot better in the second half of Haven, and then Pearl. I think they would have seen that 6-6 on the first half as kind of a win to get that much out of the defensive side, and I think they were quite confident moving over onto attack that they could get it done. So especially moving on to Ascent, and this is something that I talked about before. They've started defense on all 3 sides. They've started defense actually 18 maps versus 5 out of the 23 they've played in Game Changers. So they are very happy to start defense. And if you look at their stats from the last 3 games on Ascent, their last 3 defensive halves were 11-1 against Na'Vi, 10-2 against Alliance, and 9-3 against Case. So, these are the kind of stats where they're having these monstrous defensive halves, and they're again starting defense up against FUT here. I feel like they're well and truly within their comfort zone right now.
Yeah, that's a scary position to be looking at, because Inami is, we're odd one out riding that momentum. We're going into Ascent, which is a map that they are clearly comfortable on, especially on that defensive side. So being able to string maybe even a 6-6 or a further advantage together for them, that could be the downfall for FUT female. So what can they do to be able to bring that momentum back in their favor and go on to Ascent? Because again, it's a Turkish team, right? Going on to Ascent, they have a great track record on there anyway.
I think both teams honestly lost against themselves once they lose the communication, once they lose the aggressiveness, or they stop playing the way they're supposed to. So as long as they keep the communication up and like play like themselves and stop being too scared, like play each map on its own and each round on its own, I think that's the key for them to come back.
I think that is maybe easier said than done, because what exactly goes into being able to playing like yourself, having fun, taking it round by round?
I mean, I think, when you look at Ascent for them, they did beat BBL on it, so they're probably feeling quite confident that they should be performing quite well on this map, and they're on a 3-win streak themselves, even though a lot of those games were in the group stage against teams that didn't make it to playoffs, but they were pretty convincing wins. So you know, we'll see what we're going to get from FUT. I think, you know, you definitely can see when they're playing with momentum and they're feeling confident and they're not. So I think how the first string of rounds goes, and particularly given that they're starting the attack side of Ascent, and they're playing against a team that's kind of a brick wall on defense the last couple of games, that the first couple of rounds are important. And I think in particular, it's very important that they get like a pistol win. Maybe they get a big clutch, or they get a bonus win, or they are able to kind of chip down the economy of the defensive side early on. Those are the kind of things that can make a big difference for Guild.
Yeah, just getting that early momentum going right in Ami, that's what we're looking for. But also when we're looking at the compositions for both of these teams, they genuinely play identical teams, but then again swapping the Cypher out for the Killjoy. And that is exactly what we're going to be heading into. So in terms of expectations, how this is going to play out, we've seen it already. This was a similar story when we were looking at them play on Haven earlier on today, where they had the Cypher instead of the Killjoy. What we're going to go in favor for FUT female with the Cypher.
Yeah, but this time we have, I think we have the opposite. Earlier we had the Killjoy on FUT, and now it's on the odd one out. So I feel like it will still go the same way. It was all about them having their comfort picks, and also like them having their usual picks. Odd one out showed us before that their defense is strong with this lineup. So I don't expect anything different. But on the other side, I hope we will see a more explosive FUT, so we can see a closer game and not an 11-2 or like a 11-1 or 10-2 half from odd one.
Yeah, admittedly though, Pilski, these games have been so incredibly close, 13-9, so I guess this one's not going to be any different, eh?
Yeah, probably not. But, you know, we'll see what we get out of the first half in particular, and keep an eye on how things go. I'm keen to see how the adaptation comes in against the Cypher as well. You know, on the entry pathing as the Jet, you got to be well aware of where the trips are going to be. You know, we'll see if the Sova is you know, accustomed to getting the right shocks for the Cypher trips, because it's not often that you play against a Cypher on Ascent, and sometimes you fall into that pattern of, because it's the map where the comps are always the same, everyone kind of plays KJ for the most part. You know, you need to make sure that you're cognizant of the little traps that you can fall into.
Right, this is the last map for this series. Both of these teams are now facing elimination, and only one map keeping them away for advancing into this lower bracket and keeping their dreams alive. We're going to be heading on to the final map of today. It is Ascent with Tom and Mitch.
Thank you so much, Ginny. I mean, Tom, this is a pretty interesting one. The final map should often be a close middle ground. Both teams coming off a 3-win streak on Ascent. Decently close maps the whole way through. We might have a banger on our hands.
Oh yeah, I think this one is smack bang down the middle. You kind of almost have to feel that way. If both teams win the opponent's map choices, it does kind of lean in that direction. And I think we've seen superstars sort of lighting up the server on either side. I think Pinkley in the sort of clutch rounds in the last map made things very exciting indeed. But it has to be said, I know it's boring. I'm looking at the Jets and Smurfette versus Cougar. It's been an exciting battle all the way through this matchup so far. And why would it be any different going into Ascent?
I'm surprised, Tom. I thought you'd be looking more at the KO. I loved your impersonations earlier on today. I thought it was a theme of the day, but that's fair enough.
Would it be?
Roger. Don't worry, production. That was me. Okay. Nobody panic. Nobody panic.
For the first time.
Round one. We're going to be kicking off on the attack side for Team FUT, and it's the A site that they're looking for, dodging any early knife that might come through. It has not. So they're going to be safe to walk up and take some control, but little do they know there are a lot of players here sat up in heaven and down below in hell, waiting to combine forces to drop these players, and even sneaking into the smoke after the paranoia. Good opportunity for Jada, the first found, and she's still lurking around here.
Well, for the first time ever, it's not a 3K in the pistol round for Smurfette. After the last map, I thought that was going to be a continuous trend. The fight's not pretty, but it does eventually go the way of FUT. And even without their talisman to win the pistol for them, it is still going to be the pistol going the way of FUT.
Nice stuff.
Down A.
Finding out the opening.
They're 4 out of 4, aren't they? Oh no, sorry, 5 out of 5 now. Still go.
Did they win every single one?
They won both on Haven, and I'm pretty sure they won both on Pearl as well. Yeah. They've won all the pistols and second rounds.
Wow. That's a pretty impressive start. I mean, to be honest...
VLR confirmed.
It's rare that you see that, like we say, on a map like Pearl, for example, where they win both and they end up falling behind in the series, but I think it had come so close after that first half. See if they can capitalize the second round this time as well for 5 out of 5.
They never get the gamble right. They
No.
never get it. They've all stacked up on B, and
retake.
FUT have just dived right in. The Bucky, it's not the best gun for this, is it? Oh, hello. Okay, that's a nice shot. They've made this one a little bit more costly. In fact, it's looking a little bit competitive here. Smurfette now tagged by the shock dart. A bullet from the Sheriff could do the work, or the Bucky. And now it's left all onto Ness. The Loch Ness Monster looking to strike again. Lurking in the darkness, but Jada will show her the light. Head taken off. What a round, and well, the curse is broken to an extent. They've still won every single pistol, but they will not convert the second.
Yeah, 5 out of 5 pistols, but they're only going to get 4 out of 5 second rounds. What a response from them immediately. And the shock dart through for damage. Who's to tell how much it helped Pinkley to convert with that Bucky? The range was pretty much perfect. And, well, I have to say, devastated that odd one out of not saved the Bucky. Ryan is probably crying as we speak. But, you know what? They're able to get 5 rifles.
I've heard. He actually wrote that one himself.
I'm a maniac for the Odin. He just loves the Bucky.
Said Bucky. Yeah.
A rumor has it he meant to throw it in the bin, but someone got it mixed up amongst the notes, and now it's a strategy.
Is that where most of Ryan's strats end up?
No, they have a little hole in the wall. It's like, oh, it's a strategy book. Yeah, add to it here. Just drops into a waste bin.
Why? What's that sound?
Just the shredder going off. Oh, let's hope he's not watching. Why would he be watching this game? It's okay.
Yeah, no, he definitely doesn't watch Party every single one of their games.
No, none of them. So we're fine. We're in the clear. We're all good.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely not live right now on Twitch. Love you, Ryan.
Love you, Ryan. No, well, we don't need to say that because he's not live. It's okay. We've ended up in well, an interesting spot. 1 kill on A. Had Reyna have went down, this would have been terrible. But the rotations haven't even been called in necessarily. You still have 2 players on B. Jada and Nugget, as well as Timmy. And Timmy's the first point of contact. Swung on, traded by Nugget, the player in spawn. Oh, not going to get too much past the damage point. There's 12 seconds left, and they've got to jump on site with that spike. Last player alive, no chance. And a nice cleanup from Jada.
Yeah, no, she's had a great couple of rounds. Already having the Hunter's Fury online. Going into round number 4 is a huge boost. Or the side of odd one out. Smurfette ever terrifying, the same as Ness, but not this time. Now, again, your expectations are always going to lean on this map towards that defensive side for FUT. 9 rounds, 10 rounds, 7 rounds. The last times they've played it for odd one out, 9 rounds, 10 rounds, 11 rounds on that defensive side. So expectations are always going to be that this is going to be the favored half. So for FUT, the fact that they didn't manage to convert on that pistol is going to be ever more infuriating, because any rounds they can grind out on this side are going to be hugely beneficial. Look at this aggressive take. He's pushing all the way up into B main. Now, for the defense, bear in mind, you might be thinking, oh, this is kind of around the time you'd have a bonus round. Nope, they got an operator and 4 rifles. Oh, almost a moment there for Dati, but she will not convert. She's run through all the utility, though.
The shots traded on site. That's forced odd one out back. The Hunter's Fury in position. I think it's going to be... I thought it was going to be used. Yeah, I was with you in the positioning even, but it's held on to for a later point. Smurfette's dash now out of commission. An ult from her side. That's Ness, who's just used it to find these positions. Smurfette knows These players are conscious of her. They're watching it, and there's the first to already fall. She'll only get one for a trouble, though. A good way back in for odd one out. If they find a pick down below, they could isolate the rest, but Julie's in for a double to close it. Guarantees the round for FUT.
Yeah, as mentioned, like any rounds that they can gather up over on this attack side is going to be huge. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. The Hunter's Fury seemed primed and ready to at least disrupt or even be utilized a little bit later into the round, but I guess never really finding a point for a one out to throw it in. And now, well, Hunter's Fury doesn't look like the best case for them in terms of their finances. They put a lot into that last round with the operator, and it not coming out on top has put them in bit of an awkward spot. And then for the other side, well, they threw in a neural theft, but other than that, all the other ults are starting to come back online. Pinkerly, I'm not gonna lie, I am gobsmacked she got away with that.
Yeah, it was a little risky, let's say, but sometimes those risks pay off. A roll of the dice landed on the desired outcome. FUT having to fight their way back into it. A very passive A-hole. Just look how far back Julie's has to be. Mid completely open for them to walk on through. Honestly, a big scalp to take early on. Now that dash in is risky up close. Reyna's able to win it, especially with the reveal on, and that has put a quick conclusion to the round. Julie's just now getting back from the spawn, and it's a bit of a disaster what awaits her.
She could reclaim that spike if she wanted to, using the ultimate, but I don't think it's really worth it in this case. And Pinkerly's judge might be about to claim a fourth victim. Never mind. Given to the time to do it. Either way, that is a huge round. The fact that Pinkerly ends up initially taking that space in, do it, getting a kill and then falling back and being able to get a multi-frag after a heavy loss in the last round. We now sit, kill him. 3-2. Defenders reclaim the lead. It's an interesting one. I'm seeing a full shields on Smurfette, so I'm expecting a Blade Storm. And it will be utilized. But other than that, well, you've got Julie's Bulldog and then just Sheriffs on the rest. You can't expect a mass amount from FUT here.
No, this really isn't the round to expect anything from FUT, more so just the round to expect something from Smurfette. Now, whether that's a round win or not might be too much of an expectation, but we've seen it in the past. First two knives will not land. 3 left in the inventory, and she's been spotted, taken out by Kuza. Jet on the other side, able to deal the damage. Trades are good for the defensive side. Even with the damage done onto Lyda, that's pretty nice.
Oh, Nugget. Look pretty bleak now. You just look at the split of players. There's not really anywhere for FUT to go. Jade up. I'm sorry. Just shot the wall. That's got to be the least amount of damage a wallbang can possibly do. Even still, Datty. Okay, she now has a free path on towards its B site. The ult isn't actually good. It was, I don't know if that was just used to scope things out or to just try and bait her into a rotation back. It hasn't worked out. She did pop the ult in response, so that's unlikely to be online, and if anything will somewhat give away her position. Okay,
at least the one though to start. She's out of there as well, just about around the corner. This is great, the reposition now. Reyna has to just guess, and the jump back up. Oh, it's silent. It's not heard. And the timing is perfect for Daddy. A fourth kill. And the clutch secured. Unreal. The fact that she swings into heavy traffic and gets out unscathed is incredible.
That has to be clutch of the tournament so far. Okay, we did have, maybe not. We had the 1v3 ace the other day, but this was still just sublime. Like, the fact that she manages to isolate both duels, gets aggressive, picks the perfect spot, and then again, just her movement, timing, even just a slight blip within that, and she loses the round. The individual plays from FUT have just been unmatched so far. So many talented players within this team. And just look at the damage it's done. Already down to a bare bones spy. Like, Cougar actually going to just go for the Blade Storm. No backup weapon. And in the meantime, the rest of the team on the attack just walk towards that A site. A turret to be dealt with, but other than that, only really the players on the cross.
Yeah, they're in clean. And the plan's gonna... Oh, maybe not going to be secured. That was some good damage. Maybe it was continued on, who knows? Lockdown in play, but we saw the nanos as well, just offering that extra level of cover. Under Fury used. Ness blocking out any sort of punish on that. Lyden now, though, is trapped in a corner and has to find a way out of here. The reveal is good. The spams followed through on an attempt to do the same there. Oh, nice opening from Smurfette. They managed to hold on to main as well. This could just turn the tide in their favor. Not even halfway defused. Reyna forces the fight, takes down Smurfette. I don't know what. That was about 3 bullets left. Has to tap the head on the come around, and Lyda's coming out on top. The main control, the ult, even in this round, to block out the lockdown, buy space for Smurfette. This was Lyda's round.
It was definitely too close for comfort in the end, but you do have to feel like this one was the defenders to win. This battle in the backlines from Lyda was fantastic, and then Smurfette in the chaos being able to take down a double. I think she definitely thought that second player was a lot closer, but came down to the finest of margins, but those fine margins have obliterated the economy. What I will say, though, oh, that's a little unlucky. I'm seeing Pinkley with the judge, so I'm gonna wait before making my judgment on this round, because
she loves the judge, the Bucky. I don't know.
She got a 3K last time with the judge by TPing into mid. So
yeah,
if that's the play that works, then whatever she does in this round, I'm behind it.
Here.
She's not being challenged for now. And Jade has gone for info, and well, mission success. Information acquired.
1 mid.
That's maybe not worth laying down your life for, but that wasn't so much a choice as a consequence. Now, for odd one out, the B site is weak. Only Thaikuza that's waiting there. Sheriff in hand. Only Thaikuza, the easiest of takes. You can't imagine an easier scenario. She's even been spotted, smoked off too. And taken down. Wow, that actually wasn't the expected outcome. No damage.
No, I thought she'd at least get one. She always seems to be very good with the Sheriff, but not this time. And now getting back into this one with a judge is going to be difficult. Not impossible, but very difficult. Particularly trying to bait out some of the TPs, trying to hope that she can get somebody to switch the direction they're facing. Well, it's a little bit messy on the way through, but Smurfette is there, and well, even I think having a look at the judge, but 5 now. And that said, FUT on this defensive side have been filthy as of recent. Now, both of these teams have proven that they can battle and brawl throughout the match and adapt on the fly, but right now, FUT are in a fantastic spot, it has to be said. Now,
yeah, the foundations are laid, and they're looking pretty strong right now. If you're the side of odd one out, it needs to be a very quick resurgence back into this half and back out of it. 4 rounds left to compete for. 7-5 now, the best possible outcome. Shock dart in. It's not going to destroy the alarm bot. Not going to do any damage either.
Destroyed.
Got them the info that's not there with the little double bounce. Oh, the timing was good, you thought! But Jada still goes down.
Give me a corpse. Hoping to try and find something. That would give them the information, but unfortunately, the curse of wall banging someone is you can't actually get access to the corpse. Not yet, at least. Cougar has rotated into position, but that's something I'm sure that FUT will have expected. Somebody to make their move around this spot. They still have a full set of their smokes. Knife online as well, but the rotation has come through now. Paranoia is available. And a counter smoke. Pop flash. Going to be through the smoke. It's dodged. Nice work from Lida. And now Thaikusa. They find her spot. Lida is instant on her aim correction. And while now an extra orb back towards that neural theft. But at this stage, I think the knowledge of where their opponents are is pretty much well known.
Oh, that's a little awkward. Someone's disconnected the mouse on her. Julie's having a mare of a time. And Nugget able to put the numbers back to equal. Paranoia through. Angle not covered, though. The one spot left open exactly where Lida was holding strong. And that's another round with her name all over it.
Yeah, she's been unreal. Like, we've been happy to hype up Smurfette, Ness in previous maps. Julie's as well, I think, had a fantastic game of Haven in terms of impact rounds, but it has to be said on this attack side, Lida has been the superstar for our squad. These rounds probably should have been much closer, but just the fact that she's able to pull off absurd multi-frag rounds, holding flanks on a lonesome, and even in this time, it looked like a one-woman hold. Oh, Pink Elite, the bank really must be rough. She's going to be sat with a Bucky. No judge this time. It looked like... Again, they're going to build into this A side. That's where a lot of the utility sits. Now, that turret hasn't actually spotted anybody as they make their way into the site. I don't know if that's just a little bit too deep on the hold. It still works out for Nugget, though.
Okay, the conversion with the classic is something, a breath of life in this round, but just as quickly it's taken away. Oh, Lida, come on! You can't just own the whole game. Give it to someone else. There's Smurfette gone. Okay, here we go. Now a chance. Thaikusa finally strikes and Lida's gone. But up close, Ness is there to catch her when she falls. Another round for FUT. 7 on the attack. And this is starting to look like a very bad close for Odd One Out.
Yeah, I just a 5-round streak on attack. Like, it's as we said, we were building this up as a defensive side fortress for either side with 9+ rounds over the last couple of games for FUT, and for the last 3 games, 9, 10, 11, in terms of defensive rounds. The attack is normally just there to close it for the side of Odd One Out. Maybe there'll be more because we haven't really seen much of it, but even still, it's been a closer game the second they switch. And now at least it's starting to become quite a bleak scenario. A response needed, a timeout taken, a moment for them to try and find the life of those last few rounds. We've seen it from them already, being able to turn things back into a more competitive scenario. The real worry for me though, Mitch, you've lost all 5 pistols so far. Rounds? That's a bad sign when you're 7-3 down and you need to turn it around going into your attack. The odds are not in their favor at the moment.
And so far, Tom, even on this map, look at where the majority of the rounds have come from. It was that upset in round 2, the follow-up that was easy as could be. And since then, it's been shaky at best. Now, it's not to say that FUT haven't just been playing an utterly unreasonable game so far. I mean, oh wow, look at this. They're so far back. Actually avoiding this altogether, bar the last pulse out of the Hunter's Fury. Literally, you've got, it's not Lida, it must be Smurfette. Yeah, up top. Saw her at the start of the round when barriers went up, holding from here. They were up close to throw a knife and then fall back. Very much aware that Odd One Out might Hail Mary that play, and it hasn't really landed. Like I guess a small amount of damage done onto Datty. Other than that, comfortable.
Oh, a late take of mid, a stack up of B. It might be about to pull a rotation though. Yeah, that should be a spot of at least a couple of players, and instantaneously Nugget will react. Actually, counter smokes coming through. They're trying to push them into a take. Instead, though, FUT actually have a very good read of this one. Going back in towards M8 now. The rotation from Thaikusa will at least bolster up this defense a little bit, but I think they were definitely hoping for the main take to come in on the other side of the map, and by the looks of it, they're not going to have a lot to deny this afterplan other than just a hero. And while Thaikusa has definitely given them a chance to come...
Well, there you go. The ult is going to be popped. Daffy might have a chance to even get back up.
Than just a hero.
If she goes down.
Like Cougar,
Odd one out, though. No opportunity to use that utility on the way back through. And here comes Hunter's Fury now, seeking out some victims. Nothing to be found. Used maybe a little bit prematurely, especially with the disadvantage for post-plant. But Daffy up close, able to pick up the first. Now they're dropping down, though. The door is lost and everything has fallen apart. Just the one player left alive in the form of Ness. That was the diffuser, just taken down. Now slightly to the right of the marks, and they'll be able to get away with it.
Imagine if I die.
Hey, do you always see a world when Ness is in the clutch? We've already witnessed a crazy 1v3 earlier in Haven, but this time they've done well. And especially considering a couple of ults were thrown in late there, that's a good round for them. A much better chance to bring this back to an even scenario, and just playing more into the retake, I think, worked well. Like, not really giving these early fights to players like Smurfette, and even catching them a little bit on the way back into the site. Still, though, it's going to be a mountain to climb, and I think a 5th round on this defense will at least give them a little bit more of a lease of life. A little bit.
Yeah, definitely. It could light the spark if they manage to break the trend and take the pistol, get back into things. It's going to be a much slower approach. Smurfette slowed by the fragment. Unable to use any abilities to get out of there, but now it's time to dash on through. The spray's not quite good, and caught from above. Then Nugget chimes in for another. With Ness down, the Blade Storm goes out wide, gets caught, reveal. And there is a follow-up. Even a further spray from Reyna, losing some of her life to a wall bang. It's being traded back and forth, but the favor very much sitting with the side of Odd One Out, at least thought it was. The lockdown, surely the thorn in the side to maybe end this round. And a good shot from Pinkley, just needs to hold tight. 4 more seconds, gonna be taken down. The angle's good. No, it's not. Oh no! She's caught on the way out and hunted down by Jada, knife in hand. That is going to be the round for Odd One Out.
Standing ahead. There was a moment where I thought she'd either be able to destroy it or maybe just escape with her life, but that lockdown ends up being the victor, and, well, at least a little bit of fun to be had in this half. But the fact is, even though those last couple of rounds have come through, FUT are going to be very happy. And now we go into what most people call the pistol round. I'm going to call the Smurfette round.
Certainly has been more often than not. And this could be a very important round for her to find her rhythm again. As we said on the attack side, we said it on the previous map as well, where she had a ridiculous start, 9-1 or something like that. But that diving in on that attack, it's not easy. Smurfette's typically going to lose a lot of those openings and just buy space. This time, that's not the case. Hello! Okay, so she did dive in.
Never mind.
And do exactly the same as the attack side. But that's not always the case, let's say. That's more correct. No way, no way. He's going, oh, Julius, no! 22. She went crazy, just swinging through the smoke to try catch him off guard.
They're still pushing. Oh my God.
Try
How
again.
have they leveled this up? It's just insanity. Like, it's just running around the map. No respect for their opponents at all. And it's like the second the pistol round begins, confidence level hit 100% for FUT. You could see that running around stopped. They're going, you know what? Let's give them another 15 seconds, see what other ludicrous attempts they're going to make. Hit 100. Actually, that's unfortunate. A couple of players hit, but it could end up being more of a ruse. Now, again, Lida is still deep in B main. Now, the funniest thing about this is you look at where Ness has placed her utility. The most pointless cam in human history, because of where her teammate currently stands, but
30 seconds
the
left.
funniest, I guess it's being used just to hold into mid. Nonetheless, they are going into the stacks. This is where all of the players are currently waiting. Trades, though, not coming in. It's a solid take in. Every single one going their way, and unless Lida has another clutch for the ages, Odd One Out might actually have a pistol. Not coming in.
Yeah, at this point, you know, if this 1v4 goes Lida's way, let's go ahead and just call a pause. Something fishy's going down. That's about all I could say. So much utility. And everybody can just pinch after that first, and the kill not found. Good prediction on the second player. That's about where it ends. Not too much of positive to note this time around. Odd One Out have finally found a pistol.
Yeah, there's some hope just yet. Breaking the trends. That's exactly what they're going to have to do if they're going to take this home on the attack side. That they managed to weather the storm, though. That's one of the things they've really struggled with, especially up against FUT, is that they just play out of the norm. So hyper-aggressive in some of these rounds that it's very difficult to read. They struggle. Now, Smurfette has been ever deadly in these rounds as well. Play out. It seems like they've got some counter utility to make her life a little bit more difficult. I bet. In fact, she's already fallen back. Oh.
Super passive stance. We saw the same position Pinkley's in, occupied by Smurfette in the previous half. These are the rounds where you really don't want to get caught off. A close range fight. That's why you see this. Even though the droning position looks a little scary, there's a teammate there to cover the peak. And no chance for major damage to come through. Now they're going to toss a knife up and over by the looks of things and then go on the rotation around after already giving away quite a bit. Oh, no, they're not. They're not rotating. They're going to pump the brakes on this, fall all the way back, play for A. The key thing here is if the steps are heard by Daddy, they'll give it away. So everybody's on the shift. But at the same time, the A side is going to be it's going to still be stacked up by the time they go through.
Already. Damage coming through, but Jade is doing well. Could finish off Smurfette. That just about going to escape. Alright. Leave things in a 4v3 scenario. And while I think a lot of the danger of this round has faded away with that spike plant. Again, a low Cougar chance to maybe reduce some of the weaponry at least, which for FUT would definitely help them out going forward. Oh, straight away, Smurfette up close. That wasn't even one of the injured players. That definitely makes this more dangerous. Again, she didn't manage much in the pistol round, but she's come back with a vengeance. Finally gets put down, but Lina, every single time she's called upon, she seems to strike and will steal the round away. It was finally a pistol win, but no second round to be had. Good time.
This is just ridiculous, Tom. Like the early rounds for Smurfette, something different happens. A switch is flipped, but Lida all game long, especially this map, something on Ascent has activated her because she is just delivering round after round of superb play. But now back to a 2-round lead, and look what it's done to odd one out. Attack side, a couple pistols, and a Bucky. Pinkley loves the Bucky. I've never seen someone with such an infatuation with this weapon. I'm being very pleasant calling it that.
Yeah. Like on defense, I can give some reasons. On attack, it's a little bit tougher. I'll put it that way. Either way, they have managed to get out onto the B side, but this is somewhat by design, it seems. Lida. Oh, she's been the hero in this map so far, but now she's desperately low on HP. Datty, well, this has hella risks about it, but it's actually gone fairly well. Julie's still lurking around this smoke. From picked up. Nice shot. Bear in mind, Lida's desperately low at the back. Cougar could easily eliminate both. Now makes this one very much winnable, but both players at least tagged a bit. Julie's and Smurfette. I think Smurfette may have just been wrapping back around. The Sheriff almost reads it right, but now left on to just one. They know where she is up close, and there's not going to be anything more. Still a dangerous round and a costly one, but FUT will still convert. Right.
One thing I'm liking about this FUT squad is how willing they've been across this series to recognize at times that they're in a position that they really, there is no correct choice. Like if they push forward, they're taking a lot of risks and they'll pump the brakes. They'll stand back and let their opponents make the next move. And often that results in them holding a crossfire and having a target walk into it. Whether it's looking for that little bit of extra information, trying to beat the clock, trying to get a timing. it's been working wonders for FUT in some of these rounds. And I think that's an element that even in VCT teams, we've seen them struggle with actually pumping the brakes, actually taking a breath and letting the round play out a little bit. Smurfette has just snuck her way in. Unfortunately, the one thing she wasn't counting on was someone walking up short and checking it. So that's not gone according to plan.
No, definitely not.
Oh.
Daddy, though. Oh, the drone's going to come out. He's going to get both. And oh, they're surely not Cougar as well. No, she's actually taken down Julie's instead. That's kind of, well, it's not worked out great, but it's worked out better than it could have done. And now they're actually going back towards the double setup. There's no way they expect Ness to be here, right? Especially not spotting the player below. They check for it. And they clear both. Fair enough. I expected less, I'll be honest. But odd one out, check every angle, every corner, every possible ruse. While Dati, I'll say you going for this might be just a tad optimistic. Odd one out.
5 HP. Yeah.
They don't even have money. This is, I don't get it.
I kind of need this rifle.
Yeah, you get that nano swarm. Right.
It was a headshot, so it wouldn't have mattered. I guess that's the upside. Odd one out. Just 2 behind.
Get that now.
Looking better. Heating up. Opposing side. Low on money. I have to say, Smurfette, I think the one thing they're missing there is just that player on mid. Looking for someone on short, like push down close. I guess they just didn't have anyone comfortable doing it that round.
So they are one off Bladestorm. But had enough to buy at least 2 rifles, and they could have saved one. Color me confused, but hey, I guess that's something that, well, if they win, the desk can ask about a little bit later on. I don't feel like that was the greatest economy management from FUT, but maybe they know something we don't. Oh, so maybe this Bladestorm's going to be enough to win them the round anyway. Not actually invested into shields on Smurfette, so definitely a little bit weaker than they probably would have liked, and this is only half investment onto the rest of the players. Also noticing that Ness hasn't bought anything, so I wonder if they're going to try and drop an operator over into the next round, because otherwise that is quite a hefty amount of credits to be saving up.
Yeah, it might make sense. Well, Smurfette has the Bladestorm, not going to pop it. So a classic in this fight, but she spotted the player there. There's no one close by, so still no Blade. Oh no, the time! Oh, I really didn't think she was going to use it because she waited so long.
Watch this. We watched.
We watched. We saw.
That's unlucky. That's very, very unlucky. A odd spot to pop it. I'll be honest. I guess it was just something that's sort of in the back of her mind, but Nugget, I don't know if she's going to get caught here, no. And because of that, it's not been properly cleared, and this could be an absolute slaughter. All 3 players going down. That's the rifle gone as well, and now Dati left alone in the clutch. This time I'm all right with her going for it, but she tries to flee. She becomes the 4th. All 3 for Nugget. 8 now on the board for odd one out. They are grinding this back once again. Right. Ever so good in these buy rounds, ever so good on the attack of the last map, and even though it might not be normality when it comes to Ascent, they seem to be doing it nonetheless.
That's a timeout for odd one out. On the back of 2 consecutive wins, one of which was quite flawless. Like, they've decided to take a moment, take a breather. I think that's a very commendable decision. It's also going to give a chance to FUT to discuss this upcoming round. 3 ults, one of which is essentially needed to counter Nugget. Lyta can't afford to use that Hunter's Fury to clear A main at the start of the round or anything like that this time. And obviously you've got the rifles, and most importantly, the operator for Smurfette, who I think, you know, the last couple rounds we've seen make some strange decisions. And I honestly feel like she's just not in the zone right now. Like the rhythm isn't hitting in the same way it was on previous maps. And you start trying some crazy things to recapture what was lost. But well, so far, it's failed at every turn.
Here we go. Early shock darts. Might just be a ruse attempt as the operator sits right on the same angle. I don't think that was expected. You're almost, the shock darts almost bait people away from pushing that. I think that was a setup ruse and a great early pick. Nugget has had a great round in the last, so to get rid of her early, I'm sure they're going to be very happy with that one. Ultimates on either side. Almost completely negating middle control. It's held from the backlines by Lyda, but definitely some space to be taken for Thaikusa. Negate.
Smoke up deep, and they're going to break the door. Definitely trying to fake flag that this is a B hit. And for now, it's at least keeping these players in position. The drone now being heard. Instant rotations. Lyda on her way. Dash used for Smurfette. They're worried about someone having pushed up close, but no. Thaikusa's rotated around now, playing short. Starting to move in on the crunch. Good angle for her in a surprise position. That's one kill. Hunter's Fury actually going to be burned up here, trying to deal with Thaikusa, who's 1 HP, stood up on top of the Jenny, and holding on for dear life. Oops. It's a small window. It's hard to hit.
Setting everything in. The shock darts as well. That's dropped the spike. Jada now has a matter of seconds, and the time is gone. Would have had to slaughter absolutely everybody. A perfectly placed piece of utility by Lyda gives that double digits over to FUT. The thinnest of margins, but enough.
Last
and
player standing.
Again, you see the success. Not only the opening kills. Again, it's going to be back to the drawing board for Odd One Out, who still sit trailing just that little bit further behind. Financially, they're good. Ultimate-wise, they're very good. By the looks of it, they may even just build up into a take of this A site. All 5 players here. Good. Okay, sure, you've got the alarm bot watching behind, but they're just going to pop this lockdown immediately. But
Nowhere.
is she going to TP?
Julie's ult. Julie's ult.
She's in there.
Okay, they haven't spotted her. Behind enemy lines. So
No. Okay. The Nugget cleared it. Doesn't seem to matter, though. Have slaughtered them anyway. No. Leaving just 2 players. Datty low. Pinkley's going to go pushing. The flash doesn't quite work out, though. It's a cleanup from FUT. An 11th round onto the board, and well, almost a miracle play made for a moment by Julie's, but ended up just being a small side note on what was the round.
I do wonder, you know, it can't be just the timing window. Is second guessing it? I guess not wanting to start a TP and then get caught pulling back from it. Maybe a decision around where that TP should actually go. But I think also it could be that there was debate over whether or not they would be able to swing in time to actually give her, like, if you just cancel the TP, stood up on top, chances are at that point, when all your teammates have ran back from the lockdown, they're going to have the time to look for that angle, you know, and spot you and kill you. Maybe they just didn't have the right utility or whatever the plan was. It didn't come together on time. Either way, it works out. Still have the From the Shadows to work with. That's a huge positive. Certainly would be if they used it as a recon now. Lots of players around mid, but the spike just sat outside B waiting for this push up from Datty and Lyda. They could be walking right into a trap.
Oh, good start from Jada. And there will be corrections to keep themselves in that advantageous spot. Cougar as well on the wraparound could make things very interesting. Players from behind might not even realize she's managed to get this far. Paranoia through. This is looking like a free kill. Just a pixel round the corner, and it's all but too easy above her opponent. It's, well, eventually the kill will go her way. The remaining player of Smurfette. Wow. An operator 1v4. This would be even more audacious than what we saw from Dati just moments ago.
Yeah, I think the odds are pretty low on this one, and the benefit of saving that up pretty large. Expect to see Smurfette turn around, head the other way. Still here, one shot already.
It's the classic, like, the classic get one kill and leave, right? Why is she still here?
Don't go through that smoke.
I'm so confused.
Don't go through that smoke. Don't you dare.
It's just like
she has money, I guess.
She still.
Ness does as well. That's so strange.
Silent. I feel like there's gonna be like, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like there's still gonna be one player that's a little bit out on cap. We'll see. Maybe the buy will come in flawlessly. I don't think she has the Bladestorm online yet, although she's getting pretty close to it. There's still. I am curious as to purchase. Maybe they've got a little bit more credits than I thought they did, but I definitely feel like holding onto the operator holds a bit more value than still getting the extra kill. Definitely keeping the economy low of their opponents. I guess that's the major benefit of these sort of risky plays, but I feel like value might not have been worth the trade-off. Let's have a look. So you still got the operator. Bladestorm one away. And you've got a rifle for Dati, but yeah, there'll be no gun on Julie's. So there is going to be a loss from this.
I was thinking that replay.
I guess when she gets a kill, she can give the operator over.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, obviously the timeout from FUT. Maybe that's exactly what they're discussing. Probably a little bit more on top of it. You know, icing on the cake for them if they can win this round. Still economy there for odd ones out, but they would then have 3 in a row to claim this map. FUT set up for success. Let's see what that setup is. Ness is still deciding on some of the utility positions. Hello, aggression, and no dash out. Has to just run, and she'll make it. Just about. The pursuit. Like Cougar already burned up the dash. How aggressive does she want to go? She's holding this angle, waiting for the peek. And it comes in, but the smoke is up. Smurfette. Hell, in some world, I imagine she just fires off and gets a kill through that smoke with how the game's been going today, but she'll wait.
Here.
Bill just sat back, expecting somebody to potentially be on that left-hand side. Dati holding the right. They got a very good crossfire here. Look at the deep control that Julie's has already taken. She might not have the best weaponry, but the control she's got for the side. Knife going to be going through either side, and push connecting, but no shots landed. Cougar's is going to be the one leading the charge. Still at the back of the site is Lida though, but they've got rid of her without too many troubles. And in fact, yes, oh, the spam, it's not quite there. Looked like a chance to level things up. They've got Julie's maybe struggling fighting Timmy the turret. And now this is a great opportunity for Odd One out. Like a chance.
Oh, just look at how low Nugget is. 42 HP. The spam's not quite landing, and now the swing through. They've spotted her, taken down. The blind was good. Then another shot for Ness on the defuse. Now that might force Pinkley out into the open. Already found one, but they could be defusing. She needs to go in there through the smoke, confirm that they're not about to win the round, but that's when Julie strikes. It's gonna be close, but it sounds like she's got that in the bag. Plenty of time, in fact.
No. Comfortable in the end, and I'd love to see that from Ness's point of view. The fact that she was down to 50 HP as she enters in, but manages to just find multiple kills. I think catching a player slightly off guard on the cross, and what a round for them to take. I thought that everything had been done in the end, but it's this kill there. I just think that maybe it's the paranoia going through, but just caught, stuck in the mud, no real support to be had. And now FUT sit just one round away from continuing their way back through. They were finalists back a few game changers ago with Ness in the team. Now they look to make it to that lower final, still in with a shot. And for odd one out, you could bet they're not out of this one just yet. It has been a fight from start to finish from them coming in, starting in the lower bracket. But that is where they've had their story. A top 4 for either of these teams, with new rosters, some even without the support of an organization. Well, it's impressive, but that extra step up to the lower final to face off against Ascent, that's what these teams are looking for. Some even...
That's eyes on the prize, very much so. What a fight from odd one out thus far. 3 more rounds. It doesn't seem like that big of a task. Up against this squad of FUT, it could be an uphill battle. Winning this, and Eco could come out from their opponents, and we could see them fight for that final round, tooth and nail. But they need to start here, one foot in front of the other, as they take some steps towards the B site. 2 players spotted on the back, but it's all about Julie's. She's come through the smoke, emerging victorious for just one. Buying time, perhaps, for Ness to reposition. Lida's here to support, and all the kills go FUT's way. Bladestorm popped to try and close it out here, but there's still some fight left in odd one out. 13 seconds left. The paranoia's good. Pinkily so close, but they won't peek. They'll try to run down the clock, dancing around the site. One already. The plant is good. She's got the time. It's all down to Lida. She's won so many clutches now, having to reload, and she'll get it. The classic in hand. FUT emerge victorious, and they will also be in the lower final. Ascend rising, waiting for them there. It could be one hell of a battle, and they fought hard for this one.
Oh yeah, both teams fighting tooth and nail, 13-9s across the board, but it is FUT that comes out victorious this time. I think a valiant effort from odd one out, especially for that unsigned organization. I'm saying somebody needs to put the pen to paper right now and get them on the books, because they have had one hell of a showing here today, but we have seen the depth of FUT once again. The new additions of Ness and Smurfette look right at home back in a Turkish organization, but I think this map, the only player I can really talk about is Lida. What a performance from her, the difference maker, it has to be said. And with FUT marching on against the Ascent, who had their chances, I'll be honest, they had their chances to make it to the final today after an incredible comeback. Has now in the lower final, and I have to say, I think that match is going to be absolutely anyone's game. And with G2 waiting, well, I think both of these teams will want a shot at the Queen.
It was a long and arduous battle for both squads. As you say, Tom, the fact that odd ones out have made it this far, the fact that they're not signed right now is, I mean, that should be perking someone's ears up at home.
Yeah.
This is a squad that deserves an organization that deserves to stick around. And Cougar challenging Smurfette on that jet roll, and I got to say, she didn't come out looking worse for wear.
No, it's another situation where I'm looking at like some of the teams of the past that have dropped some of these players, and I'm going, I don't know what you guys are doing, but like Cougar ending up on a free agent team seems mental to me. But I think you can say that for the same as pretty much every single player on this roster. Is like how they ended up being released from their orgs, I'll never know. How Smurfette and Ness ended up going back to FUT without any problems, I will never know. I think there must be something that I don't know about, but thankfully I'm gonna shut up now. I'm done for the day, and we've got 3 brilliant people. Oh wait, sorry, 2 and Ginny, and they're gonna be taking you through the
Well, thankfully you are going to shut up, Tom. I really do appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Love you too, my guy. All right, that was an absolute banger. This has definitely lived up to expectations because of the fact that this had to go all the way to Haven. My oh my, Pilsky did FUT put forward performance because the individual players on this roster are unmatched.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's good to see some depth in the team as well. You know, you had some big clutches from some of the more supportive elements in the initiator roles as well, and big individual plays. So it really just goes to show you that there's more depth in the team. You know, statistically, I was looking at the team heading into this matchup and how insane Smurfette's stats are. Like I was saying, arguably the best player in the tournament, a ton of impact. But Ness had a great series, crazy clutches on the first 2 maps, and then the rest of the team stepping up around Smurfette, and FUT has really shown themselves to be a well-rounded team and much deserving of a top 3 placing here.
Look, and the fact that they're coming all the way from contenders in EMEA is definitely impressive to see them come and just put such a great performance so quickly, and adapting as well to the becoming all the when we spoke to Question yesterday. He did mention there is a little bit of a difference when you're looking at game changer teams that are playing in the series. There's a bit more strategy, there is a bit more reliance on adaptability, and that's something that we've definitely seen come up from them as well this series, because you know, otherwise it wouldn't be it right now.
Yeah, their journey is honestly so impressive, because not only they came from the contenders, but they also had to change some members coming into the main stage. So they didn't have that much time to adapt or to like make up more things. So I'm more excited to see what they will bring when they have more time to practice and adapt.
Yeah, one thing though, Pilsky, that wasn't really the name of this game was saving when it comes to the side of FUT. Like, these girls on the roster, they have no fear. You're in a 1v4 with an operator? Sure, I'll take it. You're 5 HP and there's 2 players on the enemy team. You got a sheriff. Why not? But that is a little bit concerning, because as much as they're really great at pushing the brakes and slowing down a little when it's needed, that saving potentially could have really altered the state of their economy and maybe changed the outcome of the game.
Oh yeah, it definitely does. I mean, that was an example of a round where obviously someone's going without a gun. It's definitely not ideal. There are arguments for it though. You know, economy pressure is a very real thing. You need to put frags on the board and take guns away from the other team to open up those reset windows. Sometimes you're trying to min-max the ults. You're trying to get yourself close to cycling more ults in on a half. So there is a little bit more to it than some other TAC FPSs than just keep max guns alive, but you know, in certain situations it is just a bit of a head scratcher sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes it is, but as well, when we see the performance from the individual players, Inami already highlighted the fact that every single one of them today has come out to play. Round 6 being such a great example of maybe one of the best clutches we've seen so far in the Game Changers Series 2 tournament.
Yeah, that she play, honestly, that was so clean. Her position, everything about that play, being able to pressure plant and then play the post plant 1v2 on her own, that was just so clean. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is a little misplayed from Odd One Out, though, it has to be said. Turret has contact top mid, and they're kind of overlooking the fact that it could be a wrap from A. Obviously, you have the exchange of ults there, because Daddy is a little bit concerned that Piccoli may have TP'd in towards backside. But yeah, just a fortunate case of timings, and I think Odd One Out not being as switched on as they need to be in a 1v4 here. Definitely kind of slowed down the momentum on the defensive half, and that was very important for FUT because, as mentioned, both of these teams had monstrous defensive sides. So the fact that FUT was able to get so much value out of their attacking side, partially predicated off the fact that they were able to get a big clutch or two like this, it really did kind of give them enough room to be able to close this game 13-9, similar to the first map actually.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was shocking. I think coming onto this as well, Lyda, another player really that has such a huge impact on these rounds, whether it's with the clutches, Inami, or with the util usage. It was genuinely Lyda's map this time around.
Yeah, honestly, I had some rounds where I just wrote as my comment or like notes just Lyda, because she was doing her thing. We've seen her taking 4 kills sometimes. We've seen her also playing with Smurfette. Even when they lost the pistol round, the round right after that, they were able to like come in strong and just play it. Just the 2 of them taking it back. So yeah, her stats just speak for themselves. As a Soba, she was still doing her job, giving info, but also taking all the kills.
Yeah, it's not to take away anything from the odd one out. I think this is genuinely the opportunity to highlight this roster and highlight these players, Pilski, because at the end of the day, the fact that they're able to come into the top 4 of Game Changers Series 2 only been put together for this stage specifically. They don't even have an organization behind them representing them. They're giving their own spare time to be able to show up every single day on the server, and they're making it so difficult for these teams to even beat them. That is a huge feat on its own.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, you know, I was kind of looking at Cougar and her outstanding stats kind of going into the series today and trying to find, you know, some other cool stats, and it wasn't really jumping out to me. So I was thinking to myself before the series, well, if there's no crazy outlying stats that explain why they've made it this far, then it's got to be just good team play and good macro play and good comps. And that's what we saw. I think Pearl attacking side was a perfect example of that. They do kind of play better than the sum of their parts, and they do play some really good macro Valorant. So it was great to watch them this stage, and hopefully we'll see them back again.
Hopefully we do so indeed. Another thing though that we highlighted earlier today before we even went into Ascent, specifically Inami, was the defensive side from the odd one out. Not only is it a side that they continuously like to pick for every single map, but also when it comes to Ascent, it was something that they were the most dominant on, securing double digits quite frequently. But it felt like this time around it wasn't the case, because they did end up going down 7-5.
Yeah, the first half finished 5-7 for them, so I expected more rounds coming into this, and I feel like maybe because the FUT was able to secure 7 rounds in attack, that gave them more confidence going to the second half. We didn't feel that same confidence level from the odd one out. But I want to actually give credits to odd one outs here, because that's something that Nugget also spoke about, how like they are all good individual players and they are sharing the same goal, and that's what makes them like achieve what they achieved so far. So hopefully we'll get to see more of them in the next stage.
Yeah, well, we have an interview ready as well with the coach from FUT Female, because the players are way too excited at the moment, which is absolutely understandable. So question, thank you so much once again for joining us for the interview, and congratulations, you are currently top 3 in Game Changers Series 2. I spoke to you about this yesterday, and I said, you know, is there a difference between contenders going up to Game Changers? And you said, yes, there is. There is a bit more adaptability. There is less reliance on set plays, more strategy coming into play. And this game specifically really tested your ability as FUT to be able to adapt, to be able to focus back on the strategy, getting those team plays. So what has been the biggest lesson out of this series?
First of all, we should stop losing to ecos. This is the biggest lesson. I don't know how many we lost, but it was tough actually. But my girls are so good that they are winning the clutches. So we get. But the series was really tough actually. I'm pretty sure they hard analyzed us, because I need to take some time out to, you know, change some stuff. It was really tough, but actually they played a lot better than I thought. So GG's to them. This series was really rock. Let's see the other one tomorrow.
All right.
Yeah, for sure. I just wanted to ask you about the game of Pearl. You guys chose to pick Pearl, and you don't play the Viper comp. You play, you know, Fade, KO, and you guys were playing quite fast, but didn't end up working out for you. Like, especially on defense, you're having a tough time retaking B. So what do you think went wrong for you? Was it a game plan issue, or do you think it was a comp issue?
I feel like we knew what they were doing, but we couldn't rotate fast, you know, because they were pressuring mid. I guess someone is always staying mid, but they were making a smoke to the B long, and they were coming close. One of our players should take info from it, but they were coming so close that when we see them, it was already done. So at that point, when I see it, I was like, oh my god, this run's over already. But and actually they watched our demos and they know which position our players are playing. So it was really tough. Actually, B long was the problem, like you say. We should have I think we should have played a lot deeper with Jet. We should have take there, because they were always playing mid and they were coming back to be later on. We talked that at the timeouts, but they made an incredible play from B Link, and Astra would play at that round, and that was sick from them. So GG's to them for that round. We couldn't, take the trades at B2, so they got beaten pretty hard at B, like you say.
Right. A lot of information taken away from this game, which is going to be so important because yesterday you do have to go up against Ascent Rising and then another lower bracket game. You guys being the lower bracket, a lot of information away from life. So heading into tomorrow, where's your head at? How are you guys feeling? What's the next couple of hours going to be looking like? Because technically you only can go to bed and then wake up and you have to play again.
Yeah. Actually, it is really tough. I'm just sleeping for 3 hours, I guess, for like four days. It is so tough. But we are the king of lower brackets, so if you don't lower, we'll eliminate you. Simple as that. Always I tweet that. This is my also the thing at Twitter. Tomorrow it's going to be a tough match, I'm pretty sure, but every single day we are grouping up before the match. We are changing all of our game plans before the match every single day. So I'm so proud of my players too. And probably it's going to be a long night for me. Maybe I'm not going to sleep. I don't know because there are a lot of maps to cover for tomorrow. And so my players, especially today, Ness and Dati was so sick. Even though they were so sick, you see Ness clutches at Haven, I guess. They made an incredible job. So big effort from them. I hope the biggest thing for tomorrow, they get better. And that's it for tomorrow. If we are good, if we are on form, we can beat any team. I'm respecting them so much. They made a really good run. But when you feel the pressure, when you feel the pressure of eliminating, FUT is right there. So keep the eye out.
All right. Thank you so much for that. I did a little bit of sleep tonight, and I hope all the players are back and ready in form for tomorrow. So your evening, and who knows, we'll see you again.
Yeah. See you tomorrow.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Thanks a lot.
All right. Well, I think one of the really things that certainly kills K was the fact that there is such a huge awareness on the fact that yes, we did get out-countered in some of our rounds, especially when it comes to Pearl, but because of the fact that individual players were tuned in and they were showing up on the day, it went in their favor, and that's not something that they can continuously rely on.
Yeah, I think, I felt what he was saying a lot, from having coaching experience, getting eco'd, but then getting bailed out with clutches. It's not what you want as a coach.
Yeah.
You want your team to play fundamentally solid and fundamentally sound and not, win by BS rounds and big plays that you can't necessarily replicate. But at the same time, when you got players that are that talented, you got to be proud of them. You got to be happy with them and just try and iron out what you can.
Yeah, and ironing out is going to be the theme for tomorrow for both Ascent and FUT because they want to go through, and Ascent because unfortunately for them today they did lose their matchup against G2 Gozen, which means when we're looking at the bracket, we're going to be seeing Ascent in that lower bracket final. And that again, the winner of that matchup, Inami, they're going to be going up against G2 Gozen, the reigning queens of Game Changers EMEA.
Yeah, that will be a hard match for both games for both teams going against G2. But before that, they have to beat each other, and that will be the match we will be looking at. Because whoever wins, they will be making their own history. For Ascent, it's the first time they will be on the top 2, and for football, it's a team coming from all the way from the contenders, making it to the finals. That will be insane.
Yeah, absolutely. There's history to be written down in the books, and tomorrow, if you haven't noticed it yet, we are going to be looking at the lower brackets. So it will be Ascent Rising up against FUT Female. That is definitely a matchup that you do not want to miss, simply because of the fact that it will eliminate one team, and the next one, as we said, is going to be heading over into finals. Thank you guys so much for tuning in for the 2 best of 3s today. I hope you guys have a lovely rest of your evening. Get some good sleep, touch some grass if you can, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Yeah.
win. I can tell they going us around. They ain't gotta say it. Doing this a long time. I put that on my mama head. Game recognized, game we good. We ain't gotta play it.
I've been in the gym all week. Leveled up, though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. Big dog, no leash. You all part, no teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Come through like I'm Dolomite. Hold up, it's a holy site. You think you a legend, what they say, I say for sure you right. All I ever know is being OG, I'm a prototype. Cooler than the polo sweater, brighter than the police light. Beast mode is a deep grind. Speed code on the beach line. No cheap code, I'm a beast bro. You a beast bro in this heat time. Got big goals, big dream on the beach shore, taking me time. My whole team lit too tough, we too up like peace signs. I'm real, raised up in the field. Grinding while the sun is on me, I ain't got no chill. Get it out the dirt and work like I ain't got a deal. I'm trying to blow 100 bands and tell you lames how I feel. We ain't throwing up a brick, dog. The game tipped off. I'm out the kennel, catch me running with the big dogs. Don't hear the critics, they can kick rocks like kickball. They not important, boy, I'm Jordan to the pitfalls. Too many L's over there, I'm trying to big ball. I'm trying to level up a bit, I'm talking Rich Paul. I hit the floor and get it jumping like I'm crisscross. Throw me and Cannon in the booth and that's a hit, dog.
I've been in the gym all week. Leveled up, though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog, no leash. You all part, no teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Back, Biggie, yo. Turn it left, turn it right. Turn up and dance and you turn up, yeah. Let's turn it right. That's how you turn up and that's how you turn up, yeah.